before there were palaces of gold, before the cannons of empire roared across continents, before the name Romanov echoed in the halls of global power, there was only snow. Endless, unforgiving snow. It blanketed the forests of Livonia in the winter of 1684, swallowing villages whole, silencing dogs, freezing rivers into jagged veins of ice. In one such village, so small it did not appear on any map drawn by kings, a child was born in a hut made of logs and mud, its roof sagging under the weight of winter. She had no cradle, only a sack stuffed with straw. No midwife, only her mother's exhausted hands. No future foretold by stars or seers, only the cold certainty of hunger, labor, and early death. Her name was Marta Helena Skowrońska. She would never know her father well, Samuel Skowronski, a poor laborer of Polish-Lithuanian descent, worked the land owned by others, his back bent from dawn to dusk, his wages barely enough to buy rye bread. Her mother, Elizabeth Moritz, died when Marta was just 3 years old, some say of plague, others of childbirth fever. With both parents gone within a year, the little girl became a burden no one wanted. Relatives turned her away. Neighbors whispered she carried bad luck. And so, like thousands of orphaned children in war-torn Eastern Europe, Marta was passed from hand to hand, not as a daughter, but as property. First, she went to live with a Lutheran pastor named Johann Ernst Gluck in the town of Marienburg. Gluck, a scholar and translator of the Bible into Latvian, saw something in the quiet, dark-eyed girl. She was quick to learn, eager to please, and possessed a rare stillness that belied her chaotic beginnings. He taught her to read scripture in German, to sew, to cook simple meals, to keep silent when adults spoke of war. For a few fragile years, Marta knew stability. She slept in a corner of the pastor's study, wrapped in a woolen blanket, listening to the wind howl through the Baltic pines. But peace in Livonia was an illusion. The Great Northern War erupted in 1700, a cataclysmic struggle between Sweden's young king, Charles X, and a coalition led by Russia's Peter I, who dreamed of breaking Swedish dominance in the Baltic and opening a window to Europe. Armies marched across the land like locusts, villages burned, crops were trampled, refugees flooded the roads carrying nothing but the clothes on their backs and the ghosts of their homes. In 1702, Swedish forces occupied Marienburg. Pastor Gluck, fearing for his life and his family, fled eastward toward Russian lines, taking Marta with him. But chaos swallowed them en route. In the panic of retreat, separated from the group, Marta was captured by advancing Russian dragoons. She was 14 years old, illiterate in Russian, speaking only broken German and Latvian. To the soldiers, she was spoils of war, another mouth to feed, another body to trade. Some accounts claim she was given as a servant to a Russian officer. Others suggest she was taken by force. The truth, lost to time, likely lies somewhere in the gray zone of survival, where consent blurs into necessity and dignity becomes a luxury few can afford. What is certain is this. By late 1702, Marta found herself in the camp of Prince Alexander Danilovich Menshikov, Peter the Great's closest friend, most trusted general, and perhaps the most ruthless opportunist in Russian history. Menshikov's tent was a world away from the pastor's study. It reeked of gunpowder, sweat, and boiled meat. Maps covered the floor. Officers argued in loud voices about troop movements and supply lines. And in the corner, scrubbing pots, mending uniforms, brewing kvass, was Marta, now called Martha, then Matriona, then simply the Livonian girl. She did not complain. She did not weep openly. She worked with a quiet intensity that caught attention. While other servants gossiped or shirked duties, Marta moved with purpose. She remembered who liked their tea strong, who needed extra blankets, who returned from battle too shaken to eat. She cooked hearty soups that warmed men's bones after nights in frozen trenches. And when Menshikoff's wife fell ill and died during the campaign, Marta took over managing the household, not by title but by default. It was in this crucible of war that fate intervened. Peter the Great, Tsar of all the Russias, towering at over 6 feet tall, with piercing blue eyes and a beard he refused to shave despite European fashion, often visited Menshikov's quarters. He valued his friend's loyalty and cunning, and the two would spend hours debating ship design, fortifications, or the best way to break Swedish morale. During one such visit in early 1703, Peter noticed the girl serving stew. Not because she was beautiful in the conventional sense, though she had fine features and luminous skin, but because she met his gaze without flinching. Most servants lowered their eyes in the Tsar's presence. They trembled, they spilled drinks. But Marta looked at him as if he were merely a tired man in need of food, not a living god-king whose word could send thousands to their deaths. Peter, exhausted from inspecting siege works near Narva, asked her name. She answered softly but clearly, Marta. He smiled. A good name, strong. That night, over a shared meal, Peter learned her story, the orphaned childhood, the flight from Marienburg, the loss of everything familiar. He saw in her not weakness but resilience, not ignorance but adaptability. And in a world where nobles schemed and boyars hoarded wealth while offering little in return, Marta represented something rare, authenticity. Their relationship began not with grand declarations, but with daily acts of trust. Peter, estranged from his first wife, Eudoxia Lopukina, who languished in a convent for opposing his reforms, found in Marta a companion who asked for nothing but offered everything. She listened without judgment as he raged about incompetent ministers. She held his head during fevers brought on by exposure. She bore him children in secret camps far from Moscow's prying eyes. Between 1707 and 1718, Marta gave birth to 11 children. Only 2 survived infancy, Anna and Elizabeth. Each loss carved grief into her soul, yet never hardened her heart. She buried tiny bodies in unmarked graves across the Baltic frontier, whispering prayers in German and Orthodox chants she was slowly learning. Peter, devastated by each death, grew even more attached to her, not out of pity but out of shared sorrow. By 1707, they were married in a private Orthodox ceremony, witnessed only by Menshikov and a priest loyal to Peter. It was not legally recognized by the church or state, yet to them it was sacred. Marta was baptized as Catherine Alexeyevna, taking the patronymic of Peter's beloved half-brother, Tsar Alexis. The name was a bridge between her past and future, Catherine for Saint Catherine of Alexandria, patroness of philosophers and scholars, Alexeyevna to root her in Romanov lineage. Still, the court in Moscow seethed. How dare the Tsar elevate a foreigner, a former servant, possibly a concubine, to his side? Boyars whispered that her children were bastards. Foreign ambassadors sent dispatches describing her as the Lithuanian washerwoman. Even Peter's own sister, Tsarevna Natalia, disapproved. But Peter, ever the revolutionary, defied them all. When he founded St. Petersburg in 1703, on marshland wrested from Sweden, Catherine stood beside him. While thousands of serfs died building the city, drowning in bogs, succumbing to scurvy, she lived in a crude wooden cabin, organizing medical care, distributing food, and calming panicked workers. She did not wear jewels. She wore practical wool dresses, her hands rough from labor. Yet she radiated calm. Soldiers called her Mother Catherine. Peasants left icons at her door. As Peter dragged Russia into modernity, forcing nobles to shave beards, wear Western coats, attend public assemblies, Catherine became his anchor. She embodied the new Russia, pragmatic, resilient, open to change. She learned to sign her name. She studied state documents. She advised on appointments. She hosted foreign dignitaries with grace, speaking through interpreters but conveying warmth that transcended language. In 1711, during the disastrous Pruth River campaign against the Ottomans, when Peter's army was surrounded and facing annihilation, it was Catherine who suggested bribing the Grand Vizier with jewels from her own collection, including the famous Blue Diamond, later known as the Hope Diamond. The gamble worked. The Russians escaped. Peter credited her publicly, saying, "My wife saved the empire with her wisdom." Her influence grew. In 1723, Peter created the Table of Ranks, a merit-based system that allowed commoners to rise in civil or military service based on ability, not birth. Catherine was its living symbol. And in 1724, in a move that stunned Europe, Peter crowned her Empress consort in a lavish ceremony at the Dormition Cathedral in Moscow. The coronation was political theater of the highest order. Dressed in imperial regalia, Catherine walked beside Peter as equals. Bishops blessed her. Nobles bowed. Cannons fired salutes. For the first time in Russian history, a woman stood not as a shadow behind the throne, but as its co-sovereign. The message was clear. Russia was no longer a medieval kingdom ruled by blood alone. It was a modern empire where talent, loyalty, and love could forge legitimacy. Yet even as golden light bathed the Kremlin, shadows lengthened. Peter's health was failing. Decades of relentless work, exposure to Baltic winters, and bouts of violent temper had ravaged his body. By late 1724, he could barely walk. Gangrene set into his legs. Still, he dictated decrees, inspected shipyards from a litter, and argued policy until his voice gave out. Through it all, Catherine remained at his side, not as a passive nurse, but as an active partner in governance. She read documents aloud to him. She summarized reports from governors. She mediated disputes between ministers. Foreign envoys noted that when Peter could no longer sign papers, Catherine would place his hand over the pen and guide it, a gesture both tender and terrifying in its implication. She was already governing in his stead. On January 28, 1725, Peter the Great died. The giant was gone. The architect of modern Russia lay cold in his bed, his final words lost to history. The empire held its breath. Who would rule now? The legal heir was Peter's grandson, Peter Alexeyevich, just 9 years old, sickly, and easily manipulated. The boyars hoped for a regency that would restore their ancient privileges and roll back Peter's reforms. But Peter had left no will. And in that vacuum, Catherine's fate and Russia's hung in the balance. Enter Alexander Menshikov. Once her protector, now the richest man in Russia, Menshikov knew that Catherine's ascension would secure his own power. He moved swiftly. That very night, he summoned the elite Preobrazhensky regiment, the unit Peter had founded and personally commanded, and convinced its officers to swear allegiance to Catherine. Soldiers marched through Red Square in the snow, bayonets gleaming, chanting, "Long live Empress Catherine." The Senate, fearing civil war, acquiesced. On February 8, 1725, Catherine I was proclaimed autocrat of all the Russias, the first woman to rule Russia in her own right. Her reign lasted just 2 years, but it was a masterclass in compassionate autocracy. She pardoned political prisoners jailed under Peter's harsh laws. She reduced taxes on peasants burdened by endless conscription. She confirmed religious freedoms for Lutherans, Catholics, and Old Believers. She maintained Peter's foreign alliances while easing domestic repression. She listened more than she spoke. She signed decrees with a trembling hand, but with unwavering resolve. Behind the scenes, she worked to secure the succession. Knowing her health was poor, she suffered from chronic respiratory illness. She ensured that if she died, her daughter Elizabeth, or failing that, Anna, Duchess of Courland, would have a legitimate claim. It was a quiet act of feminist foresight in an age that barely recognized women as legal persons. She also curbed Menshikov's growing arrogance. When he arranged a marriage between his daughter and the young Tsarevich Peter II, effectively positioning himself as kingmaker, Catherine grew wary. In her final months, she promoted rivals and strengthened the Senate to counterbalance his power. On May 6, 1727, Catherine I died at the age of 46. She was buried beside Peter in the Peter and Paul Cathedral, her simple coffin dwarfed by his bronze sarcophagus. The people mourned, not because she had conquered lands, but because she had never forgotten where she came from. Even as Empress, she kept a small icon of the Virgin Mary given to her by Pastor Gluck, a reminder that grace comes not from thrones, but from humility. Her legacy. She proved that a woman born with nothing could hold absolute power without breaking. She showed that empathy and strength are not opposites, but allies. And she laid the foundation for the greatest female ruler in Russian history, her own daughter, Elizabeth, and later Catherine the Great, who would study her reign closely. Catherine II's story is not just history, it is a mirror. In an age when birth still dictates destiny for millions, her life whispers a radical truth. You are not defined by where you start, but by how you rise. And rise she did, from the frozen mud of a nameless village to the center of an empire, barefoot, then crowned, forgotten, then immortal. This is where our journey begins, not with conquest, but with courage, not with bloodlines, but with belief. Because every empire starts with a single step. Hers was barefoot in the snow. To understand Catherine II's reign, one must step inside the Winter Palace not as a tourist, but as a witness. Imagine the year 1726. Snow falls softly outside the newly built windows of St. Petersburg, a city still raw, still bleeding from its violent birth. Inside, the air is thick with beeswax, incense, and the faint scent of damp stone. Empress Catherine sits at a long oak table, surrounded not by sycophants, but by men who once doubted her, very right to breathe the same air as nobles. Gavril Golovkin, the chancellor, presents a petition from Novgorod merchants, complaining of corrupt tax collectors. Pyotr Tolstoy, the aged diplomat who once helped exile Peter's rebellious son, argues for stricter border controls with Persia. And Alexander Menshikov, resplendent in silk and diamonds, pushes for increased funding for his pet project, a new naval academy. Catherine listens. She does not interrupt. She does not snap orders. Instead, she asks questions, quiet, precise, revealing a mind that has absorbed decades of observation. How many families depend on those merchants? She asks Golovkin. If we remove the tax collector, who ensures the treasury still receives its due? To Tolstoy, have our spies confirmed Persian troop movements, or is this fear? To Menshikov, how many graduates will serve the fleet, and how many will become clerks? These are not the questions of a figurehead. They are the inquiries of a sovereign who understands that governance is not about grand gestures, but about balancing competing needs without breaking the whole. Historians often dismiss Catherine Byrne's reign as a mere interlude between Peter the Great and the chaos that followed, but this is a profound misunderstanding. Her 2 years on the throne were a critical stabilization period, a time when Russia could have collapsed into civil war or reverted to medieval isolation. Instead, she held the line. Consider her handling of the church. Peter had abolished the Patriarchate and replaced it with the Holy Synod, a state-controlled body headed by a secular official called the Oberprocurator. Many clergy resented this as sacrilege. Upon Peter's death, bishops petitioned Catherine to restore the Patriarch. She refused, but gently. She increased funding for monasteries that cared for the poor. She allowed greater autonomy in spiritual matters. She walked a tightrope between reform and tradition, ensuring the church remained a pillar of the state, not a rival to it. Or consider her foreign policy. She maintained Peter's alliance with Austria and Denmark against Sweden. She avoided costly wars, focusing instead on consolidating gains. When the Ottoman Empire tested Russian resolve along the Black Sea, she responded with measured force, sending Cossack raids but avoiding full-scale conflict. She understood that Russia, exhausted by decades of war, needed peace to heal. At home, she championed education. Though she could barely write, she believed knowledge was power. She supported the Naval Academy Peter had founded. She encouraged the translation of European scientific texts into Russian. She even discussed creating a school for noble girls, an idea that would not come to fruition until Elizabeth's reign, but one that originated in Catherine's vision. Her personal life remained modest. Unlike later empresses who drowned in luxury, Catherine preferred simple meals, plain dresses, and quiet evenings reading scripture or playing cards with close friends. She never forgot the taste of hunger. When famine struck the Volga region in 1726, she ordered grain shipments from state reserves, bypassing corrupt officials, and sent her own physicians to treat the sick. Yet she was not naive. She knew the court was a nest of vipers. She knew Menshikov dreamed of dynasty. She knew the boyars waited for her to slip. So she played the game, but on her terms. One evening in late 1726, she summoned Menshikov to her private chambers. No guards. No witnesses. Just two old allies who had risen from nothing together. You wish your daughter to marry the Tsarevich, she said, pouring tea. But what will you do when he grows up and sees you as a jailer, not a father-in-law? Menshikov laughed. He is a child, he will obey. Peter Alexeyevich is Peter the Great's grandson, Catherine replied softly. He will not obey anyone who tries to cage him. The warning went unheeded. Months later, after Catherine's death, Menshikov's overreach led to his downfall. Exiled to Siberia, his fortune seized, his daughter's engagement annulled. Catherine had seen it coming. She just hadn't lived long enough to stop it. Her final act was perhaps her most revolutionary. On her deathbed, she dictated a decree confirming that her daughters, Anna and Elizabeth, were legitimate heirs to the throne. This was unprecedented. Russian succession law, though unwritten, favored male heirs. By asserting her daughters' rights, Catherine planted a seed that would bloom decades later when Elizabeth seized the throne in a bloodless coup, and again when Catherine the Great, another foreign-born woman, ruled as autocrat. She died as she lived, quietly, resolutely, without fanfare. No last-minute conversions, no dramatic speeches. Just a woman who had given everything to a nation that once saw her as less than human. And yet, in death, she achieved what few monarchs ever do. She was mourned by the people. Peasants lit candles in her name. Soldiers wept in barracks. Even skeptical diplomats wrote home that the Empress was loved, not feared. Why? Because she never pretended to be anything other than what she was, a survivor, a listener, a healer. In an age of absolutism, she ruled with humanity. Today, her statue stands in a quiet corner of St. Petersburg, not in the grand square with Peter, but near a small church where she once prayed. Tourists rarely notice it, but those who do see a woman in simple robes, one hand holding a cross, the other resting on a book, perhaps the Bible, perhaps a ledger of state. She is not depicted with a crown, but her eyes look forward as if still watching over the empire she helped save. Catherine IV's story is a testament to the power of presence, not charisma, not beauty, not birth, but the daily choice to show up with kindness, with courage, with clarity, even when the world tells you you don't belong. From orphan to empress, from servant to sovereign, from Marta to Catherine. And in that transformation lies a truth as relevant today as it was in 1725. Greatness is not inherited. It is chosen. Every day, in every act, in every refusal to be erased. This is where empires are truly built, not in battles, but in the quiet moments of grace that hold them together. And so, as snow continues to fall outside the palace windows, we leave Catherine not in death, but in legacy, her spirit woven into the very fabric of Russian history, a thread of resilience running through centuries of storm. Power is a ghost. It lingers in empty rooms long after the one who wielded it has vanished. In the winter of 1727, the halls of the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg echoed with that spectral presence. Peter the Great's will still imprinted on every blueprint, every canon, every law etched into the empire's bones. But Peter was gone, and Catherine the Thaw, his unlikely empress, had followed him into silence just 2 years after his death. Now only a child remained to inherit the thunder they had summoned. His name was Peter Alexeyevich Romanov, 11 years old, pale as birch bark, eyes too large for his narrow face. He was the grandson of Peter the Great, son of the disgraced Tsarevich Alexei, who had been tortured to death in 1718 for conspiring against his own father, and the last direct male heir of the Romanov dynasty. When Catherine I died without naming a regent, the Senate, trembling with indecision, turned to him. On May 18, 1727, he was proclaimed Emperor Peter II of all the Russias. But a crown placed on a boy's head does not make him a king. It makes him a vessel, and vessels are filled by those who stand closest. And no one stood closer than Alexander Danilovich Menshikov. Once a humble pie seller on the streets of Moscow, Menshikov had risen through sheer audacity, military brilliance, and an uncanny ability to read the currents of power. He had been Peter the Great's dearest friend, his most trusted general, the architect of countless victories in the Great Northern War. He had helped elevate Catherine I to the throne. And now, with both giants gone, he saw his moment. Not to serve, but to reign through the boy emperor like a puppeteer pulling invisible strings. Within days of Catherine's death, Menshikov moved decisively. He relocated the entire imperial court from St. Petersburg, the city Peter had built as Russia's defiant window to Europe, back to Moscow, the ancient capital steeped in Orthodox tradition and boyar conservatism. The message was clear: the age of radical reform was over. The old Russia, with its bearded nobles, cloistered monasteries, and suspicion of foreign ways, was returning. But Menshikov's ambition did not stop at geography. He installed himself in the Kremlin's grand palace, occupying rooms larger than the young Tsar's. He controlled access to Peter II, screening visitors, censoring letters, even dictating what the boy ate and wore. He dismissed ministers loyal to Catherine or Peter, replacing them with his own allies, men who owed their fortunes to him, not to the state. He seized control of the treasury, diverting state revenues into his personal coffers until his wealth rivaled that of the crown itself. Yet his masterstroke was dynastic. Menshikov had a daughter, Maria Alexandrovna, beautiful, well-educated, and just 13 years old. In June 1727, he announced her betrothal to Emperor Peter II. The engagement was not merely political, it was revolutionary. For the first time in Russian history, a commoner's daughter, no matter how elevated, was to marry a reigning czar. If the marriage produced an heir, the Romanov bloodline would merge with Menshikov's, creating a new dynasty born not of Rurik or Romanov, but of street-smart cunning and battlefield opportunism. The boyars were horrified. To them, Menshikov was still that upstart, the son of a soldier, a man who had once sold pastries to survive. His elevation to prince, his accumulation of titles, his marble palaces in Oranienbaum, all were tolerated because Peter the Great willed it. But now, with Peter gone and Catherine dead, the aristocracy saw Menshikov not as a pillar of the state, but as a parasite feeding on its corpse. They bided their time. They whispered in candle-lit chambers. They reminded one another of ancient privileges eroded by Peter's reforms. And they watched the boy Tsar, waiting for the moment he would chafe under Menshikov's suffocating grip. That moment came sooner than anyone expected. Peter the Coup was not stupid. He was quiet, yes, shy, withdrawn, prone to melancholy, but he observed everything. He noticed how Menshikov spoke to him not as sovereign, but as a stern tutor correcting a wayward pupil. He saw how courtiers bowed deeper to the prince than to the emperor. He felt the weight of isolation, cut off from cousins, friends, even servants who might offer honest counsel. Worse, he resented the engagement to Maria Menshikova. Accounts suggest he found her plain, dull, and overly rehearsed in her manners, a product of her father's ambition, not her own spirit. He preferred the company of hunting dogs, falcons, and the few young nobles Menshikov allowed near him. Among them was Ivan Dolgorukov, scion of one of Russia's oldest princely families, a boy whose lineage stretched back to the days of Kievan Rus. The Dolgorukovs saw their opening. Led by Prince Alexei Grigorievich Dolgorukov, Ivan's father and a veteran statesman, long sidelined by Peter the Great's meritocracy, they began cultivating Peter II's trust. They sent gifts, rare books, fine horses, hunting knives engraved with Romanov eagles. They invited him to private suppers where stories of ancient glory replaced Menshikov's lectures on finance and discipline. They reminded him gently that he was not just any boy, he was Tsar by divine right, answerable to God alone. Menshikov, drunk on his own success, failed to see the trap closing. He grew arrogant. He demanded absolute obedience. He punished minor slights with exile or demotion. He even forced Maria to spend hours each day drilling Peter II on etiquette, as if molding him into a compliant husband rather than respecting him as emperor. Then, in August 1727, disaster struck. Menshikov fell gravely ill, some say with a fever, others with a stroke. Confined to his bed for weeks, he lost control of the court. The Dolgorikovs moved swiftly. They smuggled letters to Peter II, urging him to free himself from bondage. They convinced senior officers in the Preobrazhensky regiment, once loyal to Peter the Great, now disillusioned with Menshikov's rule, that the boy Tsar's liberty was at stake. On September 8, 1727, Peter II, just 12 years old, made his choice. He summoned Menshikov to his chambers. The prince, weak but defiant, arrived in a sedan chair, wrapped in furs. The boy, standing tall in a traditional Russian kaftan, a deliberate rejection of Peter the Great's European dress, looked him in the eye. "You have served my grandfather well," Peter II said, his voice steady beyond his years. "But you forget, I am not him, and you are not my master." Before Menshikov could respond, guards entered. Not his own men, but soldiers loyal to the Dolgorikovs. They stripped him of his titles, confiscated his estates, and placed him under house arrest. His wife and children were seized. Maria, weeping, was banished from court. Within 48 hours, the mighty Menshikov, architect of empires, builder of navies, confidant of titans, was reduced to a prisoner in his own palace. But the Dolgorikovs were not satisfied with mere removal. They wanted annihilation. On September 10, the Senate, now under their influence, issued a decree exiling the entire Menshikov family to Berezov, a remote settlement deep in the Siberian tundra, north of the Arctic Circle. They were given 1 week to prepare. No gold, no jewels, only the clothes on their backs and a single wagon. As they departed Moscow in late September, snow already dusting the roads, crowds gathered, not to jeer but to watch in stunned silence. Here was the man who had stood beside Peter the Great at Poltava, who had negotiated treaties with kings, who had lived in palaces that rivaled Versailles, now huddled in a peasant cart, his daughter shivering beside him, his eyes hollow with disbelief. The journey to Berezov took months. They traveled by sled through forests so dense sunlight never touched the ground. They crossed frozen rivers where wolves howled in the distance. They passed abandoned mines where exiles scratched for salt in the permafrost. When they finally arrived in early 1728, they found not a town but a cluster of log huts surrounded by endless white. Menshikov, once worth millions, survived on fish caught through ice holes and bread traded with Ostyak tribesmen. He taught his children to read using charred sticks on birch bark. Maria, once betrothed to an emperor, mended furs for warmth. His wife, Daria, died within a year of pneumonia. Menshikov himself lasted until November 1729. Legend says his final words were, "Tell Peter, I only wish to secure his throne." Whether true or not, his body was buried in an unmarked grave, swallowed by snow and time. Back in Moscow, Peter II celebrated his freedom, but at a terrible cost. The Dolgorikovs, now dominant, filled the court with their kin. They reversed Peter the Great's reforms. Beards returned, European coats were banned, the Senate's power was curtailed. St. Petersburg was abandoned entirely, its canals freezing, its palaces gathering dust. Russia turned inward, retreating from Europe just as the Enlightenment began to bloom. Peter II, meanwhile, indulged in the pleasures denied him under Menshikov. He hunted for days in the forests outside Moscow. He drank heavily. He flirted with noblewomen, including Ekaterina Alexeyevna Dolgorukova, Ivan's sister, a match the Dolgorukovs eagerly encouraged to cement their dynasty. But the boy's health, always fragile, deteriorated. He suffered from chronic fatigue, fevers, and mood swings. Physicians prescribed bloodletting and herbal tonics, but nothing helped. By late 1729, he was visibly wasting away. Still, plans for his wedding proceeded. On January 6, 1730, the engagement to Ekaterina Dolgorukova was formally announced. Bells rang across Moscow. Feasts were prepared. The Dolgorukovs dreamed of a new era, one where their blood would flow through Romanov veins. Then, on January 18, 1730, Peter II developed a high fever and severe headaches. Smallpox. The disease spread rapidly through the Kremlin. Within days, the boy Tsar was delirious, his skin covered in pustules. Priests prayed at his bedside, physicians fled fearing contagion. The Dolgorukovs, desperate, sent riders to every monastery in the region, begging for holy relics. It was no use. On January 30th, 1730, just weeks before his scheduled wedding, Peter II died at the age of 15. He was the last male Romanov of the direct line founded by Michael the Farn in 1613. With his death, a dynasty that had ruled Russia for over a century came to an abrupt, childless end. Panic erupted. Who would rule now? The succession crisis that Catherine and I had tried to prevent was upon them. 5 women emerged as potential heirs, all descendants of Ivan Thorm, Peter the Great's half-brother, or through female lines. 1. Anna Ivanovna, Duchess of Courland, Peter the Great's niece, stern, childless, fluent in German. 2. Elizabeth Petrovna, Catherine Thurn's daughter, young, vibrant, beloved by the gods. 3. Anna Leopoldovna, daughter of Ivan V's youngest daughter, married to a German duke. 4. Catherine Ivanovna, another niece but mentally unstable. 5. Praskovia Ivanovna, reclusive, unmarried, politically inert. The Boyars, led by the Dolgorukovs, saw an opportunity. They favored Anna Ivanovna, not out of affection, but because she was distant, isolated, and seemingly pliable. They invited her to Moscow and presented her with a document known as the Conditions, a constitution that would limit imperial power, transfer legislative authority to the Supreme Privy Council, and require her to seek approval for war, taxes, and appointments. Anna, desperate for legitimacy and unaware of Russian politics, signed it on February 14, 1730. For 3 days, Russia became a constitutional monarchy. Then, on February 17th, Anna tore up the conditions. With the backing of the elite Guards regiments, who remembered Peter the Great's glory and despised boyar privilege, she declared herself autocrat of all the Russias. The Dolgorukovs were arrested. Some were exiled, others executed. The dream of shared power died in a single act of defiance. Anna's reign would be marked by cruelty, extravagance, and the rise of her favorite, Ernst Johann von Biron, a Baltic German who ruled as de facto dictator. The court became a theater of terror. Peasants suffered under heavier taxes, and the ghost of Peter the Great seemed to fade further with each passing year. But amidst this darkness, two girls watched and learned. Elizabeth Petrovna, Catherine IV's surviving daughter, grew up in gilded isolation, dancing at balls, attending church, and smiling through the whispers that called her the washerwoman's child. She never forgot her mother's strength. She never stopped loving St. Petersburg, the city of her birth, where women could walk freely, attend academies, and speak their minds. And in a remote corner of Germany, a princess named Sophie of Anhalt-Zerbst was born in 1729. No one knew it yet, but her destiny was already entwined with Russia's. Her mother, Johanna, dreamed of marrying her to the next Romanov heir. It was a gamble, but in a world where bloodlines were running thin, even German princesses could become empresses. This chapter of our saga reveals a brutal truth. Power vacuums are filled not by the worthy, but by the ruthless. After Catherine the Fern, Russia drifted. It forgot that progress requires constant vigilance. Menshikoff's fall was not a victory for justice. It was a shift in tyranny. The Dolgorukovs replaced one autocrat with another, only to be crushed themselves when Anna chose absolute power over compromise. Yet even in decay, seeds of renewal were planted. Elizabeth waited. Anna Leopoldovna schemed. And somewhere in Prussia, a little girl practiced her Russian alphabet, unaware that one day she would rewrite history. Because empires do not die with a whimper. They collapse in silence until someone dares to speak. And soon Elizabeth would speak louder than anyone imagined. To grasp the full tragedy of Peter II's reign, one must understand the psychological prison in which he lived. From the age of 9, he was never truly alone. First, under Catherine I's gentle but firm guardianship, then under Menshikov's iron control, and finally under the Dolgorikovs' manipulative affection, his life was a series of cages, each gilded more finely than the last. Historians often portray him as weak, passive, a footnote between greater rulers, but this ignores the trauma of his childhood. His father, Tsarevich Alexei, had been accused of treason by Peter the Great, imprisoned in the Peter and Paul fortress, and subjected to torture so severe he died within days. Young Peter II knew this story. He saw how dissent, even within the royal family, was met with annihilation. Is it any wonder he learned silence? Under Menshikov, his days were regimented like a soldier's. Wake at dawn, prayers, lessons in Latin and arithmetic, drills in etiquette, supervised meals, early bed. No play. No privacy. No friends outside approved circles. Maria Menshikova was presented not as a companion, but as a future empress-in-waiting, her smiles rehearsed, her conversations scripted. When the Dolgorikovs liberated him, they offered freedom, but only within their own design. Hunting trips were chaperoned. Letters were screened. Even his choice of bride was preordained. The difference was subtle but profound. Menshikov sought to control the throne through marriage. The Dolgorikovs sought to absorb it through blood. Peter II's rebellion was not loud. It was quiet, a refusal to wear European coats, a preference for old Russian songs, a lingering gaze toward St. Petersburg on maps. He missed the city of canals, the smell of shipyards, the sense that Russia was part of something larger. Moscow, with its onion domes and incense-heavy churches, felt like a tomb. His illness, when it came, was almost a relief. Smallpox was a merciless killer in the 18th century. It spared no rank, no age. Once symptoms appeared, death usually followed within 10 days. Peter II's body, weakened by years of stress and poor diet, had no defense. As pustules covered his face, he reportedly whispered, "Let me see the Neva one last time." But St. Petersburg was too far. He died in the Kremlin, surrounded by strangers. His funeral was modest. No grand procession. No eulogies praising his reign, for there was little to praise. He was buried beside his grandfather in the Peter and Paul Cathedral, his coffin small, his legacy thinner still. Yet his death changed everything. With no male heir, the Romanov succession law, already ambiguous, collapsed into chaos. The boyars, sensing weakness, pushed for oligarchic rule. But the military, the clergy, and the people remembered Peter the Great's promise. Russia must be strong, unified, and sovereign. They would not accept a council of nobles dictating terms to an empress. Anna Ivanovna's decision to tear up the conditions was not just personal ambition, it was a reflection of national will. Russia had tasted absolutism under Peter and Catherine. It would not go back. But Anna's reign brought its own horrors. She installed Biron, her German lover, as Duke of Courland and de facto ruler of Russia. Under him, the secret police flourished. Nobles were arrested for insufficient loyalty. Peasants were conscripted en masse to build Biron's lavish palaces. The treasury bled dry, funding his excesses. Worst of all, Anna revived the practice of public humiliation as punishment. In one infamous incident, she forced members of the Dolgorukov family to ride donkeys backward through Red Square, wearing fool's caps, while crowds jeered. Another noble was sentenced to live in a cage suspended over a bear pit for a month. This was not governance. It was theater of cruelty. And yet, even in this darkness, hope flickered. Elizabeth Petrovna, now in her 20s, used her charm and beauty as armor. She attended every ball, danced with every officer, smiled at every diplomat. But behind the glitter, she built alliances. She befriended commanders of the Preobrazhensky Regiment, the very unit that had elevated her mother. She studied her father's decrees, memorizing his vision for Russia. She also cultivated a public image of piety and innocence. She carried an icon of Saint Elizabeth wherever she went. She donated to convents. She avoided politics openly, while mastering it in secret. Meanwhile, in Zerbst, Sophie practiced Russian pronunciation with a hired tutor. She read Voltaire. She dreamed of greatness. Her mother wrote letters to Empress Anna, suggesting a marriage alliance. Anna, amused by the idea of a German girl becoming Romanov, filed the proposal away, unaware that she was planting the seed of her own dynasty's replacement. The lesson of this era is stark. When leadership fails, chaos follows, but chaos creates opportunity. Menshikov fell because he forgot humility. The Dolgorukovs fell because they underestimated the people's love for autocracy. Anna ruled through fear, but fear breeds rebellion. And rebellion was coming. Not with cannons or manifestos, but with a woman in a soldier's uniform, walking calmly through palace gates on a snowy night. But that story belongs to the next chapter. For now we leave Peter II in his grave, a boy who never got to be a man, a czar who never got to rule, a warning that power without wisdom is a crown of thorns. And we watch as two women, Elizabeth in St. Petersburg, Sophie in Germany, prepare to claim what he could not hold. Because history does not wait for boys. It belongs to those bold enough to seize it. Snow fell on St. Petersburg the night the empire changed hands, not with thunder, not with blood, but with the soft crunch of boots on frozen cobblestones and the whisper of a woman's voice cutting through the silence like a blade. She wore no crown, no ermine, no jewels befitting an empress. Instead, she was clad in the blue and red uniform of the Preobrazhensky regiment, her dark hair pinned beneath a soldier's tricorn hat, her hands steady despite the weight of history pressing upon her shoulders. Her name was Elizabeth Petrovna Romanova, daughter of Peter the Great and Catherine the Fair, granddaughter of a Livonian peasant, and the last living link to Russia's golden age of transformation. At 32 years old, she had spent nearly 2 decades waiting, watching, learning. While emperors rose and fell like autumn leaves, Peter II, Anna Ivanovna, the infant Ivan VI, Elizabeth played the part of the frivolous princess, dancing at balls, flirting with officers, adorning herself in French silks, attending midnight masses with tearful devotion. The court dismissed her as harmless. The boyars called her the beauty without brains. Foreign ambassadors described her as charming but shallow. None of them saw the steel beneath the silk. None of them realized that every smile, every pirouette, every whispered prayer was a mask, and behind it, a mind sharper than any dagger in the imperial armory was calculating the precise moment to strike. That moment came on the night of November 25th, 1741. Anna Leopoldovna, regent for her infant son, Ivan VI, ruled Russia with indecision and German arrogance. She surrounded herself with Baltic advisors who spoke little Russian and cared less for its people. She alienated the Orthodox Church by favoring Lutheran rituals. She dismissed seasoned commanders from the Guards regiments, replacing them with foreigners loyal only to her Brunswick husband, Duke Anthony Ulrich. And worst of all, she forgot the one truth Peter the Great had carved into Russia's soul: the army is the guardian of the throne. Elizabeth knew this. She had learned it at her mother's knee, heard it in her father's rages, seen it proven when Catherine III ascended with the bayonets of the Preobrazhensky at her back. So for years she cultivated loyalty among the very men who would decide Russia's fate. She attended their weddings. She sent gifts to their families during hard winters. She remembered their names, their regiments, their grievances. When Captain Mikhail Vorontsov complained about delayed pay, she discreetly arranged for funds to appear. When Colonel Stepan Apraxin lamented the decay of naval training, she quoted her father's shipbuilding decrees from memory. She also understood symbolism. While Anna Leopoldovna held court in Moscow, turning her back on Peter's beloved St. Petersburg, Elizabeth made the northern capital her sanctuary. She lived at Tsarskoye Selo, the modest palace her father had built for her mother, now transformed into a haven for those who still believed in his vision. There, away from spies and sycophants, she gathered her inner circle. Alexei Bestushev Ryumin, the brilliant diplomat who dreamed of aligning Russia with Austria against Prussia. Pyotr Shuvalov, the cunning strategist who controlled intelligence networks across Europe, and her rumored secret husband, Alexei Razumovsky, a former Cossack singer whose haunting voice had once captivated Peter the Great himself. Razumovsky was more than a lover, he was her anchor. Born a serf in Ukraine, he had risen through sheer talent, singing in the imperial choir before catching Elizabeth's eye. Unlike Menshikov or Biron, he sought no power for himself. He asked only to serve her. In an age of ambition, his humility was revolutionary. He reminded her daily, "You are not just a Romanov, you are their daughter." And so, as winter deepened in 1741, Elizabeth prepared not for war, but for resurrection. The plan was audacious in its simplicity. At midnight, she would march to the barracks of the Preobrazhensky Regiment, stationed just outside the city, and appeal directly to the soldiers. If they followed her, she would proceed to the Winter Palace, arrest the regent, and proclaim herself Empress. If they refused, she would be branded a traitor and likely executed. There would be no second chance. On the evening of November 24th, she gathered her closest allies in the candlelit drawing room of Tsarskoye Selo. Snow tapped gently against the windows. A fire crackled in the hearth. She wore a simple black dress, her face pale but resolute. "If we fail," she said, "let them say we died trying to restore Russia to its greatness." Bestuchev handed her a folded decree, a manifesto declaring her right to rule as Peter the Great's daughter and Catherine III's heir. Shuvalov confirmed the guards were restless, their loyalty wavering. Razumovsky knelt and kissed her hand. "God is with you," he whispered. At 11 p.m., she changed into the uniform. It fit perfectly, tailored weeks earlier in secret. She pinned a small icon of Saint Elizabeth inside the lapel, next to her heart. Then, flanked by 20 trusted officers, she stepped into the snow. The march to the Preobrazhensky barracks took 40 minutes. The wind howled off the Neva River, stinging exposed skin. But Elizabeth did not falter. She walked with the same stride her father used when inspecting shipyards, purposeful, unyielding. When they arrived, the regiment was assembled in the courtyard, breath visible in the cold air. Their commander, loyal to Anna Leopoldovna, stepped forward. "Who dares disturb the guard at this hour?" Elizabeth pushed past her escorts. She removed her hat, letting her dark hair fall free, a deliberate echo of her mother's humility. Then, in a voice that carried across the frozen square, she spoke. "Soldiers of Peter the Great, do you remember him? The man who gave you honor, who made Russia feared and respected. His blood flows in my veins. His dream lives in my heart. The throne is held by a foreign regent who scorns your sacrifices. Will you let her steal your emperor's legacy?" A silence. Then, from the back ranks, a single voice. "Long live Empress Elizabeth!" It spread like wildfire. "Long live the daughter of Peter! Long live Catherine's child!" Within moments, the entire regiment dropped to one knee, muskets raised in salute. She had them. From there, speed was everything. She rode ahead to the Winter Palace where Anna Leopoldovna and her family slept, unaware. Guards at the gate, seeing the Empress-to-be flanked by hundreds of armed soldiers, offered no resistance. Some even joined her column. Inside, chaos erupted. Courtiers fled in nightgowns. Ministers hid in closets. Anna Leopoldovna, awakened by pounding on her door, stood trembling in her chamber, clutching her infant son Ivan Thaksix. "You cannot do this," she stammered. "He is the rightful Tsar." Elizabeth looked at the baby, just 14 months old, eyes wide with confusion, and felt a pang of sorrow. But there was no room for mercy. "Russia needs a ruler who can speak, not one who still nurses," she replied. "You will be taken to a safe place. Your son will be cared for." By dawn, it was over. No blood spilled, no cannons fired. The coup was complete. Anna Leopoldovna, her husband, and their children were placed under house arrest, then exiled to Riga, and later to the remote fortress of Kolmogorye in the far north. where Ivan VI would spend the next 23 years in total isolation, never seeing sunlight, never hearing another human voice beyond his jailers, never knowing he had once been emperor. At noon on November 25th, 1741, Elizabeth Petrovna was proclaimed Empress of all the Russias in a ceremony at the Kazan Cathedral. Bishops blessed her, senators swore oaths, the people cheered from the streets, waving icons and scarves. For the first time in over a decade, Russia felt whole again. But Elizabeth's genius lay not in seizing power, but in how she wielded it. Her first decree stunned the court. I took the throne without shedding a drop of blood. I shall not begin now. She abolished the death penalty, a radical act in an age of public executions and torture chambers. Political prisoners were released, exiles were recalled, censorship eased. Even Anna Leopoldovna's family, though imprisoned, were treated with dignity, given books, warm clothing, and regular meals. Yet she was no naive idealist. She knew stability required strength. She purged the government of German advisers, replacing them with Russians who shared her vision. She restored St. Petersburg as the capital, pouring funds into its restoration. She revived her father's table of ranks, ensuring merit, not birth, determined advancement. Most importantly, she honored her parents' legacy not through imitation, but through evolution. Where Peter had forced westernization with whips and decrees, Elizabeth made it desirable. She hosted glittering balls where nobles competed to wear the finest Parisian gowns. She founded Russia's first public theater, staging operas in Russian alongside Italian classics. She commissioned Bartolomeo Rastrelli, the Italian architect who had designed palaces for Anna, to rebuild the Winter Palace into a Baroque masterpiece of gold leaf, crystal chandeliers, and mirrored halls that reflected not just light, but ambition. Under her, St. Petersburg became more than a city. It became a statement. Every canal, every statue, every newly paved avenue declared, "Russia belongs to Europe." But she never abandoned her orthodox soul. She funded monasteries, built churches, and made pilgrimage to holy sites. She fasted during Lent, even when diplomats urged her to attend state banquets. She carried her faith not as dogma, but as compass. Her personal life remained enigmatic. Though she never officially married Razumovsky, rumors persisted that they wed in secret during a midnight ceremony at Tsarskoye Selo. Whether true or not, she treated him with the respect due an emperor, granting him titles, estates, and a seat on the Senate. Yet she never allowed him to dominate policy. Power, she believed, must remain singular. In 1742, she faced her greatest test, securing the succession. With no children of her own, she needed an heir. After considering several candidates, she chose her nephew, Karl Peter Ulrich of Holstein-Gottorp, the orphan son of her sister Anna. He was just 14, awkward, obsessed with Prussian military drills, and spoke broken Russian, but he was Romanov by blood. She brought him to Russia, renamed him Peter Fedorovich, and began grooming him for the throne. To strengthen his claim, she arranged his marriage to a clever German princess named Sophie of Anhalt-Zerbst, a girl with sharp eyes, a quick mind, and a hunger for greatness that mirrored her own. Elizabeth watched Sophie closely. She saw in her the same adaptability that had saved her mother. She encouraged her studies, her conversion to orthodoxy, her integration into Russian life. "Be not just a wife to Russia," she reportedly told her, "but its daughter." But even as she built for the future, shadows gathered. The Seven Years' War, 1756-1763, pitted Russia against Prussia, and under Elizabeth's command, Russian armies achieved stunning victories, capturing Berlin in 1760, humiliating Frederick the Great, and positioning Russia as Europe's dominant land power. Yet her health, long fragile, began to fail. Obesity, likely from years of stress eating and sedentary court life, strained her heart. She suffered from chronic fatigue, swollen limbs, and religious mania, spending hours in prayer, convinced God demanded penance for her youthful indiscretions. Still, she refused to name a regent. She trusted no one with the throne, not even Peter, whom she found increasingly erratic and pro-Prussian. On Christmas Day, 1761, Elizabeth attended midnight mass at the Smolny convent, a church she had commissioned as her final resting place. She collapsed upon returning to the palace. For 2 weeks, she lingered, drifting in and out of consciousness. On January 5, 1762, she died peacefully, her hand clutching the icon of Saint Elizabeth. Her final words, according to her confessor, were, "Tell Sophie, remember who you are." She was buried beside her parents in the Peter and Paul Cathedral, her sarcophagus adorned with scenes of her coronation and acts of mercy. The nation mourned not just an empress, but a bridge between eras, a woman who rescued Peter's dream from oblivion and proved that a ruler could be both compassionate and strong. Her reign had lasted 20 years, the longest of any Romanov since Peter himself. She left behind a treasury full, an army victorious, a capital reborn, and a cultural renaissance that would inspire generations. But her greatest legacy was invisible. She restored belief in Russia itself. After decades of foreign regents, infant emperors, and boyar scheming, Elizabeth reminded her people that Russia was not a prize to be fought over, but a civilization to be proud of. And in doing so, she set the stage for the greatest female ruler in history. For her chosen heir, Peter III, was unfit for power. And his wife, Sophie, now Catherine Alexeyevna, was watching, learning, waiting. Elizabeth's coup had been bloodless. Catherine's would not be. To understand the brilliance of Elizabeth's reign, one must look beyond palaces and wars to the quiet revolutions she nurtured in the hearts of her people. Consider education. While Peter the Great had founded schools for navigation and engineering, Elizabeth expanded the vision. In 1755, she approved the creation of Moscow University, Russia's first secular institution of higher learning, on the recommendation of Mikhail Lomonosov, a peasant-born polymath who had studied in Germany and returned burning with ideas. The university admitted students regardless of class, teaching physics, law, medicine, and philosophy. It was a direct challenge to the old order, where knowledge was hoarded by clergy and nobles. Lomonosov, whom Elizabeth called "my Peter in science," became her intellectual heir. He pioneered studies in atmospheric electricity, wrote Russia's first grammar textbook, and argued that the Russian language was as rich as Latin or Greek. Under her patronage, he flourished, not as a servant, but as a partner in enlightenment. Or consider the arts. Before Elizabeth, Russian painting was dominated by religious icons. She invited European artists to St. Petersburg, established academies, and commissioned portraits that celebrated individuality. The result was a new visual language, one that blended orthodox spirituality with Enlightenment humanism. Even her own portraits show this duality. In one, she wears imperial regalia. In another, she stands in a simple gown, holding a book, her expression thoughtful, almost scholarly. Her foreign policy was equally nuanced. She allied with Austria and France against Prussia, not out of hatred, but strategy. She understood that a balance of power in Europe protected Russia's interests. When British diplomats tried to lure her into anti-French coalitions, she politely refused. "Russia does not serve as Europe's policeman," she told her chancellor. "We serve Russia." Yet she never lost sight of her father's dream, access to warm water ports. She supported naval expansion in the Baltic and laid groundwork for future campaigns against the Ottomans, a vision Catherine the Great would later fulfill. Domestically, she walked a tightrope with the nobility. She granted them greater control over serfs, partly to secure their loyalty, but also issued decrees protecting peasants from extreme abuse. She banned the sale of serfs without land, prohibited splitting families at auction, and encouraged landlords to build schools on their estates. It was reform within limits, but limits were all Russia could bear at the time. Her relationship with the Orthodox Church was masterful. She restored its prestige after Anna's neglect, funding the construction of over 500 churches. Yet she refused to let it dictate policy. When bishops demanded censorship of godless European books, she compromised. Scientific texts were allowed, but philosophical works required review. Faith and reason, she believed, could coexist if guided by wisdom. Perhaps her most overlooked achievement was psychological healing. After decades of terror under Biron and instability under regents, Russia suffered collective trauma. Elizabeth offered stability through ritual, beauty, and predictability. Her court was orderly. Her decisions were consistent. Her presence was calming. She turned governance into an art form, where every decree, every ball, every public appearance reinforced national unity. And yet she remained deeply human. She loved music. She played the harpsichord. She wept openly at tragedies. She forgave enemies who showed remorse. When a young officer insulted her at a banquet, drunk on wine, she did not exile him. She assigned him to a remote post with a note, "Grow up. Return when you are ready." This blend of strength and empathy made her beloved in a way few autocrats ever are. Even her flaws were endearing. Her love of sweets led to obesity, yes, but also to the founding of Russia's first confectionery workshops. Her fear of aging made her avoid mirrors in later years, but also drove her to fund medical research into longevity. She was not perfect, but she was real. And in an age of masks, reality was revolutionary. Now, as we stand at the threshold of Catherine the Great's rise, we must recognize none of it would have been possible without Elizabeth. She cleared the debris of chaos. She rebuilt the foundations. She created the space in which a foreign-born woman could dare to dream of ruling Russia. She proved that a daughter could honor her father not by copying him, but by completing what he started. And when she died, she left behind not just an empire, but a promise that Russia could be great again. Not through fear, but through grace. She arrived in Russia with nothing but a small wooden trunk, a Lutheran prayer book, and a mind that devoured books like bread. Her name was Sophie Friederike Auguste von Anhalt-Zerbst, a minor German princess from a bankrupt duchy so obscure it barely registered on European maps. At 15 years old, she stood just under 5 feet tall, with ash-blonde hair, sharp green eyes, and a voice that carried the lilt of Prussian cadence. She spoke not a word of Russian. She had never seen snow deeper than her boots. She knew Moscow only as a name in history books, St. Petersburg as a rumor of canals and ice. Yet within a decade, this girl, dismissed by kings, overlooked by courts, destined for obscurity, would shed her old identity like a snakeskin and emerge as Catherine Alexeyevna, then Catherine the Great. Empress of all the Russias, sovereign over an empire stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Pacific Ocean, and architect of a new Russian enlightenment that would rival Paris, Berlin, and Vienna. But before the crown there was conversion. Before power there was performance. Before history remembered her as the Great, she was simply the German girl, watched, tested, and doubted at every turn. Her journey began not with destiny, but with desperation. In 1744, Empress Elizabeth Petrovna, childless and aging, faced a crisis. Who would inherit the throne? Her nephew, Karl Peter Ulrich of Holstein-Gottorp, had been brought to Russia and renamed Peter Fedorovich, but he was awkward, emotionally stunted, and obsessed with Prussian military drills. He needed a wife, preferably one who could produce a Romanov heir and integrate smoothly into Russian life. Dozens of candidates were considered. Most were rejected for being too Catholic, too Protestant, too connected to rival courts, or too dull. Then came Sophie. Her mother, Johanna Elizabeth of Holstein-Gottorp, was a scheming social climber with ties to Prussia's royal family. She saw marriage to Peter as her daughter's and her own ticket to power. She coached Sophie relentlessly during the long carriage ride from Zerbst to St. Petersburg. Flatter Elizabeth. Learn Russian fast. Convert sincerely. Marry the Grand Duke. Produce a son. Sophie listened, but she also thought for herself. From the moment she crossed the Russian border, Sophie began her transformation. She studied Orthodox liturgy with feverish intensity. She fasted until she collapsed to prove her devotion. She practiced Russian late into the night, her throat raw from guttural consonants, until she could recite prayers flawlessly. When asked why she embraced Orthodoxy so fully, she replied, "Because I wish to be not just a wife to Russia, but its daughter." The words melted Elizabeth's heart. In June 1744, in a solemn ceremony at the Winter Palace, Sophie was baptized into the Russian Orthodox Church as Catherine Alexeyevna, taking the name of Peter the Great's beloved wife, Catherine III, a deliberate echo of legitimacy and resilience. She knelt before icons, kissed the cross, and renounced Lutheranism not as betrayal, but as rebirth. Her marriage to Grand Duke Peter Fedorovich in August 1745 was a disaster from the start. Peter, now 16, was physically unimpressive, short, pockmarked, prone to nervous tics. He preferred the company of toy soldiers, his dogs, and his mistress, Elizabeth Vorontsova, to that of his wife. He openly mocked Catherine's efforts to learn Russian customs. He refused to consummate the marriage for years, claiming illness or fatigue. Courtiers whispered that he was impotent. Others suggested he simply found her unattractive. Catherine, humiliated but undeterred, turned inward. She read voraciously Montesquieu's Spirit of the Laws, Voltaire's essays, Tacitus's histories, filling notebooks with reflections on governance, justice, and human nature. She wrote in French, her native tongue, but translated key passages into Russian, determined to master the language of power. She cultivated friendships with intellectuals, diplomats, and young officers disillusioned with Peter's pettiness. Among them was Sergei Saltykov, a charming courtier with ties to anti-Prussian factions, and likely the biological father of her first child. In 1754, after 9 years of barren marriage, Catherine gave birth to a son, Paul Petrovich. The court erupted in speculation. Peter, suspicious but politically cornered, recognized the boy as his heir. Whether Paul was truly his mattered less than the fact that the succession was secured. For Catherine, the birth was both salvation and vulnerability. She now had a claim to the future, but also a target on her back. For nearly 20 years, Catherine played the dutiful wife while building a network of allies. She attended balls, hosted salons, and smiled through insults. She never complained publicly about Peter's affairs or his erratic behavior. But behind closed doors, she planned. She knew Peter's reign would be brief. He was too pro-Prussian in a time when Russia was at war with Frederick the Great, too unstable to command respect, too childish to govern an empire. And when Empress Elizabeth died in January 1762, leaving Peter III on the throne, Catherine's patience reached its limit. Peter's actions as emperor were catastrophic. Within weeks, he withdrew Russia from the 7 Years' War, just as victory over Prussia seemed assured, and returned all conquered territories to Frederick the Great, calling him my hero. To the military, this was treason. Generals who had bled for Russia watched in disbelief as their sacrifices were erased with a pen stroke. He then launched a campaign against the Orthodox Church, mocking its rituals, threatening to secularize monasteries, and proposing to replace icons with portraits of himself. He insulted the Senate, dismissed veteran commanders, and surrounded himself with German advisors who sneered at Russian traditions. Worst of all, he hinted at divorcing Catherine and marrying Vorontsova, installing her as empress while exiling Catherine to a convent. The guards, the clergy, and the nobility united in silent fury. And Catherine, sensing the tide, moved swiftly. On the morning of June 28, 1762, she rose before dawn at her estate in Peterhof. She dressed not in silk, but in the uniform of the Izmailovsky regiment, blue coat, red sash, polished boots. She pinned a small icon of Saint Catherine inside her lapel. Then, accompanied by her lover Grigory Orlov, a dashing artillery officer with 5 powerful brothers in the military, she rode to the barracks outside St. Petersburg. There, before hundreds of soldiers still rubbing sleep from their eyes, she made her appeal. Soldiers, your empress is in danger. The man who calls himself emperor scorns your sacrifices, betrays your faith, and plots to hand Russia to foreigners. Will you let him destroy your homeland? The response was thunderous. Long live Empress Catherine! From there, speed was everything. She proceeded to the Kazan Cathedral, where priests blessed her as defender of the Orthodox faith. She then marched to the Senate, where terrified officials swore allegiance. By noon, the entire capital had declared for her. Peter, vacationing at his estate in Oranienbaum, was abandoned by his own guards. He abdicated within days. 8 days later, he was dead. Officially, he died of hemorrhoidal colic. Unofficially, he was strangled by Alexei Orlov, Grigory's brother, in a drunken brawl gone wrong. Catherine expressed public grief, but took no action against the Orlovs. The message was clear. Peter's death served the state. At 33, Catherine the Great ascended the throne not as a usurper, but as a savior. Her manifesto declared, "We have taken upon ourselves the burden of government to preserve the state from ruin." And thus began a reign that would last 34 years, the longest of any female ruler in Russian history. But this episode is not about her triumph alone. It is about the alchemy of ambition, how a foreign girl, armed only with intellect and adaptability, turned exile into empire. She did not wait for permission. She rewrote the rules as she went. And in doing so, she proved that identity is not given, it is forged. To grasp the magnitude of Catherine's transformation, one must understand the psychological warfare she waged against her own origins. Every day in Russia was a performance. Every word, every gesture, every prayer was calibrated to erase Sophie of Zerbst and birth Catherine the Russian. She did not merely learn the language, she mastered its poetry, quoting Lomonosov in council meetings. She did not just adopt orthodoxy, she participated in midnight vigils, kissed relics, and funded church construction across the empire. She even changed the way she walked, adopting the measured, regal stride of Russian noblewomen, abandoning the quick, nervous steps of her youth. Her salon became the intellectual heart of St. Petersburg. She invited philosophers, scientists, and artists, not as curiosities, but as collaborators. She corresponded with Voltaire for 15 years, sending him gifts, seeking his advice, and using his praise to bolster her image in Europe. "You are the soul of Russia," he wrote. "Enlightenment shines where you rule." She bought Denis Diderot's library not to own it, but to let him keep it, paying him a salary to use his own books. When he visited St. Petersburg in 1773, she treated him as an equal, debating philosophy for hours while ignoring court protocol. Yet beneath the Enlightenment veneer, Catherine remained a pragmatist. She understood that ideas without power were poetry, and poetry does not feed armies or pacify rebellions. Her genius lay in synthesis, blending Western philosophy with Russian autocracy, using reform as a tool of control rather than liberation. In 1767, she convened the Legislative Commission, a grand assembly of over 500 delegates from every province and social class, except serfs, to draft a new legal code. She personally authored the Nakaz, Instruction, a 655-page manifesto infused with Enlightenment principles: equality before the law, presumption of innocence, abolition of torture, and capital punishment. Delegates wept reading it. Peasants sent petitions praising her wisdom. Foreign observers hailed it as the most progressive document in Europe. Yet when conservative nobles balked at emancipating serfs, Catherine quietly shelved the most radical proposals. Reform, she knew, must move at the speed of survival. For all her brilliance, Catherine faced a paradox. She ruled an empire built on serfdom while preaching liberty. Over 80% of Russians were bound to the land, owned like cattle by landlords who could exile, sell, or punish them at will. Catherine privately called serfdom a disgrace, yet she never abolished it. Why? Because the nobility, the very class that supported her coup, owed their wealth to it. To free the serfs would be to ignite civil war. So she compromised. She banned the sale of serfs without land, prohibited splitting families at auction, and encouraged education for peasant children. Small steps, but steps nonetheless. Her foreign policy was bolder. With Prussia neutralized and France distracted by internal decay, Catherine turned south and west. She waged 2 wars against the Ottoman Empire, capturing Crimea in 1783 and giving Russia its first warm water ports on the Black Sea. She declared herself protector of Orthodox Christians under Turkish rule, a move that blended piety with geopolitics. She also engineered the partitions of Poland, not once, but 3 times, with Prussia and Austria, erasing a sovereign state from the map to secure Russia's western frontier. Critics called it cynical imperialism. Catherine called it necessity. Poland was a chaos of nobles, she wrote. We brought order. By 1790, Russia controlled the northern Black Sea coast, and St. Petersburg buzzed with merchants from Constantinople, Alexandria, and Marseille. Yet her greatest triumph was cultural. She founded the Smolny Institute for Noble Maidens, the first state-funded school for women in Europe, where girls studied mathematics, history, and rhetoric alongside embroidery. She commissioned the Hermitage Museum, filling it with Rembrandts, Titians, and ancient marbles purchased from bankrupt European aristocrats. She transformed St. Petersburg into a city of canals, neoclassical palaces, and public theaters where operas in Russian rivaled those in Italian. Under her, Russia ceased to be Europe's backward cousin and became its rival. But shadows gathered. In 1773, a Cossack named Yemelyan Pugachev, claiming to be the miraculously resurrected Peter III, launched a rebellion that spread like wildfire across the Urals. Serfs, factory workers, and dispossessed tribes joined him, burning manors, slaughtering nobles, and demanding freedom. For 2 years, the Pugachev rebellion threatened to tear Russia apart. Catherine responded with brutal efficiency. After capturing Pugachev, she had him drawn and quartered in Moscow's Bolotnaya Square. The message was clear: enlightenment ends where rebellion begins. Still, the revolt shook her. She realized that ideas without bread are dangerous. In her later years, she grew more conservative, censoring radical texts, restricting university autonomy, and tightening noble control over serfs. The dream of a rational utopia faded, but the infrastructure remained. Schools stayed open, laws were codified, the empire expanded. Catherine ruled for 34 years, the longest reign of any woman in Russian history. She died in 1796, found slumped over her desk, pen still in hand, surrounded by maps, letters, and drafts of new reforms. She left behind an empire twice the size of Peter the Great's, a treasury full, and a legacy that defied categorization. Autocrat and philosopher, conqueror and educator, German-born outsider who became Russia's most Russian empress. And yet her final irony? Her son Paul, whom she barely acknowledged, despised her legacy so deeply that upon ascending the throne, he reversed nearly all her policies, only to be assassinated himself 5 years later. History, it seems, loves symmetry. But Catherine's true triumph was this: she proved that a woman with no birthright could not only seize power, but wield it with vision, intelligence, and enduring impact. She was not born great. She became great. And in doing so, she redefined what greatness meant. Not blood. Not birth. But will. She ruled an empire of snow and steppe, of onion domes and frozen rivers, yet her mind lived in the sunlit salons of Paris, the lecture halls of Berlin, the libraries of London. She corresponded with Voltaire as if he were a trusted uncle, quoted Montesquieu in council meetings, and filled her palaces with Enlightenment ideals, but never allowed those ideals to threaten the iron fist that held her realm together. Catherine the Great was not merely a monarch, she was a paradox made flesh, a German-born woman who became Russia's most Russian empress, a self-proclaimed philosopher queen who governed through autocracy, a patron of liberty who owned millions of serfs. And it was this very tension between vision and reality, between dream and dominion, that defined her reign. When Catherine ascended the throne in 1762, Russia stood at a crossroads. The 7 Years' War had drained its treasury. The nobility seethed with resentment after Peter III's betrayal. The Orthodox Church feared secularization. The peasantry groaned under centuries of bondage, and beyond the borders, Europe watched with skepticism. Could a foreign woman, elevated by coup, truly govern the largest empire on earth? Catherine answered not with speeches but with strategy. Her first act as sovereign was symbolic, yet seismic. She abolished the secret chancellery, the dreaded political police that had terrorized dissenters under previous reigns. Torture was banned. Religious tolerance expanded. Old believers, Muslims, Jews, and Catholics were granted limited rights to worship, build houses of prayer, and manage internal affairs. She invited Denis Diderot, editor of the Encyclopédie and the embodiment of Enlightenment thought, to St. Petersburg, not as a curiosity but as a collaborator. When he arrived in 1773, penniless and disillusioned after years of censorship in France, Catherine did something unprecedented. She bought his entire library for 15,000 livres, then told him he could keep it, live in it, and use it as he pleased. She even paid him an annual pension of 1,000 rubles to continue his work. "You are the only ruler who treats me as a man of thought, not a spectacle," Diderot wrote in gratitude. Catherine replied, "Ideas are the true nobility." But she was no naive idealist. She understood that enlightenment without power was poetry, and poetry does not feed armies, pacify rebellions, or secure borders. Her genius lay in synthesis. She wielded reason as a tool of statecraft, not as a replacement for authority. She would reform what could be reformed, preserve what must be preserved, and destroy what threatened stability. Nowhere was this balance more evident than in her nakaz, the instruction she authored in 1766 for the Legislative Commission, a grand assembly of over 500 delegates drawn from every province, estate, and ethnicity of the empire, except, notably, the serfs. The nakaz was revolutionary. Spanning 655 pages, it declared that law is the expression of the general will, that all citizens are equal before the law, that punishment should fit the crime, and that capital punishment should be abolished. It condemned torture, arbitrary arrest, and the sale of justice. It praised public education, freedom of press, within limits, and the separation of powers. Delegates wept as they read it. Peasant representatives sent petitions calling her Mother of the People. Foreign diplomats hailed it as the most progressive legal document since Magna Carta. Yet behind the scenes, Catherine knew the nakaz was more manifesto than blueprint. When conservative nobles balked at proposals to limit their control over serfs, she quietly withdrew the most radical clauses. When clergy demanded harsher penalties for heresy, she compromised. The Legislative Commission, after 2 years of debate, produced no new code. It was dissolved in 1768, its work shelved, its ideals deferred. Critics called her a hypocrite, but Catherine saw herself as a realist. "I am not writing for today," she once said, "but for the century after next." She planted seeds she knew she would not live to harvest. Her approach to serfdom epitomized this duality. Privately, she called it a disgrace to humanity. In letters to Voltaire, she lamented that Russia is a monster covered in chains, yet publicly she never moved to abolish it. Why? Because the nobility, the very class that had supported her coup, owed their wealth, status, and identity to serf ownership. To free the serfs would be to ignite civil war, collapse the economy, and destabilize the empire. So she compromised. In 1767, she issued a decree banning the sale of serfs without land, a small but significant protection against destitution. In 1775, after the Pugachev Rebellion, she prohibited the splitting of serf families at auction. She encouraged landlords to establish schools on their estates, and even funded model villages where serfs received medical care and basic education. These were not emancipations, but they were steps, measured, cautious, politically survivable. Her foreign policy, by contrast, was bold to the point of audacity. With Prussia neutralized after the 7 Years' War and France distracted by internal decay, Catherine turned her gaze south and west. She saw opportunity where others saw chaos. In the south, the Ottoman Empire, once the terror of Europe, was weakening. Its grip on the Black Sea coast was slipping. Catherine declared herself protector of Orthodox Christians under Turkish rule, framing expansion as both geopolitical necessity and holy duty. In 1768, she provoked war with the Porte, using a border skirmish as pretext. What followed was a decade of triumph. Russian armies, led by generals like Pyotr Rumyantsev and Alexander Suvorov, swept across Moldavia and Wallachia. The navy, rebuilt under her patronage, defeated the Ottoman fleet at Chesma in 1770. By 1774, the Treaty of Küçük-Kaynarca granted Russia vast territories north of the Black Sea, free passage through the straits, and, most symbolically, the right to build a church in Constantinople and act as protector of Orthodox subjects in the Ottoman Empire. But her greatest prize came in 1783, the annexation of the Crimean Khanate. For centuries, Crimea had been a vassal of the Ottomans, a launching pad for Tatar raids into Russian heartlands. Catherine, working through her favorite Grigory Potemkin, orchestrated a bloodless takeover. Potemkin staged uprisings, bribed local leaders, and presented annexation as the will of the Crimean people. When the Ottomans protested, Russia's military might silence them. Overnight, Russia gained warm water ports at Sevastopol and Yevpatoria, fulfilling Peter the Great's dream. St. Petersburg celebrated with fireworks. Merchants from Marseille and Alexandria began docking in Crimean harbors. The empire now stretched from the Arctic to the subtropics. To the west, Catherine played a longer, colder game. Poland-Lithuania, once a mighty commonwealth, had devolved into anarchy. Its elected king held no real power. Its nobles vetoed every reform. Its borders were porous, its army non-existent. Catherine saw not a neighbor, but a vacuum. In 1772, she joined Prussia and Austria in the First Partition of Poland, seizing 92,000 square miles of territory, including much of modern-day Belarus and Latvia. She justified it as restoring order. In 1793, after a failed Polish uprising, she took more: Lithuania, western Ukraine. And in 1795, following the heroic but doomed Kosciuszko uprising, she erased Poland from the map entirely. Europe gasped. Even Frederick the Great, her co-conspirator, admitted, "We have all committed robbery, but Catherine has done it with the grace of a queen." She did not deny it. "Poland was a chaos of liberties," she wrote. "We gave it peace." Domestically, her cultural revolution transformed Russia forever. She founded the Smolny Institute for Noble Maidens in 1764, the first state-funded school for women in Europe. Girls studied mathematics, history, geography, and rhetoric alongside music and embroidery. Graduates became teachers, writers, even governors' wives who championed reform in the provinces. Catherine believed educated women raised enlightened sons, and thus shaped the future of the state. She commissioned the Hermitage Museum, not as a private collection, but as a public treasure. She purchased entire collections from bankrupt European aristocrats, Rembrandts, Rubens, Titians, filling galleries that rivaled the Louvre. She opened its doors to scholars, artists, and even curious merchants. "Art belongs to the people," she declared, "not just to princes." She transformed St. Petersburg into a neoclassical wonderland. Architects like Giacomo Quarenghi and Vincenzo Brenna designed palaces, theaters, and government buildings inspired by Rome and Athens. Canals were lined with marble embankments. Public squares hosted operas in Russian, proving the language could carry grandeur as well as prayer. Under her, Russia ceased to be Europe's backward cousin and became its rival. Yet, for all her brilliance, Catherine faced a crisis that exposed the limits of enlightened autocracy. In 1773, a Cossack named Yemelyan Pugachev, claiming to be the miraculously resurrected Peter III, launched a rebellion that spread like wildfire across the Urals and Volga regions. Serfs, factory workers, Bashkir tribesmen, and old believers joined him, burning manors, slaughtering nobles, and demanding freedom, land, and the restoration of true orthodoxy. At its peak, Pugachev controlled territory larger than France. He issued decrees abolishing serfdom, taxation, and conscription. He styled himself Emperor Peter III and signed documents with imperial seals forged in rebel camps. For 2 years, the Pugachev rebellion threatened to tear Russia apart. Catherine responded with brutal efficiency. She diverted troops from the Ottoman front. She offered amnesty to rebels who surrendered, but death to leaders. She personally oversaw logistics, ensuring supplies reached loyal regiments. When Pugachev was finally captured in 1775, she ordered a public execution in Moscow's Bolotnaya Square. He was drawn and quartered, a medieval punishment she had once condemned. The message was clear: enlightenment ends where rebellion begins. The revolt shook her. She realized that ideas without bread are dangerous. In her later years, she grew more conservative. She tightened censorship, especially on works promoting democracy or attacking monarchy. She restricted university autonomy. She granted nobles even greater control over serfs, believing that a strong aristocracy was the bulwark against chaos. The dream of a rational utopia faded, but the infrastructure remained. Schools stayed open. Laws were codified. The empire expanded. Catherine ruled for 34 years, the longest reign of any woman in Russian history. She died in 1796, found slumped over her desk, pen still in hand, surrounded by maps of newly acquired territories, drafts of educational reforms, and letters from European thinkers. She left behind an empire twice the size of Peter the Great's, a treasury full, and a legacy that defied categorization: autocrat and philosopher, conqueror and educator, German-born outsider who became Russia's most Russian empress. And yet her final irony. Her son Paul, whom she barely acknowledged and likely believed was illegitimate, despised her legacy so deeply that upon ascending the throne, he reversed nearly all her policies, only to be assassinated himself 5 years later. History, it seems, loves symmetry. But Catherine's true triumph was this: she proved that a woman with no birthright could not only seize power, but wield it with vision, intelligence, and enduring impact. She was not born great. She became great. And in doing so, she redefined what greatness meant. Not blood. Not birth. But will, tempered by wisdom, guided by reason, and unafraid to compromise when survival demanded it. To understand Catherine as an enlightened autocrat, one must examine her daily life, the rhythm of power that blended intellect and authority. Her day began at 6 a.m. She rose alone, dressed simply, and spent the first hour reading dispatches from governors, ambassadors, and spies. She annotated them in the margins, sometimes with praise, often with sharp criticism. "This report lacks facts," she once scribbled. "Send data, not flattery." By 8 a.m., she met with her closest advisors, Nikita Panin, the cautious conservative who shaped early foreign policy, Grigory Potemkin, her lover and partner in southern expansion, and later, Alexander Bezborodko, the bureaucratic genius who managed domestic affairs. These were not yes men. Catherine valued dissent. "If you agree with me always," she told Panin, "you are useless." At noon, she held court, receiving petitions, granting audiences, reviewing architectural plans. She spoke 6 languages fluently and switched between them mid-sentence, depending on her guest. A French ambassador heard Voltairean wit. A Ukrainian peasant heard compassionate reassurance in broken Russian. Afternoons were for culture. She visited the Hermitage, attended rehearsals at the Imperial Theatre, or walked the gardens of Tsarskoye Selo with scholars. She wrote plays, comedies mocking bureaucracy and hypocrisy. One, "Oh, These Times," was performed at court, with nobles playing caricatures of themselves, laughing nervously at truths they dared not speak. Evenings were reserved for correspondence. Her letters to Voltaire spanned 15 years and over 200 exchanges. She sent him gifts, sables, amber, even a diamond ring. He called her Semiramis of the North. She called him my dear philosopher. Their relationship was part mentorship, part propaganda, but also genuine intellectual kinship. Yet beneath this cultivated image lay deep loneliness. She took lovers, Saltykov, Orlov, Vasilchikov, Potemkin, but none replaced the emotional void left by her estrangement from Paul. She rarely saw him as a child, fearing his resemblance to Peter III would undermine her legitimacy. She educated him in isolation, then sent him to live at Gatchina Palace, far from court. He grew up resentful, rigid, obsessed with military drill, a mirror of everything she despised in Peter III. She knew he would undo her work. She even considered bypassing him, naming her grandson Alexander as heir. But tradition and fear of another coup held her back. Her health declined in her final years. Obesity, likely from stress and rich food, strained her heart. She suffered from gout, insomnia, and melancholy. Yet she never stopped working. On the day she died, she was drafting a proposal to expand Moscow University and create a network of provincial schools. Her death was sudden. On November 16, 1796, she collapsed while walking to her study. Doctors bled her, a common but fatal practice. She died the next day at age 67. Paul rushed to the palace, seized her papers, and immediately began reversing her policies, recalling troops from the Caucasus, restoring ties with Prussia, banning French fashion, and dissolving her educational initiatives. But he could not erase her legacy. The Hermitage remained. The schools endured. The empire she built stood firm. And in time, historians would recognize her not as a hypocrite, but as a master of pragmatic idealism, a ruler who understood that change must be rooted in reality, not just reason. Today, her statue stands in front of the Mariinsky Palace in St. Petersburg, not on a horse like Peter, but seated, holding a scroll, her gaze calm, her posture resolute. Tourists take photos. Students sit at her feet to read. She is not worshipped, but she is remembered as the woman who dared to believe that Russia could be both powerful and enlightened. And in an age of extremes, that belief remains revolutionary. Power is a mirror. It reveals not what you claim to be, but what you truly are. And when Paul I inherited the Russian throne in November 1796, the reflection was one of paranoia, rigidity, and wounded pride so deep it bordered on obsession. Born in 1754 to Catherine the Great, and most likely her lover Sergei Saltykov, Paul had spent his entire life in the shadow of a mother who treated him as both heir and afterthought. She kept him isolated from court life, denied him meaningful responsibilities, and even circulated private rumors about his paternity, though she never formally disinherited him. The result was a man consumed by insecurity, obsessed with order, and determined to erase every trace of his mother's reign, as if scrubbing her legacy from the empire would finally prove he was Peter the Great's true heir. From the moment he ascended, Paul unleashed a torrent of reversals, so sweeping they bordered on self-sabotage. He restored the succession law Peter the Great had established, primogeniture through the male line, to prevent another female ruler like Catherine. He banned round hats, French fashion, and anything smacking of revolutionary ideals, decreeing that all nobles must wear stiff-collared Prussian-style uniforms that chafed their necks, a petty revenge against Catherine's cosmopolitan court. He reinstated corporal punishment in the army, demanding drills so precise that soldiers collapsed from exhaustion. Officers who questioned orders were flogged in public, sometimes to death. Fear returned to the barracks, not as discipline, but as terror. Yet Paul was not merely cruel. He was erratic, oscillating between bursts of reformist energy and fits of vindictive tyranny. One day he'd sign a treaty with Britain. The next he'd denounce King George III as a tyrant no better than Robespierre. He dreamed of leading a crusade to Malta, declaring himself Grand Master of the Knights Hospitaller after Napoleon seized the island in 1798. He ordered the Russian fleet to sail from the Baltic to the Mediterranean, a logistical nightmare that cost hundreds of lives, only to abandon the mission weeks later when his mood shifted. His court lived in constant dread, never knowing whether a compliment would earn a promotion or a prison sentence in Siberia. His deepest wound was psychological, the belief that he had been robbed of his rightful childhood. While Catherine hosted Voltaire's disciples and built palaces of reason, Paul was raised in near isolation at Gatchina Palace, surrounded by toy soldiers and strict tutors who drilled him in military protocol, but offered no affection. He developed an almost pathological fixation on discipline, cleanliness, and punctuality. As emperor, he would wake aides at 3 a.m. to inspect their boots for dust. He fined nobles for arriving late to court, even by seconds. He once had a general demoted because his wig was slightly askew. This obsession with control extended to architecture. Convinced that assassins lurked in every alley, haunted by the memory of Peter III's murder, Paul commissioned the Mikhailovsky Castle in St. Petersburg, a fortress-like palace unlike any other in Europe. Completed in 1801, it stood at the intersection of 4 canals, surrounded by moats, drawbridges, and watchtowers manned by elite guards. Its walls were thick enough to withstand cannon fire. Secret passages connected rooms, windows were barred, and Paul's bedroom, on the 3rd floor, was accessible only by a single spiral staircase, which he sealed each night with a heavy iron door he pulled up behind him like a medieval portcullis. He even slept in a bed suspended from the ceiling by ropes, reachable only by a ladder he retracted before sleeping. "No one will take me as they took my father," he reportedly said. But his greatest blunder was foreign policy. Initially allied with Britain and Austria against revolutionary France, Paul grew disillusioned when they failed to consult him on strategy or share spoils. He admired Napoleon's strength but despised his republicanism. Then, in 1800, he abruptly switched sides, proposing a bizarre alliance with the very man he had once called the Corsican ogre. His plan? A joint Franco-Russian invasion of British India, an absurd scheme that ignored geography, logistics, and basic military reality. He ordered the Russian army to prepare for a march across Persia and Afghanistan. He commanded the Baltic fleet to sail to the Indian Ocean. When his generals hesitated, citing lack of supplies and maps, Paul flew into a rage. "You are cowards," he shouted in council. "I will lead the troops myself." The nobility, already strained by his domestic tyranny, now feared he would drag Russia into financial ruin and global humiliation. Merchants saw trade collapse under his erratic embargoes. Soldiers mutinied over impossible drills. Even the Orthodox Church grew uneasy as Paul began styling himself as a messianic figure, the divinely appointed restorer of monarchical order against the godless tide of revolution. Secret plots formed in candlelit chambers. A group of high-ranking officers, led by Count Peter von der Pawlin, the military governor of St. Petersburg and former tutor to Paul's sons, decided the emperor must go. They did not seek revolution, only restoration, a return to stability under Paul's eldest son, Alexander, a young man educated by Swiss liberal tutors, fluent in enlightenment ideals, and admired for his calm demeanor and striking good looks. Crucially, Alexander knew of the plot. Though only 23, he had already witnessed his grandfather Peter III's fate and his mother Catherine's cold pragmatism. He understood that in Russia, power changed hands not through elections, but through blood or conspiracy. When Pawlin approached him, Alexander wept, but did not say no. "Do what you must," he whispered, "but spare my father's life if possible." On the night of March 23, 1801, the conspirators struck. They entered Mikhailovsky Castle through a secret passage known only to palace staff, many of whom had been bribed or coerced into silence. They bypassed outer guards who, exhausted by Paul's nightly alarms, offered little resistance. By midnight, they reached the emperor's private quarters. Paul, awakened by pounding on his door, grabbed a sword and barricaded himself in his dressing room. Accounts differ on what happened next. Some say he begged for mercy, offering to abdicate. Others claim he fought like a lion, slashing at attackers with his blade. But outnumbered and disoriented, he was quickly overpowered. Within minutes, he was dead, strangled with a scarf, his skull possibly crushed by a marble snuff box thrown in the struggle. At dawn, Alexander was awakened and told he was now emperor. He collapsed to his knees and wept, not out of grief for his father, but out of guilt for his complicity. For the rest of his life, he would wrestle with this original sin, oscillating between reform and repression, idealism and cynicism, as if trying to atone for a crime he never directly committed, but could never escape. Paul's reign lasted just over 4 years, but its impact was profound. He proved that unchecked autocracy, devoid of wisdom or empathy, leads only to chaos. Yet, he also exposed a deeper truth. The Romanov system had no mechanism for peaceful transition. Power changed hands through coup, conspiracy, or death. Stability was an illusion. And so, as Alexander stepped into the light, Russia stood at a crossroads. Would it embrace the Enlightenment again, or retreat into militarized orthodoxy? The answer would shape not just Russia, but Europe itself. for Napoleon was rising and the world was about to burn. To understand Paul's tragedy, one must look beyond his tyranny to the child beneath the crown. He was not born mad, he was made fragile by neglect. Catherine the Great, though brilliant, was a distant mother. She saw Paul not as a son, but as a political liability, a living reminder of her own illegitimate rise and the shadow of Peter III. She rarely held him as an infant. She did not attend his birthday celebrations. She allowed him to be raised by governesses and military tutors who emphasized obedience over affection. At age 7, he was given his own miniature army, 100 boys dressed as soldiers, drilling daily in the gardens of Gachina. It was meant as amusement, but for Paul it became his only source of structure, loyalty, and identity. He memorized every regulation. He punished disobedience with solitary confinement. He believed that if only men followed rules perfectly, chaos would vanish. This worldview hardened during Catherine's reign. He watched as she flirted with philosophers, took lovers, and ruled with flexibility he saw as weakness. To Paul, her enlightenment was decadence. Her tolerance was disorder. Her pragmatism was betrayal of divine monarchy. When he became emperor, he sought to restore what he believed was lost, absolute order under God and Tsar. His early reforms showed flashes of genuine concern. He limited the power of landowners over serfs, banning the sale of peasants without land and prohibiting exile to Siberia without trial. He reduced the term of military service from lifelong conscription to 25 years, a small mercy, but significant. He founded schools for soldiers' children and funded hospitals in provincial towns. These acts reveal a man who cared about justice, but only within a rigid framework. He wanted to protect the weak, but only if they remained obedient. He sought fairness, but only through top-down command, not dialogue. His downfall was his inability to distinguish between principle and paranoia. Take his relationship with the military. He admired the Prussian army not for its victories, but for its mechanical precision. He forced Russian regiments to adopt Prussian drills, marching in tight formation, turning on exact angles, wearing uniforms so stiff they restricted movement. Soldiers suffered heat stroke in summer, frostbite in winter. Desertion rates soared. When officers complained, Paul accused them of disloyalty. He had General Ivan Gudovich, a hero of the Turkish wars, publicly flogged for suggesting lighter uniforms. The message was clear: dissent equals treason. Similarly, his foreign policy swung wildly because he conflated personal slights with national interest. When Britain refused to return Malta to the Knights Hospitaller, as he demanded, he saw it not as diplomacy, but as insult. When Austria negotiated peace with France without consulting him, he viewed it as betrayal, not realpolitik. His mind operated on a moral binary. You were either with him or against him. There was no middle ground. This black-and-white thinking made him vulnerable to manipulation. Conspirators like Palin played on his fears. They fed him false reports of plots. They exaggerated minor slights into existential threats. And when Paul lashed out, they used his tyranny to justify their own treason. The irony is bitter. The man who built a fortress to avoid assassination created the very conditions that made it inevitable. After his death, Alexander I tried to bury the past. He ordered Paul's body interred beside Catherine's in the Peter and Paul Cathedral, symbolically reuniting mother and son in death, though they had been estranged in life. He pardoned many of Paul's political prisoners. He relaxed censorship. He spoke of constitutional reform. But the ghost of Paul haunted him. Every time Alexander hesitated to grant freedoms, every time he suppressed dissent after 1815, it was Paul's voice whispering, "Too much liberty leads to chaos. Order must come first." Historians often dismiss Paul as a madman, but madness is rarely so consistent. What he suffered from was not insanity, but trauma, the deep psychological scar of a boy who never felt safe, never felt loved, and grew up believing that only absolute control could prevent betrayal. In that sense, Mikhailovsky Castle was not just a palace. It was a metaphor, a monument to the human cost of power without trust. Today, the castle stands restored in central St. Petersburg, housing the Russian Museum's collection of 18th-century art. Tourists walk its halls unaware that beneath the gilded ceilings and marble floors, an emperor once trembled in the dark, pulling a ladder up behind him, convinced the world wanted him dead. And perhaps it did. Not because he was evil, but because he could not see that true strength lies not in walls, but in openness. Not in fear, but in faith. Paul, I built a fortress around his bed, but he forgot to build one around his heart. And in the end, that was his undoing. He was called the Sphinx of the North, a young emperor whose mind danced between visions of peace and specters of war, whose heart yearned for justice, yet whose hands were stained with his father's blood. Alexander I ascended the Russian throne in March 1801, not by choice, but by conspiracy, and the weight of that betrayal would haunt him until his dying breath. At 23, he was handsome, eloquent, and steeped in the liberal ideals of his Swiss tutor, Frédéric César de la Harpe, who had taught him that monarchy must serve the people, not enslave them. He spoke French better than Russian, quoted Rousseau in salons, and dreamed of a constitutional Russia where laws, not whims, governed the realm. Yet within months of taking power, Alexander discovered a terrible truth. Ideals crumble when confronted with the raw machinery of empire. His early reign shimmered with promise. He relaxed censorship, restored some of Catherine the Great's Enlightenment reforms, and created a secret, private committee of young, like-minded friends, Nikolai Novosiltsev, Viktor Kochubey, Pavel Stroganov, and Adam Czartoryski, to draft a constitution. They met in candlelit rooms, sketching plans for elected assemblies, civil liberties, and legal equality. Russia seemed poised for transformation. Intellectuals whispered that a new age had dawned. Even peasants, hearing rumors of reform, began to hope. But then came Napoleon. At first, Alexander admired the French emperor, a fellow reformer who had risen from obscurity to reshape a continent. Both were young, charismatic, and convinced they could bend history to their will. In 1807, after bloody battles at Austerlitz and Friedland left Europe exhausted, the two emperors met on a raft in the middle of the Niemen River, near Tilsit. They embraced like brothers. They signed a treaty dividing Europe between them. Alexander recognized Napoleon's conquests. Napoleon promised support against the Ottoman Empire and access to the Black Sea. For a moment, peace reigned, and Alexander believed he had secured Russia's future through diplomacy, not war. But trust evaporated like mist in sunlight. Napoleon annexed territories Alexander considered within Russia's sphere of influence. He married Marie-Louise of Austria in 1810 instead of Alexander's sister, Catherine Pavlovna, breaking a tacit understanding. He continued trading with Britain despite the continental system, which was meant to cripple British commerce. And worst of all, he refused to abandon Poland, a land Alexander saw as Russia's rightful buffer and sacred duty to protect. By 1810, relations soured. Russia quietly resumed trade with Britain. Napoleon, furious, began massing troops along the western border. Diplomats exchanged icy letters. The stage was set for catastrophe. In June 1812, 600,000 soldiers of the Grande Armée, French, German, Italian, Polish, crossed the Niemen into Russia. It was the largest invasion force the world had ever seen. Napoleon expected a quick victory, a decisive battle near the frontier, and Alexander's surrender. He got none of these. Alexander, now hardened by betrayal, refused to negotiate. "Let us retreat," he told his generals, "and let the enemy drown in our space." What followed was not a war, but a national sacrifice. As the French advanced, Russians burned crops, poisoned wells, and evacuated cities. Moscow was abandoned, not out of fear, but strategy, and set ablaze by its own citizens on September 14, 1812. Napoleon entered a ghost town of smoldering ruins, empty streets, and silence so profound it unnerved even his veterans. For 5 weeks he waited for Alexander to sue for peace. The reply never came. Starving, freezing, and surrounded by hostile partisans, Napoleon ordered a retreat in October. It became a death march. Of 600,000 men who crossed the Niemen, fewer than 100,000 returned. Horses died in droves. Cannons were abandoned in snowdrifts. Soldiers ate bark, leather, and in desperation each other. Russia had won, not by defeating the Grande Armée in battle, but by refusing to play by its rules. Alexander emerged as the savior of Europe. In 1814, he led Allied forces into Paris, riding at the head of Cossack cavalry down the Champs-Élysées. Crowds cheered, monarchs bowed. He helped redraw the map of Europe at the Congress of Vienna, championing a holy alliance of Christian monarchs, Russia, Austria, and Prussia, to preserve peace through moral unity rather than balance of power. Yet at home his liberalism faded. The war had shown him the power of autocracy. Peasants had fought loyally, not for constitutions, but for God and Tsar. The nobility demanded reward, not reform. And the specter of revolution, fanned by Napoleon's fall, terrified him. He shelved the constitution. He strengthened censorship. He exiled reformers like Novosiltsev. The Decembrists, young officers inspired by Enlightenment ideals, began plotting revolution, convinced Alexander had betrayed his early promises. He sensed their unrest. But instead of confronting it, he retreated inward. Haunted by guilt over his father's murder and disillusioned by the hollowness of victory, Alexander turned to mysticism. He sought spiritual answers in Orthodox monasteries, corresponded with prophets, and surrounded himself with holy fools who claimed to speak for God. He grew reclusive, traveling endlessly across Russia, visiting remote convents, fasting for days, and speaking in riddles. His court barely saw him. His wife, Empress Elizabeth Alexeyevna, lived in separate palaces, their marriage long cold. By 1825, he was a ghost of his former self, pale, gaunt, and obsessed with mortality. While in Taganrog, on the Sea of Azov, he fell ill with what was diagnosed as typhus. He lingered for weeks, refusing doctors, praying constantly. On November 19, 1825, he died at age 47. Or did he? A persistent legend claims Alexander faked his death to live as a hermit named Fyodor Kuzmich in Siberia, a bearded wanderer who spoke perfect French, quoted scripture with depth, and refused to reveal his past. When Tsar Alexander II visited him decades later, the old man wept but said nothing. Historians dismiss the tale as myth. Yet DNA tests in the 2000s revealed striking similarities between Fyodor's descendants and the Romanov line. Whether truth or fantasy, the legend endures because it captures Alexander's essence, a man torn between duty and desire, power and penance, who may have chosen exile over empire. His body was buried in the Peter and Paul Cathedral, and Russia entered a new era of repression under his brother Nicholas I. Alexander's tragedy was that he saw the future but lacked the courage to build it. He wanted freedom, yet feared chaos. He loved peace, yet gloried in war. He remains history's great what if, the emperor who could have modernized Russia, but chose instead to preserve it frozen in time. And in doing so, he planted the seeds of the very revolution he dreaded. To understand Alexander I, one must see him not as a failed reformer, but as a man trapped between two worlds. On one side stood La Harpe's Russia, a land of reason, law, and gradual progress, where serfs might one day become citizens, where nobles served the state rather than owned it, where Russia joined Europe as an equal partner in civilization. On the other stood the Russia of 1812, a nation forged in fire, where unity came not through debate, but through shared suffering, where the peasant's cross and the soldier's bayonet were the true symbols of identity. Alexander tried to bridge these worlds, but bridges collapse when foundations shift. His private committee, formed in 1801, drafted ambitious plans, a state Duma assembly, codified civil rights, judicial independence. But when conservative nobles balked, Alexander backed down. He feared alienating the very class that upheld his throne. Reform must come from above, he told La Harpe, or it will come from below, with axes. The Napoleonic Wars sealed his retreat from liberalism. After 1812, every petition for change reminded him of French Jacobins. Every call for a constitution echoed the terror. He saw revolution not as liberation, but as contagion. And so he chose order over justice. Yet he never fully abandoned his ideals. In 1815, he granted a constitution to Congress Poland, a semi-autonomous kingdom under Russian rule, as a model for what Russia might become. Poles received a parliament, freedom of press, and civil rights. It was a test. If it succeeded, perhaps Russia would follow. But Polish nationalism soon clashed with Russian oversight. Uprisings erupted. By the 1820s, Alexander revoked most freedoms. The experiment failed, not because the idea was flawed, but because empire and liberty are uneasy bedfellows. His foreign policy reflected the same duality. At the Congress of Vienna, he pushed for a Europe governed by Christian ethics, not cynical alliances. He opposed harsh penalties on France, arguing for reconciliation. He supported Greek independence from the Ottomans, until realpolitik demanded otherwise. He wanted to be both moral leader and great power. But history rarely allows such dual roles. Domestically, his indecision bred resentment. The Decembrists, young officers who had marched to Paris in 1814 and seen constitutional monarchies firsthand, returned home disillusioned. They formed secret societies demanding a Russian constitution, abolition of serfdom, and civil liberties. They admired Alexander's early promises. His retreat felt like betrayal. By 1825, they were ready to act. Ironically, it was Alexander's sudden death that triggered their uprising. Confusion over succession. His brother Constantine had renounced the throne, leaving Nicholas as heir, created a brief power vacuum. The Decembrists seized the moment, marching into Senate Square in St. Petersburg on December 14, 1825, demanding Constantine and Constitution. They were crushed by Nicholas's artillery, but the revolt exposed the rot beneath the surface. Even the empire's defenders now dreamed of change. Alexander, had he lived, might have faced civil war. Instead, he vanished, into death or into legend. The story of Fyodor Kuzmich is more than folklore. It speaks to a deep Russian belief that true wisdom lies not in palaces, but in humility, not in power, but in renunciation. According to accounts, Fyodor appeared in Tomsk around 1836, an elderly man with refined manners, fluent in French and Latin, who lived in a hut, wore rags, and spent hours in prayer. He refused money. He healed the sick with herbs. When asked about his past, he said only, "I was once great. Now I am nothing." Tsar Alexander II, intrigued, sent investigators. They found Fyodor's handwriting matched Alexander I's. His knowledge of court rituals was uncanny, yet he never confirmed his identity. When he died in 1864, he was buried in a common grave, but locals began calling him Saint Fyodor. Miracles were reported at his tomb. Whether Alexander truly became Fyodor matters less than why Russians wanted it to be true. Because in a land ruled by autocrats, the idea that an emperor might choose poverty over power is revolutionary. It suggests that greatness is not measured in crowns, but in conscience. Alexander III's reign was a pendulum, swinging between light and shadow, reform and reaction, hope and fear. He began as Europe's liberal hope and ended as its mystical enigma. He saved Russia from Napoleon, but he could not save it from itself. And in that failure lies his enduring mystery. The Sphinx, who knew the answer but refused to speak. When Nicholas II took the throne in December 1825, he did not inherit an empire, he inherited a siege. The Decembrist uprising, though swiftly crushed by cannon fire on Senate Square, had exposed a terrifying truth. The very officers trained to defend the crown now dreamed of overthrowing it. These were not peasants with pitchforks or monks chanting heresies. They were noblemen with university degrees, veterans of Napoleon's wars, fluent in French and German, who had walked the boulevards of Paris and seen constitutions in action. They demanded civil liberties, the abolition of serfdom, and a Russia governed by law, not autocracy. To Nicholas, such ideas were not reform, they were treason. And treason, in his view, required not debate, but annihilation. From the moment he ascended, after the chaotic interregnum following Alexander III's death, Nicholas declared his mission: orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality. These three pillars would define Russian conservatism for a century. He would root out liberalism like a weed, crush dissent before it sprouted, and forge Russia into a garrison state where order reigned supreme and obedience was sacred. His reign became a monument to control. He created the third section of His Imperial Majesty's own chancellery, Russia's first modern secret police, in 1826, placing it under the command of General Alexander von Benkendorf. Its mandate was simple: monitor every citizen of consequence. Professors, writers, students, priests, even high-ranking nobles, all were watched. Mail was opened. Conversations were reported. Suspects vanished into the Peter and Paul fortress without trial. Exile to Siberia became routine, not exceptional. Censorship tightened until even Pushkin's poetry required imperial approval. The great poet, once admired by Alexander Thurster, was placed under personal surveillance. His letters were read, his movements tracked. When he wrote Ode to Liberty, Nicholas summoned him and said, "You are a genius, but your pen is dangerous. Write about love, not revolution." Education was purged of dangerous Western philosophies. Universities were placed under military discipline. Students memorized loyalty oaths instead of critical thinking. History textbooks portrayed Russia as a divinely ordained empire, threatened only by foreign ideas and internal traitors. Russia, under Nicholas, became a nation of whispers. Yet his obsession with control blinded him to reality. In 1853, convinced of Russia's military superiority and driven by messianic visions of Orthodox supremacy, he provoked war with the Ottoman Empire over the protection of Christian holy sites in Palestine, a dispute so minor it shocked European diplomats. He expected a quick victory, a show of force that would reaffirm Russia's dominance in the Balkans and the Black Sea. Instead, he ignited the Crimean War. Britain and France, fearing Russian expansion toward India and the Mediterranean, sided with the Ottomans. What followed was not a war of empires, but a slaughter of illusions. Russian troops, equipped with muskets against British rifled Minié guns, froze in trenches without supplies. The Navy, outdated and underfunded, was blockaded in Sevastopol harbor. Medical care was non-existent. Wounded soldiers died of gangrene in open fields. Corruption ran rampant. Generals sold rations meant for troops. The siege of Sevastopol lasted 11 months, ending in 1855 with the city in ruins and Russia humiliated. Of 800,000 Russian soldiers mobilized, over 450,000 died, most from disease, starvation, or exposure, not combat. The myth of Russian invincibility shattered. For the first time, Russians saw their empire not as a fortress, but as a house of cards. Nicholas, already ill with pneumonia, took the defeat personally. "I cannot survive this shame," he reportedly told his confessor. On February 18, 1855, he died at age 58. Some say of illness, others of a broken spirit. His last words, "All is lost." But his legacy endured. He proved that repression can delay revolution, but not prevent it. The seeds of dissent planted under Alexander Thurn sprouted under his watch, watered by censorship and nourished by injustice. The Decembrists were gone, but their ideas lived on in new generations, students, writers, exiled nobles, who now saw reform not as idealism, but as necessity. And though he ruled with iron, he left behind a nation yearning for air. To understand Nicholas I, one must see him not as a monster, but as a man forged in fear. He was the third son of Paul I, never meant to rule. His childhood was shaped by the trauma of 1801, his father murdered, his family shattered. His world turned upside down. He idolized military discipline, not for its violence, but for its clarity. In a universe of chaos, the army offered rules, ranks, and certainty. As a young man, he commanded the Guards Corps in St. Petersburg. He inspected uniforms thread by thread. He drilled soldiers until they moved as one machine. He believed that if every man knew his place and obeyed without question, society would function like a well-oiled rifle. This worldview defined his reign. When the Decembrists rose on December 14, 1825, Nicholas was still technically not emperor. Constantine had renounced the throne, but the succession wasn't public. The rebels exploited the confusion, marching into Senate Square with banners reading Constitution. Many soldiers thought Constitution was Constantine's wife. Nicholas responded with overwhelming force. He ordered artillery to fire grape shot into the crowd. Over 1,200 rebels and bystanders died. 5 leaders were hanged, dozens exiled to Siberia. The event scarred him and Russia. From that day, he saw liberalism as existential threat. He banned student gatherings. He required professors to swear oaths of loyalty. He even monitored church sermons for hints of dissent. His foreign policy reflected the same rigidity. He intervened in Hungary in 1849 to crush a nationalist uprising, earning the nickname Gendarme of Europe. He believed monarchies must stand together against revolution, no matter the cost. When revolutions swept Europe in 1848, he offered troops to any king under threat. "Send me your rebels," he joked grimly, "and I will educate them in Siberia." Yet beneath the iron exterior lay a man of surprising contradictions. He loved music. He played the flute. He wept at operas. He doted on his children, especially his son Alexander, whom he groomed to be a stronger, wiser ruler. He commissioned grand architecture, the Moscow Cathedral of Christ the Savior, rebuilt after 1812, the Winter Palace's neoclassical facade, the Nikolaevsky Railway linking St. Petersburg to Moscow, the first major rail line in Russia. He wanted progress, but only on his terms. Industrialization was encouraged, but workers were denied rights. Railroads expanded, but newspapers couldn't report on accidents. Science flourished, but philosophy was suspect. His greatest failure was serfdom. By the 1840s, even conservative nobles admitted the system was unsustainable. Serfs were fleeing estates. Revolts simmered. Economists warned that Russia lagged behind Europe because it treated human beings as property. Nicholas commissioned studies. He held secret meetings, but he could not bring himself to act. To free the serfs, he told his son, is to risk everything. Better to preserve order than chase dreams. He died before the storm broke. But his son, Alexander II, would inherit both the crisis and the courage to solve it. Nicholas's reign was a paradox. He strengthened the state while weakening its soul. He built railways but silenced voices. He defended orthodoxy but alienated the faithful through repression. He preserved the empire for a time, but at the cost of its future. Today, his statue stands in front of the Engineers' Castle in St. Petersburg, formerly Mikhailovsky Castle, where his father Paul was murdered. He gazes sternly toward the Neva, uniform crisp, sword at his side. Tourists rarely stop, but historians know this is the face of a man who chose fear over faith, control over trust. And in doing so, he set the stage for the greatest reform and the greatest backlash in Russian history. For when Alexander II freed the serfs in 1861, he didn't just break chains. He shattered the foundation Nicholas had spent 30 years cementing. And from those cracks, revolution would rise. On a cold March morning in 1861, a decree echoed through the villages, towns, and cities of the Russian Empire, a single document that would alter the fate of 23 million human beings. It was not a declaration of war nor a treaty of peace, but an edict of emancipation. The serfs are free. Signed by Alexander II, it ended a system of bondage older than the Romanov dynasty itself, a system that had bound peasants to the land like trees to soil, that had allowed landlords to buy, sell, punish, and exile human beings as if they were livestock. For centuries, serfdom had been the rotten foundation of Russian society. economically inefficient, morally indefensible, and politically explosive. And now, with the stroke of a pen, the Tsar known as the Liberator had dared to tear it down. But freedom, as Alexander II soon discovered, is never simple. He inherited an empire on the brink. His father, Nicholas I, had died in 1855 amid the humiliation of the Crimean War, leaving behind a treasury drained, an army demoralized, and a society suffocating under repression. At 36, Alexander was handsome, thoughtful, and burdened by a sense of duty forged in the shadow of his father's iron rule. Unlike Nicholas, he had traveled Europe. He had seen railways, parliaments, and free peasants working their own land. He understood that Russia could not survive as a feudal relic in an age of industry and nationalism. His first act as emperor was to end the war. Then came reform. He began cautiously. In 1861, the Emancipation Manifesto granted serfs personal freedom, but not land outright. Instead, they received plots from their former masters, paid for through redemption payments to the state over 49 years. The landowners were compensated handsomely. The peasants often received poor, fragmented plots. Many felt cheated. "We were freed," one peasant reportedly said, "but given no bread." Yet the symbolic rupture was seismic. For the first time, a Russian peasant could marry without permission, move to a city, own property, and sue in court. The chains were broken, not perfectly, not fairly, but irrevocably. Alexander did not stop there. In 1864, he introduced judicial reform, independent courts, trial by jury, public proceedings, and equality before the law, even for nobles. Lawyers emerged as a new professional class. Judges, once appointed by whim, were now trained and salaried. Corruption didn't vanish overnight, but the ideal of justice took root. He relaxed censorship. Newspapers flourished. Writers like Turgenev and Dostoevsky debated morality, faith, and society in print. Universities reopened to critical thought. Local self-government, Zemstvos, was established in provinces, allowing elected councils to manage schools, roads, and hospitals, laying the groundwork for civic participation. He modernized the military, replacing lifelong conscription with 6-year service, improving training, and abolishing corporal punishment. He reformed finance, standardized currency, and encouraged railroads that stitched the vast empire together. For a moment, Russia breathed freely. Intellectuals praised him as a benevolent monarch walking the path of progress. Peasants wept with gratitude. Even foreign powers, long skeptical of Russian autocracy, acknowledged his courage. "He has done more for Russia in 10 years than his predecessors in a century," wrote the Times of London. But reform breeds both hope and backlash. On one side stood the conservatives, nobles who lost wealth and privilege, clergy who feared secularism, generals who despised soft policies. They whispered that Alexander was betraying Holy Russia, surrendering to Western decadence, weakening the sacred bond between Tsar and people. On the other stood the radicals, students, exiled Decembrists' heirs, and young intellectuals who believed emancipation was too little, too late. They demanded land redistribution, universal suffrage, and a constitutional monarchy. When reforms slowed in the 1870s due to bureaucratic resistance and rising unrest, they turned to more extreme measures. Groups like Narodnaya Volya, People's Will, emerged, convinced that only violence could awaken the nation. They saw the Tsar not as a liberator, but as an obstacle, a well-meaning autocrat who refused to relinquish ultimate power. "If he will not give us freedom," their manifesto declared, "we will take it from his corpse." Alexander knew he was a target. He survived 7 assassination attempts between 1866 and 1881. Bombs exploded near his carriage. Snipers fired from rooftops. Poison was found in his wine. Each attempt hardened his resolve, but also deepened his isolation. After an 1866 attempt by student Dmitry Karakozov, he rolled back some reforms, strengthening police powers and restricting university autonomy. After the 1879 bombing of the Winter Palace dining room, which killed 11 guards but missed him, he considered abdicating. "I am tired," he told his son. "They want my blood, not my laws." Yet he pressed on. In 1880, he approved plans for a state council with advisory legislative powers, a step toward constitutionalism. He even met secretly with liberal ministers to discuss a broader representative assembly. Hope flickered anew. But Narodnaya Volya would not wait. On March 1st, 1881, a Sunday afternoon in St. Petersburg, Alexander left the Winter Palace for his usual drive along the Catherine Canal. Snow dusted the streets. Crowds lined the route, waving scarves. Unbeknownst to him, assassins lurked in a basement beneath the Malaya Sadovaya street. As his carriage passed, Nikolai Rysakov threw a bomb. It shattered the sleigh's rear, killing Cossack guards but leaving the Tsar unharmed. Alexander, against protocol, stepped out to comfort the wounded. "Thank God I am safe," he said. Then Ignacy Hryniewicz, another conspirator, rushed forward and detonated a second bomb at his feet. The blast tore through Alexander's legs. Blood soaked the snow. He was carried back to the palace, conscious but fading. "To the palace, to die in peace," he whispered. He died hours later, surrounded by family. His final words, "It is hard to breathe." He was 55. His death marked the end of reform in Imperial Russia. His son, Alexander III, vowed never to yield again. "My father tried kindness," he declared. "Now they will see iron." The planned constitutional reforms were shredded. Censorship returned with fury. The Zemstvos were neutered. Persecution of Jews, Poles, and other minorities intensified. Russia retreated into reaction. And yet Alexander II's legacy endured. The serfs remained free. The courts stayed independent. The railroads kept running. His reforms became the bedrock upon which future generations, liberals, socialists, even Bolsheviks, would build their visions. He was not a revolutionary. He was a monarch who believed autocracy could evolve, and in trying to save the empire through mercy, he became its most tragic martyr. History remembers him not for how he died, but for what he dared to do while alive. He chose humanity over tradition, even when it cost him everything. To grasp the magnitude of Alexander II's gamble, one must understand the world he defied. Serfdom wasn't just an economic system, it was the soul of old Russia. Since the 16th century, peasants had been tied to estates, their lives controlled by landlords who acted as judge, jailer, and tax collector. By 1850, over 80% of Russians were serfs. They could be sold separately from land, mothers torn from children at auction. They could be exiled to Siberia for minor offenses. They had no legal personhood. Nicholas I had called serfdom a necessary evil, but after Crimea, even conservatives admitted it crippled Russia. Soldiers drawn from serf families were illiterate, malnourished, and unmotivated. The economy lagged behind Britain and Prussia. Revolts simmered. over 300 recorded between 1826 and 1854. Alexander knew, reform or revolution. He moved deliberately. From 1857, he convened secret committees of nobles to draft emancipation terms. He toured provinces, listening to landlords and peasants alike. He faced fierce opposition. One noble told him, "You are signing your own death warrant." Alexander replied, "Better to abolish serfdom from above than wait for it to be abolished from below." The 1861 decree was a compromise, but a revolutionary one. Peasants received civil rights, marriage, movement, property ownership. Land was allocated through communes, mairs, which collectively managed redemption payments. It was flawed. Many mairs became tools of local elites, but it gave peasants a stake in stability. His judicial reform was equally bold. Before 1864, Russian courts were secretive, corrupt, and arbitrary. Nobles judged their own serfs. Bribery was routine. Alexander introduced public trials, defense attorneys, and juries, even for political cases. In 1877, when Narodnaya Volya members were tried for plotting regicide, they used the courtroom as a platform, denouncing autocracy before packed galleries. The state won convictions, but the ideas spread. This was the paradox of his reign. By granting freedoms, he empowered his enemies. His relaxation of censorship allowed radical newspapers like The Bell, published abroad by Alexander Herzen, to circulate illegally. Students formed discussion circles that evolved into revolutionary cells. Universities became hotbeds of dissent. He knew this, yet he refused to return to Nicholas's tyranny. "I would rather be hated for doing good," he once said, "than loved for doing nothing." His personal life reflected his burdens. He married Maria Alexandrovna, a German princess who bore him 6 children but suffered chronic illness. Later in life, he formed a deep bond with Catherine Dolgorukova, a young noblewoman whom he secretly married after his wife's death, a scandal that alienated the court but revealed his longing for authenticity. He built the Church of the Savior on spilled blood on the site of his assassination, a mosaic-covered memorial where worshippers still light candles for the liberator. His death shocked Europe. Queen Victoria called it a blow to civilization. Even Bismarck admitted, "Russia has lost its only statesman." But within Russia, reactions were divided. Conservatives celebrated, "God has punished the apostate." Radicals mourned, "He was our last hope." Peasants, confused by mixed messages, left icons at palace gates, praying for his soul. His son Alexander III reversed nearly all his policies, yet he could not undo emancipation. The genie was out of the bottle. Today, historians debate his legacy. Was he a true reformer or a reluctant modernizer, a visionary or a pragmatist? The answer lies in his willingness to risk everything. No other czar faced such odds and acted anyway. He knew he might die for it, and he did. But in freeing 23 million souls, he ensured that Russia could never return to the darkness. That is the measure of a liberator. Not perfection, but courage. When Alexander III ascended the Russian throne on March 13, 1881, he did so with blood still fresh on the empire's hands and a vow carved into his soul: never again. His father, Alexander II, lay in a coffin shattered by bombs, his body torn apart by revolutionaries who had twisted mercy into weakness. To the new Tsar, the lesson was clear. Reform invites chaos, kindness breeds betrayal, and autocracy, if it is to survive, must be absolute, unyielding, and merciless. At 26, Alexander III was the antithesis of his father. Towering at over 6 feet 4 inches, broad-shouldered and bearded like a medieval prince, he radiated physical power where Alexander II had projected intellectual grace. Educated not by liberal Swiss tutors, but by the arch-conservative Konstantin Pobedonostsev, a man who called democracy the disease of the West, he believed Russia's salvation lay not in progress, but in orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality, the triad his grandfather Nicholas III had enshrined. Only through rigid unity, he argued, could Russia resist the twin plagues of liberalism and revolution. And so began the Great Reaction, a systematic dismantling of his father's reforms, a counter-reformation that sought to purge Russia of foreign ideas, restore noble privilege, and bind every subject to the throne through fear, faith, and force. His first act was symbolic yet brutal. He halted construction of the Church of the Savior on spilled blood, his father's memorial, declaring it a monument to weakness. He then ordered the execution of all 5 surviving conspirators from Narodnaya Volya within weeks of his coronation. No appeals, no delays. Their bodies were buried in unmarked graves beneath the Peter and Paul fortress. The message was unmistakable. Mercy ends where treason begins. Censorship returned with a vengeance. Newspapers that had flourished under Alexander II were shut down or placed under military oversight. University autonomy was revoked. Students required police permits to gather. Even literature was policed. Dostoevsky's later works were scrutinized for subversive themes, though his orthodox nationalism spared him full condemnation. The Zemstvos, those local councils his father had hailed as schools of self-government, were stripped of power. Appointed governors now overruled elected deputies. Budgets were slashed. Teachers, doctors, and agronomists, once engines of rural modernization, found their work stifled by bureaucracy loyal only to St. Petersburg. Judicial independence, one of Alexander II's proudest achievements, was eroded. Political cases were removed from public courts and handed to special tribunals where defendants had no right to jury or defense. Secret police, the Okhrana, successor to the Third Section, expanded its reach, infiltrating factories, universities, and even churches. Informants earned bonuses for reporting suspicious conversations. Families learned to speak in whispers, even behind closed doors. Yet Alexander III's most enduring legacy was Russification, a policy of cultural imperialism designed to forge a single, orthodox, Russian-speaking empire from a mosaic of nations. The empire stretched from Poland to the Pacific, encompassing Finns, Poles, Ukrainians, Georgians, Jews, Tatars, and dozens of other ethnicities. Under Alexander II, many had enjoyed limited cultural autonomy. Now that ended. In Poland, the use of Polish in schools, courts, and public life was banned. Catholic monasteries were closed. Landowners faced punitive taxes unless they adopted Russian names and orthodoxy. In the Grand Duchy of Finland, the autonomous Senate was sidelined. Russian became the official language of administration, and conscription into the imperial army was imposed, breaking a centuries-old exemption. In Ukraine, folk songs, poetry, and even the word Ukraine itself were outlawed. The Kyiv Mohila Academy, a historic center of learning, was Russified. Priests who preached in Ukrainian were exiled. But the cruelest target was Jewry. Russia housed over 5 million Jews, most confined to the Pale of Settlement, a western borderland where they were allowed to live but not own land or attend most universities. Under Alexander II, restrictions had eased slightly. Under Alexander III, they tightened into a vice. Following the assassination of his father, a crime falsely blamed on Jewish conspirators, despite all perpetrators being ethnic Russians, the Tsar unleashed a wave of state-sanctioned violence. In April 1881, pogroms erupted across southern Russia. Mobs, often led by police or encouraged by local officials, looted Jewish homes, raped women, and murdered hundreds. The government did nothing to stop them. In some towns, soldiers stood by and watched. Then came the May Laws of 1882. Jews were banned from rural areas, prohibited from trading on Sundays, effectively shutting them out of markets, and barred from holding shares in companies. Quotas limited Jewish enrollment in universities to 3 to 10%, depending on region. Emigration surged. Over 2 million Jews would flee Russia by 1914, many to America, seeding the Great Diaspora. Pobedonoshev, the Tsar's mentor, summed up the policy with chilling clarity. 1/3 will convert, 1/3 will emigrate, and 1/3 will perish. Economically, Alexander III pursued cautious modernization, but always under state control. He appointed Sergei Witte, a brilliant technocrat, as Minister of Finance in 1892. Witte championed railroads, heavy industry, and foreign investment, building the Trans-Siberian Railway, which linked Moscow to Vladivostok, and attracting French capital to fund steel mills and coal mines. Yet this industrial boom came at a human cost. Workers toiled 14-hour days in dangerous conditions with no right to unionize. When strikes erupted in the 1890s, they were crushed by Cossack cavalry. The urban proletariat, rootless, exploited, and angry, became fertile ground for socialist agitators like a young Vladimir Lenin. Through it all, Alexander III ruled with paternalistic severity. He rarely left his estates at Gatchina or Livadia, preferring the company of his Danish wife, Maria Feodorovna, and their 5 children, including his heir, Nicholas, whom he trained in military discipline and orthodox piety. Russia needs no constitutions, he told Nicholas. It needs a strong Tsar. He died in 1894 at age 49, likely of kidney disease, having never faced a major war or internal revolt. His reign was stable, but stagnant. He had preserved autocracy, but at the cost of isolating Russia from the modern world. And in doing so, he passed to his son an empire that was calm on the surface, volcanic beneath. For while Alexander III believed he had extinguished the flames of revolution, he had only smothered them, allowing pressure to build until it could no longer be contained. To understand Alexander III's counter-reformation, one must see it not as mere tyranny, but as a desperate attempt to heal a nation traumatized by regicide. The assassination of Alexander II was more than a political crime. It was a spiritual rupture. For centuries, Russians had viewed the Tsar as God's anointed, a sacred figure whose authority flowed from divine will. To kill him was not just treason, it was sacrilege. And if God's chosen could be murdered in broad daylight, what hope was there for order? Alexander III saw himself as Russia's high priest and last defender. He revived ancient rituals, foot-washing on Holy Thursday, pilgrimages to monasteries, public veneration of relics. He commissioned icons depicting his father as a martyr. He insisted his children kiss the imperial standard before bed. Faith, he believed, was the glue holding the empire together. His foreign policy reflected this insularity. He abandoned his father's tentative alliances with liberal Europe. Instead, he forged the Franco-Russian alliance in 1894. not out of ideological kinship, but strategic necessity. France, isolated after Bismarck's Germany unified, offered loans for railways and arms. Russia offered manpower. It was a marriage of convenience that would drag both nations into World War I. Domestically, he cultivated the myth of Holy Russia, a land set apart from corrupt, materialist Europe, guided by orthodox truth and autocratic wisdom. Artists like Ilya Repin were pressured to depict peasant piety and czarist benevolence. Composers wrote hymns to the dynasty. Even architecture turned inward. The Church of Christ the Savior in Moscow, rebuilt after 1812, was completed in 1883 as a symbol of national resurrection. Yet beneath this facade of unity, fractures widened. The intelligentsia, writers, scientists, lawyers, grew disillusioned. Many went underground, forming Marxist circles or populist movements. Students who once debated reform now studied Marx and Bakunin. The very Zemstvo, doctors and teachers Alexander III distrusted, became conduits for revolutionary ideas, carrying pamphlets in their medical bags. The peasantry, though freed, remained poor and land-hungry. Redemption payments burdened them for decades. Population growth fragmented plots further. By the 1890s, rural unrest simmered, foreshadowing the great revolts of 1905. And the working class, concentrated in St. Petersburg and Moscow, discovered collective power. In 1896, textile workers struck for shorter hours. Though suppressed, the strike revealed a new force, urban labor, organized, literate, and furious. Alexander III never saw these storms coming. He died believing he had saved Russia. But his son, Nicholas II, would inherit a tinderbox. Educated in isolation, steeped in divine right ideology, and temperamentally gentle but politically rigid, Nicholas lacked his father's strength and his grandfather's vision. He would face wars, famines, and revolutions, and respond with the same tools: faith, force, and fatalism. The tragedy of Alexander III is that his counter-reformation worked too well. He succeeded in crushing liberalism, but in doing so, he eliminated the middle path, the space where reform might have evolved into stability. By 1894, Russia had only two futures: autocracy or revolution. There was no room for anything in between. And when the dam finally broke, it would not crack, it would shatter. Today, Alexander III is remembered as the peacemaker czar for avoiding major wars. But his true legacy is the silence he imposed, a silence that made the eventual explosion all the louder. He thought he was preserving Russia. In truth, he was preparing its funeral. He was born to rule an empire that spanned 1/6 of the earth, an empire of snow-capped mountains, endless steppes, frozen rivers, and 1,000 languages whispering beneath the shadow of the double-headed eagle. Nicholas II entered the world in 1868 as the heir to a dynasty that had reigned for over 300 years, cradled in silk, blessed by bishops, and tutored in the divine right of kings. Yet from the moment he ascended the throne in 1894, he seemed out of step with his own century. Kind-hearted but indecisive, devout but detached, he believed with unwavering certainty that God had chosen him, and only him, to guide Russia through the storms of modernity. What he failed to see was that the world no longer bowed to thrones, and when the people rose, they did not ask for mercy, they demanded justice. Nicholas was never meant to be Tsar. His father, Alexander III, had planned a long reign, grooming Nicholas as a dutiful heir who would uphold autocracy without question. But when Alexander died suddenly in 1894 at age 49, 26-year-old Nicholas found himself emperor before he had learned to govern. At his coronation, he stood stiffly in golden robes, repeating vows he barely understood, while outside Moscow's Uspensky Cathedral, crowds gathered not just to celebrate, but to witness history. Days later, tragedy struck again. During festivities at Kodinka Field, a stampede erupted as peasants rushed for free food and commemorative mugs. Over 1,300 people were crushed to death. Instead of canceling the ball that night, Nicholas attended, dancing in glittering halls, while bodies lay unburied in the mud. The people called it the Tsar's bloody banquet. The stain never washed away. His early reign shimmered with promise only in hindsight. He married Alix of Hesse, a German princess and granddaughter of Queen Victoria, who took the name Alexandra Feodorovna upon converting to Orthodoxy. Deeply pious, emotionally fragile, and fiercely protective of her family, she became his closest confidant and her greatest vulnerability. When their son, Alexei, was born in 1904 with hemophilia, a disease that turned minor cuts into death sentences, Alexandra sought help not from doctors, but from mystics. Enter Grigory Rasputin, a Siberian peasant with hypnotic eyes, rumored healing powers, and a taste for scandal. His influence over the imperial family, especially Alexandra, would become a symbol of corruption and decay. But the true crisis came from outside the palace walls. Russia was changing. Factories belched smoke in St. Petersburg and Moscow. Railroads stitched distant provinces together. A new class of workers, literate, organized, angry, emerged in urban slums. Peasants, freed by Alexander II but still land poor, demanded redistribution. Intellectuals whispered of constitutions, socialism, and revolution. And Nicholas, raised on tales of Peter the Great's will and Nicholas the Firn's iron rule, responded not with reform, but with denial. "I shall maintain the principle of autocracy," he declared in 1895, "as firmly and as unflinchingly as my unforgettable father." The world tested that resolve. In 1904, Russia went to war with Japan over control of Manchuria and Korea. Confident in its size and military might, the empire expected victory. Instead, it suffered humiliation after humiliation. The navy destroyed at Tsushima, armies routed in Manchuria, Port Arthur lost after a brutal siege. For the first time, an Asian power defeated a European empire and exposed Russia's rot from within. Back home, unrest exploded. On January 22, 1905, a Sunday morning in St. Petersburg, tens of thousands of workers, led by priest Gorgy Gapon, marched peacefully to the Winter Palace. They carried icons, sang hymns, and bore a petition asking for fair wages, an 8-hour day, and a representative assembly. They believed the Tsar would listen. They called him Little Father. Nicholas was not at the palace, but his generals panicked. Troops opened fire. Hundreds fell in the snow. The day became known as Bloody Sunday, and with it, the myth of the benevolent Tsar died. Revolution swept the empire. Strikes paralyzed cities. Mutinies erupted in the navy. The battleship Potemkin became a floating symbol of rebellion. Peasants seized noble estates. National minorities demanded independence. Even the army wavered. Faced with collapse, Nicholas relented, but only enough to survive. In October 1905, he issued the October Manifesto, promising civil liberties and a legislative body called the State Duma. Liberals rejoiced. Reform seemed possible. But Nicholas never accepted it as more than a temporary concession. Once order returned, he clawed back power. He dissolved the first two Duma when they demanded land reform and ministerial accountability. He changed election laws to favor nobles and landowners. He appointed Pyotr Stolypin as prime minister, a man who combined agrarian reform with ruthless repression. "You want great upheavals?" Stolypin told the Duma. "We want a great Russia." Stolypin's reforms gave peasants the right to own land individually, breaking up the communal mir. It created a class of prosperous farmers, but too slowly and too late. Meanwhile, his field courts-martial executed over 3,000 revolutionaries by earning Gallows the nickname Stolypin's neckties. By 1911, when Stolypin was assassinated at the Kiev Opera House, ironically while attending a performance with Nicholas, the window for peaceful change had nearly closed. Then came the final test, World War I. In 1914, Nicholas plunged Russia into war against Germany and Austria-Hungary, driven by Slavic solidarity and dynastic pride. He believed victory would restore faith in the monarchy. Instead, it revealed every weakness: outdated tactics, corrupt supply chains, incompetent generals. Millions died, cities starved, trains sat idle while soldiers froze without boots. In 1915, Nicholas made a fatal decision. He took personal command of the army, leaving Alexandra and Rasputin in charge of domestic affairs. From the front, he received glowing reports. In reality, the capital unraveled. Bread lines grew. Factories shut. Rasputin's drunken escapades filled salons with gossip. When he was finally murdered in December 1916 by nobles hoping to save the monarchy, it was too late. The rot was systemic. By February 1917, Petrograd, as St. Petersburg was renamed, was in open revolt. Women textile workers struck on International Women's Day. Soldiers refused to fire on crowds. The Duma formed a provisional government. And Nicholas, isolated at military headquarters, received telegrams begging him to abdicate. On March 15, 1917, aboard his imperial train near Pskov, Nicholas II signed a decree ending the Romanov dynasty. He abdicated not just for himself, but for his son Alexei, naming his brother Michael as successor. Michael, wise enough to see the truth, refused the next day. After 304 years, the Russian Empire was dead. The family was placed under house arrest, first in Tsarskoye Selo, then in Tobolsk, and finally in a merchant's house in Yekaterinburg, deep in the Urals. For over a year, they lived in dwindling comfort, reading, gardening, praying, while the Bolsheviks consolidated power. Nicholas kept a diary until the end, writing mundane entries about weather and meals, as if normalcy could shield them from fate. Then, in the early hours of July 17, 1918, local Bolsheviks received orders from Moscow: execute the entire family. They were awakened, told to dress, and led to a basement under the pretense of being moved for safety. There, in a room lined with wallpaper peeling like old skin, they stood before a firing squad. Bullets tore through silk and bone. The Tsar died first. Alexandra followed. The children, Olga, Tatiana, Maria, Anastasia, and Alexei, were shot, bayoneted, and clubbed to death. Their bodies were stripped, burned with acid, and buried in a secret forest grave. For decades, the world wondered, had any survived? Rumors of Anastasia's escape fueled books, films, and imposters. But in 1991, remains were found. DNA confirmed no one escaped. Nicholas II was not evil. He was tragically out of time, a man of 17th century faith, ruling in the age of machine guns and mass politics. He loved his family, honored his duties, and believed in his sacred mission. But leadership is not about intention. It is about impact. And his impact was the end of everything he cherished. To understand Nicholas II, one must see him not as a tyrant, but as a prisoner of his own worldview. He was raised to believe that autocracy was divine, not a political system, but a cosmic order. To share power was not pragmatism, it was sacrilege. His tutor, General Danilovich, drilled into him, "The Tsar answers only to God." Every portrait in the palace showed ancestors in regalia, not negotiation. Every prayer began with, "O Lord, bless our Tsar." This belief made compromise impossible. When the 1905 revolution demanded a constitution, he saw not citizens seeking rights, but rebels challenging God's will. The October Manifesto was signed with trembling hand, not as vision, but as surrender. And once the immediate threat passed, he worked tirelessly to undo it. His relationship with the Duma was a dance of deception. He allowed elections but appointed reactionary ministers who ignored parliamentary votes. He vetoed land reform, fearing it would empower peasants at the expense of nobles, the very class that upheld his throne. He dismissed liberal ministers like Sergei Viti and Pyotr Stolypin when they grew too popular. Even his personal virtues became liabilities. His loyalty to Alexandra blinded him to her instability. Her reliance on Rasputin wasn't just scandalous, it eroded trust in the monarchy itself. When nobles begged him to send Rasputin away, Nicholas refused. "She believes he saves Alexei's life," he said. "I cannot take that hope from her." But the people saw a drunkard whispering in the Empress's ear while soldiers died at the front. His piety, too, isolated him. He fasted during Lent while cities starved. He attended all-night vigils while factories shut down. He believed prayer could move mountains, but not feed millions. World War I was his final undoing. He took command of the army not out of strategy, but symbolism. "If I lead," he told Alexandra, "God will grant us victory." But he had no military genius. He deferred to generals who lied to protect their reputations. He ignored reports of mutiny. He stayed at the front while Petrograd burned. Back home, Alexandra's letters reveal a woman unraveling. "The people are foolish. If only they knew how we suffer for them." She saw dissent as ingratitude, not desperation. By 1917, even loyal monarchists abandoned him. The Duma, the church, the army, all urged abdication, not to destroy the monarchy, but to save it. A constitutional king might have survived, but Nicholas would not bend. His abdication was quiet, almost bureaucratic. No grand speech, no tears, just a signature on a train car witnessed by generals who avoided his eyes. In captivity, he found peace he never had as Tsar. He chopped wood, played dominoes with his daughters, read aloud from Tolstoy. For the first time, he was simply a father, not a symbol. But history does not forgive good intentions. The Bolsheviks did not kill him for his cruelty. They killed him because he represented a world that could not coexist with theirs. One was built on hierarchy, faith, and tradition, the other on equality, materialism, and revolution. There was no middle ground. Today, the Russian Orthodox Church has canonized Nicholas and his family as passion bearers, martyrs who accepted suffering with humility. Pilgrims visit Yekaterinburg's church on the blood, built on the execution site. Candles burn day and night. But historians see a different legacy. Nicholas II's tragedy was that he ruled with love, but without wisdom. He protected his family, but failed his people. He preserved ritual, but ignored reality. And in doing so, he ensured that the Romanovs would be remembered not for their glory, but for their fall. The last Tsar did not die shouting curses. He died whispering prayers. And in that silence lies the epitaph of an empire, too rigid to bend, too blind to see, too late to change. In the frozen silence that followed Nicholas II's abdication on March 15, 1917, Russia stood suspended between two worlds. The Romanov dynasty, 304 years of czars, empresses, wars, reforms, and repression, had collapsed not with a thunderous crash, but with the quiet scratch of a pen in a railway carriage near Pskov. For a fleeting moment it seemed as though the nation might step gently into a new era, constitutional, democratic, and free. The streets of Petrograd erupted in celebration. Red flags fluttered beside tricolor banners. Soldiers embraced civilians. Workers sang revolutionary hymns not of vengeance, but of hope. "We have won," they cried. "Russia is ours." But empires do not die cleanly. They bleed. And in the vacuum left by the Tsar's departure, chaos rushed in like a winter wind through broken windows. The provisional government, hastily assembled by members of the State Duma, declared itself the legitimate authority of Russia. Led by Prince Georgy Lvov, a liberal aristocrat with a reputation for integrity, it promised civil liberties, freedom of speech, an end to censorship, and, most critically, a constituent assembly elected by universal suffrage. It abolished the death penalty, granted amnesty to political prisoners, and recognized the right of ethnic minorities to cultural autonomy. For intellectuals, students, and moderate socialists, it was the dawn of a new Russia, one that could finally join the family of modern democracies. Yet from the start, the provisional government was crippled by a fatal contradiction. It shared power with a rival it could not control. In the same days that Lvov formed his cabinet, workers, soldiers, and peasants across Petrograd had spontaneously created Soviets, councils of elected delegates who claimed to represent the true will of the people. The Petrograd Soviet, dominated by socialist intellectuals like Alexander Kerensky, quickly became a parallel government. It issued Order No. 1, which placed military units under the control of elected soldier committees, effectively stripping officers of authority. It demanded peace, land redistribution, and workers' control of factories. Thus began the era of dual power, a fragile, unsustainable arrangement where the provisional government held formal authority, but the Soviets held real influence over the masses. Lvov, and later Kerensky, who replaced him as prime minister in July, believed they could govern with the Soviets. But the Soviets did not want partnership. They wanted revolution. And then came the war. The provisional government made its most catastrophic decision. It chose to continue Russia's participation in World War I. Kerensky, a passionate orator who dreamed of a democratic Russia earning respect on the world stage, believed victory would legitimize the new order. In June 1917, he launched the Kerensky Offensive against Austria-Hungary, a last desperate gamble to restore morale. It failed spectacularly. Exhausted, demoralized, and increasingly radicalized, Russian troops refused to fight. Entire regiments mutinied. Desertion soared. The front collapsed. German forces advanced deep into Russian territory. Back home, bread lines grew longer. Factories shut down. Inflation devoured wages. The promise of democracy rang hollow when children went hungry. Into this maelstrom stepped Vladimir Lenin. Exiled in Switzerland since 1900, Lenin had watched the February Revolution unfold with disbelief and opportunity. On April 3, 1917, he returned to Petrograd in a sealed German train, a controversial move funded by Berlin, which hoped his agitation would further destabilize Russia. Stepping onto the platform at Finland Station, he was handed a bouquet of flowers. He ignored them. Instead, he climbed atop an armored car and delivered a speech that would change history. "Peace, land, and bread," he thundered. "All power to the Soviets. Down with the bourgeois provisional government." His message was simple, direct, and devastatingly effective. While Kerensky spoke of duty and honor, Lenin spoke of survival. While liberals debated constitutions, Lenin promised immediate solutions: end the war, give land to peasants, hand factories to workers. He rejected compromise. He scorned gradualism. "The time for talk is over," he declared. "The time for action has come." His party, the Bolsheviks, a radical faction of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, was small, disorganized, and distrusted by many socialists. But Lenin's genius lay in his ability to channel mass despair into disciplined action. He turned slogans into strategy, anger into organization. By September 1917, Bolshevik cells controlled key military units in Petrograd. Their newspaper, Pravda, reached hundreds of thousands. Their red banners flew over barracks and factories. Kerensky, paralyzed by idealism, failed to act. He arrested Bolshevik leaders after a premature uprising in July, but released them weeks later, calling it undemocratic to jail political opponents. He refused to redistribute land, fearing it would alienate the army's officer corps. He delayed elections for the Constituent Assembly, hoping to first stabilize the front. Each hesitation eroded his support. By October, even moderate socialists abandoned him. The Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries condemned his war policy. Peasants seized noble estates without waiting for legal sanction. Workers occupied factories. The Soviets, once diverse, now leaned Bolshevik. On the night of October 25, 1917, November 7th by the modern calendar, Lenin struck. Under the command of Leon Trotsky, head of the Petrograd Soviet's Military Revolutionary Committee, Bolshevik Red Guards and loyal soldiers surrounded key government buildings. There was no grand battle. The Winter Palace, once the seat of emperors, fell with minimal resistance. Ministers were arrested playing cards in the wine cellar. Kerensky fled in a borrowed car, never to return. The next day, the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets proclaimed the transfer of power to the Soviets. Lenin announced the formation of a new government, the Council of People's Commissars, with himself as chairman. Decrees followed within hours: peace negotiations with Germany, land to the peasants, workers' control of industry, abolition of noble titles and privileges. For millions of Russians, it felt like liberation. But liberation, as they would soon learn, came at a price. The Bolsheviks did not believe in pluralism. Within weeks, they shut down opposition newspapers. They disbanded the Constituent Assembly after it refused to endorse their rule, even though they had promised to abide by its decisions. They established the Cheka, a secret police force under Felix Dzerzhinsky, tasked with rooting out counter-revolutionaries. Executions began, not of czars, but of journalists, lawyers, teachers, and former officials. Civil war erupted in 1918. The White Army, a loose coalition of monarchists, liberals, and anti-Bolshevik socialists, rose in the south, east, and north, backed by Britain, France, Japan, and the United States. The Red Army, forged by Trotsky, fought back with ruthless efficiency. Cities starved. Villages burned. Entire ethnic groups were targeted. Anarchists in Ukraine, Cossacks in the Don, nationalists in Finland, all were crushed. Amid the chaos, the Romanovs met their end. In Yekaterinburg, local Bolsheviks feared white forces would liberate the imperial family. On orders from Moscow, likely approved by Lenin himself, they executed Nicholas, Alexandra, and their 5 children in a basement on July 17, 1918. The bodies were doused in acid, buried in unmarked graves, and erased from official memory. The empire wasn't just over, it was being actively unmade. By 1921, the Bolsheviks had won the Civil War, but at horrific cost. Over 10 million people had died from violence, famine, and disease. Industry lay in ruins. Peasants revolted against grain requisitions. Even sailors at Kronstadt, once Bolshevik heroes, rose in protest, demanding Soviets without communists. Lenin responded with the new economic policy, NAP, a temporary retreat that allowed small-scale capitalism to revive the economy. But politically, there would be no retreat. The Bolshevik Party became the Communist Party. Russia became the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, soon to be the core of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR. The empire had fallen. But in its place rose something far more totalizing, a one-party state that sought not just to rule Russia, but to remake human nature itself. To understand the fall of the Russian Empire, one must see it not as a single event, but as a cascade of failures, each institution crumbling under the weight of its own contradictions. The monarchy fell because it refused to evolve. The provisional government fell because it refused to act decisively, and the old social order, nobility, clergy, bureaucracy, collapsed because it had lost all legitimacy in the eyes of the people. The provisional government's tragedy was that it was too democratic for its time. It believed in process, debate, and legal continuity. But in a nation starving, bleeding, and radicalized by war, the people did not want procedure. They wanted results. When Kerensky delayed land reform, peasants took matters into their own hands, burning manor houses and dividing fields. When he refused to end the war, soldiers deserted en masse. His commitment to principle became indistinguishable from paralysis. Lenin, by contrast, understood that power flows not from legality, but from control of the streets, the barracks, and the narrative. He didn't wait for elections. He seized the moment. His April theses, calling for immediate peace and Soviet power, were initially rejected even by fellow Bolsheviks. But he persisted, arguing that the masses were ready for radical change, even if the party wasn't. His timing was perfect. By autumn 1917, the provisional government had lost all credibility. Kerensky's attempted coup against General Kornilov in August, where he armed Bolsheviks to stop a right-wing general, backfired spectacularly. The Bolsheviks gained weapons, prestige, and the trust of soldiers who saw them as defenders of the revolution. The October Revolution was less a popular uprising and more a military coup disguised as liberation. Few ordinary Russians participated directly, but millions welcomed it because it promised what the provisional government could not: an end to suffering. Yet the Bolsheviks' victory contained the seeds of future tyranny. Their belief that they alone represented the true interests of the proletariat justified the suppression of all dissent. They banned other socialist parties. They closed the Constituent Assembly after one day, despite winning only 24% of the vote. They argued that bourgeois democracy was a sham, and that only dictatorship of the proletariat could build socialism. This logic would haunt the Soviet Union for 70 years. Even the symbols of empire were erased. St. Petersburg became Petrograd, then Leningrad. Streets named after saints were renamed after revolutionaries. Churches were turned into warehouses. The double-headed eagle was melted down. History itself was rewritten. Peter the Great was recast as a tool of capitalist modernization. Catherine the Great as an exploiter of serfs. Alexander II as a reluctant reformer pressured by the people. The Romanovs were not just deposed, they were demythologized. And in their place a new myth arose, the infallible party, the visionary leader, the inevitable march toward communism. But the cost was immense. The Civil War devastated the countryside. The Red Terror killed tens of thousands. Famine in 1921-22 claimed another 5 million lives. Intellectuals fled, writers like Bunin, scientists like Kapitsa, composers like Rachmaninoff, taking Russia's cultural capital with them. Inside Russia, a culture of fear took root. Neighbors informed on neighbors. Children reported parents for anti-Soviet remarks. Loyalty to the state replaced loyalty to family, faith, or tradition. The empire had fallen. But freedom did not rise in its place. Instead, a new autocracy emerged, one draped not in ermine and gold, but in red banners and Marxist dogma. And as Lenin lay dying in 1923, paralyzed by strokes, a new figure waited in the wings. Joseph Stalin, the quiet Georgian who had risen through party bureaucracy, who believed not in world revolution, but in building socialism in one country, by any means necessary. The fall of empire was complete. But the long night of totalitarianism had just begun. He did not wear a crown, nor sit on a throne draped in ermine. He dressed in simple tunics, spoke in flat, unadorned Russian, and lived in a modest apartment in the Kremlin once occupied by Tsarist officials. Yet Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, the exiled revolutionary who returned to Russia in a German train in April 1917, became the most absolute ruler the nation had seen since Ivan the Terrible. He called himself a servant of the proletariat, a theorist of liberation, the architect of a classless society. But in practice he forged a new kind of autocracy, one not justified by divine right but by historical necessity, not sustained by tradition but by terror, not adorned with icons but with red banners and slogans carved in stone. Lenin's rise was not inevitable. In early 1917, his Bolshevik faction was marginal, outnumbered by Mensheviks, socialist revolutionaries, and even anarchists. His call for immediate revolution was dismissed as fanaticism. Even within his own party, leaders like Lev Kamenev and Joseph Stalin urged caution. But Lenin possessed a rare clarity. He understood that power is seized, not granted, and that in moments of collapse, audacity trumps legitimacy. When the provisional government faltered, clinging to war, delaying land reform, fearing radical change, Lenin offered simplicity: peace, land, and bread. 3 words that cut through decades of political abstraction and spoke directly to the soul of a starving, war-weary people. Soldiers wanted peace, peasants wanted land, workers wanted bread. And Lenin promised all three, not through committees or constitutions, but through decree. On the night of October 25th, 1917, he delivered. With the precision of a surgeon and the ruthlessness of a general, Lenin and his ally Leon Trotsky orchestrated the seizure of Petrograd. The Winter Palace fell not to a mob, but to disciplined Red Guards and loyal garrison troops. Ministers were arrested without bloodshed. Kerensky fled into obscurity. By dawn, the Bolsheviks controlled the telegraph, the railways, the banks, and the armories. The next day, the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets, now dominated by Bolsheviks and their allies, proclaimed a new government, the Council of People's Commissars, with Lenin as its chairman. It was not democracy, it was dictatorship of the proletariat, a phrase Marx had used ambiguously, but which Lenin interpreted with chilling literalism. The proletariat, he argued, could not govern directly. It needed a vanguard party to act on its behalf, and that party, in turn, needed a single will to guide it. That will was his. His first decrees were masterstrokes of political theater. The decree on peace called for an immediate armistice with Germany, a lifeline to soldiers freezing in trenches. The decree on land abolished private ownership and transferred estates to peasant communes, a move that co-opted the socialist revolutionaries' core demand. The decree on workers' control handed factories to labor committees, winning urban support. Millions rejoiced. For them, October was not a coup, but a completion of February's unfinished revolution. But Lenin knew celebration was fleeting. Power, once taken, must be defended. And so began the construction of the Soviet state apparatus, a machine designed not to wither away, as Marx predicted, but to grow ever more powerful. In December 1917, he created the Cheka, the All-Russian Extraordinary Commission for combating counter-revolution and sabotage, under the fanatical Polish nobleman Felix Dzerzhinsky. Its mandate was vague, its methods brutal. Suspects were arrested without warrant, tried in secret, and executed without appeal. "We represent in ourselves organized terror," Dzerzhinsky declared. "This must be said openly." The Red Terror began not as policy, but as response to real and imagined threats. When socialist revolutionaries assassinated Bolshevik leaders, when white armies formed in the South, when foreign powers, Britain, France, Japan, the US, sent troops to support anti-Bolshevik forces, Lenin authorized mass repression. "Crush the bourgeoisie" became the rallying cry. Former nobles, priests, bankers, and even moderate socialists vanished into prisons or mass graves. By 1918, Russia was engulfed in civil war. The White Army, a loose coalition of monarchists, liberals, Cossacks, and nationalists, rose in Siberia, Ukraine, and the North. They were disunited, often reactionary, and tainted by association with the old regime. But they fought fiercely, believing they were saving Russia from barbarism. Lenin responded with total war. He nationalized all industry, banned private trade, and instituted war communism, a system of forced grain requisitioning that turned peasants against the regime. Armed detachments seized harvests at gunpoint, leaving villages to starve. When peasants resisted, as in the Tambov Rebellion, they were labeled kulaks, rich peasants, and exterminated. Entire villages were burned. Hostages were shot in reprisal. The cost was catastrophic. Famine struck in 1921-22, killing over 5 million people. Cannibalism was reported in the Volga region. Cities emptied as workers fled to the countryside in search of food. Yet Lenin held firm. "We are surrounded by enemies," he told the party congress. "Mercy is treason." But even he recognized limits. In March 1921, after the Kronstadt Rebellion, where sailors who had once hailed him as a hero demanded Soviets without communists, he reversed course. He introduced the new economic policy, Na-Pi, allowing small-scale private trade, peasant markets, and limited capitalism. "We must retreat to advance," he said. Factories remained state-owned, but peasants could sell surplus grain. The economy stabilized. It was a tactical retreat, not a change of heart. Politically, there would be no compromise. He banned all opposition parties. He transformed the Soviets from organs of popular democracy into rubber stamps for the Communist Party. He centralized power in Moscow, crushing nationalist movements in Ukraine, Georgia, and Central Asia. In 1922, he oversaw the creation of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR, a federation in name but a unitary state in practice, with the Russian Soviet Republic dominant. Through it all, Lenin cultivated an image of humility. He refused titles. He ate simple meals. He corresponded with workers and peasants. But behind the scenes, he micromanaged every aspect of governance. His desk overflowed with memos, directives, and lists of enemies to be purged. He distrusted intellectuals, mocked idealists, and believed history justified any means. His health began to fail in 1922. A series of strokes left him partially paralyzed, unable to speak clearly. In his final months, he grew alarmed by the rise of Joseph Stalin, whom he had appointed General Secretary of the Communist Party in 1922. In a secret testament dictated to his wife Nadezhda Krupskaya, he warned, "Stalin is too rude. I propose comrades think about removing him from that post." But it was too late. Stalin controlled the party apparatus. Lenin's warnings were suppressed. On January 21, 1924, Lenin died at age 53. His body was embalmed and placed in a mausoleum on Red Square, a secular saint for a godless state. Millions filed past his glass coffin, many weeping. The regime declared mourning across the land. But his death triggered not grief, but a power struggle. Trotsky, the brilliant orator and Red Army founder, expected to succeed him. But Stalin, the quiet bureaucrat, outmaneuvered him. Using Lenin's name as a shield, Stalin portrayed Trotsky as a divisive intellectual, disconnected from the masses. By 1927, Trotsky was expelled from the party. In 1929, he was exiled. In 1940, he was assassinated in Mexico with an ice axe. Lenin's legacy was hijacked. The man who had dreamed of world revolution became the icon of a nationalist dictatorship. His writings were edited to justify Stalin's policies. His calls for party democracy were ignored. His warnings about bureaucracy were buried. Yet his true monument was the system he built, a one-party state that claimed moral superiority while practicing systematic violence, a regime that preached equality but created a new elite, the nomenklatura, a revolution that liberated millions from feudalism only to enslave them to the state. He was not a czar in robes, but he ruled with the same absolutism. And in doing so, he proved that revolution, unchecked by liberty, becomes tyranny wearing a different mask. To understand Lenin as the Red Tsar, one must examine the paradox at the heart of his rule. He destroyed the old autocracy only to build a new one, more totalizing and invasive than any before. The Romanovs ruled through nobles, clergy, and bureaucracy, layers of intermediaries that buffered the Tsar from the people. Lenin abolished those layers. He sought direct control over every citizen. The Cheka didn't just arrest enemies, it monitored schools, factories, and neighborhoods. Party cells infiltrated every institution. Even family life was politicized. Children were encouraged to report parents for anti-Soviet remarks. His ideology was internationalist, but his methods were deeply Russian. He revived the third section's surveillance tactics, expanded the Okhrana's network of informants, and echoed Nicholas Thurn's belief that dissent equals treason. The difference was scale. Where the Tsars exiled thousands, Lenin's regime imprisoned millions. Yet he was not driven by personal ambition alone. He genuinely believed he was accelerating history. Marx had predicted that capitalism would collapse under its own contradictions, giving way to socialism. But in Russia, a backward agrarian empire, capitalism barely existed. Lenin's genius, or heresy, was to argue that a vanguard party could skip stages of history, using state power to build socialism from above. This required immense violence. But Lenin saw violence as cleansing. The purpose of terror, he wrote, is to instill fear in the enemy class. He did not mourn the dead. He counted them as necessary sacrifices on the altar of progress. His relationship with the peasantry revealed his pragmatism and cruelty. Though he gave them land in 1917, he never trusted them. He saw peasants as petty bourgeois, inherently counter-revolutionary. War communism was designed to break their independence. When they rebelled, he crushed them without remorse. The NEP was not kindness, it was strategy. We need the peasants' grain, he told comrades, not their loyalty. Similarly, his treatment of national minorities was cynical. He granted nominal autonomy to Ukraine, Georgia, and others, but only to win their support during the Civil War. Once secure, he centralized power. In 1922, when Georgian Bolsheviks protested Moscow's dominance, Lenin sided with Stalin, approving the use of force. His testament later expressed regret, but the damage was done. The USSR became a prison of nations, held together by fear. His cultural policy was equally contradictory. He closed churches, persecuted clergy, and promoted atheism. Yet he preserved museums, funded avant-garde art, and supported literacy campaigns. He believed culture must serve the revolution, but within limits. When poets like Alexander Blok praised the revolution's energy, he welcomed them. When others questioned its methods, they were silenced. His greatest failure was institutional. He created no mechanism for succession, no checks on party power, no independent judiciary. He assumed the party would remain united by ideology. But ideology without democratic accountability becomes dogma, and dogma breeds purges. Stalin understood this better than anyone. While Lenin spoke of world revolution, Stalin focused on consolidating power at home. While Lenin debated theory, Stalin built patronage networks. By the time Lenin died, Stalin controlled appointments, communications, and security. The mausoleum on Red Square became more than a tomb, it became a shrine to legitimacy. Every Soviet leader after Lenin had to claim his mantle, even as they betrayed his ideals. Today, historians debate Lenin's legacy. Was he a tragic idealist corrupted by circumstance, or a cold calculator who always intended dictatorship? The evidence suggests both. He genuinely wanted to end exploitation. But he believed ends justify means. He hated oppression, but practiced it systematically. He dreamed of human liberation, but built a police state to achieve it. In that sense, he was the ultimate revolutionary paradox, the liberator who chains, the democrat who rules absolutely, the philosopher who wields terror as logic. And as his body lay in glass, preserved like a relic of a new faith, Russia entered an age darker than any czar had imagined. For the Red Tsar was gone, but his machine lived on, and it demanded blood. He was not born to rule. He was forged in the underground, literally. In the damp, candlelit cellars of Tiflis and Baku, where revolutionaries whispered plans between sips of cheap wine and the distant clang of prison doors, Yosef Jugashvili learned the art of survival. Small, pockmarked, with a voice raspy from childhood illness and eyes that missed nothing, he was overlooked by the grand theorists of Marxism, men like Trotsky, who spoke in sweeping historical arcs, or Bukharin, who wrote elegant treatises on peasant socialism. They called him the man of steel, Stalin, as a compliment to his resolve. They did not yet realize it was a warning. When Lenin died in 1924, Stalin was not the heir apparent. He held no great military command, had authored no seminal texts, and lacked the oratorical flair that mesmerized crowds. His power lay elsewhere, in the apparatus. As General Secretary of the Communist Party since 1922, he controlled appointments, promotions, and party membership cards. While others debated ideology, Stalin built loyalty. One bureaucrat, one regional secretary, one secret police officer at a time. By the late 1920s, he had outmaneuvered them all. Trotsky was exiled. Zinoviev and Kamenev were disgraced. Bukharin was isolated. The Politburo, once a council of equals, became a chorus echoing Stalin's will. And then he remade Russia in his image. Gone was Lenin's cautious pragmatism, his new economic policy that allowed peasants to sell grain and small traders to operate shops. In its place came revolution from above, a brutal breakneck transformation of society through state terror and industrial fiat. Stalin declared that Russia must catch up to the capitalist West in 10 years, or be crushed. "We are 50 or 100 years behind the advanced countries," he thundered in 1931. "We must make good this distance in 10 years. Either we do it or they crush us." The result was the 5-year plans, ambitious, unrealistic, and enforced with merciless discipline. Factories rose overnight in frozen wastelands like Magnitogorsk. Dams spanned rivers. Steel mills belched smoke over cities that didn't yet have sewage systems. Workers toiled 16-hour shifts, fed on watery soup and propaganda. Those who met quotas were hailed as Stakhanovites, heroic laborers whose superhuman output proved socialism's superiority. Those who failed were labeled wreckers, saboteurs, enemies of the people. But industry was only half the project. The other half was the collectivization of agriculture, an assault on the Russian peasantry so violent it amounted to social genocide. Stalin believed individual farms bred capitalism. Only collective farms, kolkhozes, could feed the cities and fund industrialization. When peasants resisted, slaughtering their livestock, hiding grain, fleeing to forests, the state responded with famine as weapon. In Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and the North Caucasus, grain requisition squads seized not just surplus, but seed grain, leaving nothing for planting. Borders were sealed. Aid was blocked. In Ukraine, the heartland of resistance, the Holodomor, The terror famine killed 4 to 7 million people between 1932 and 1933. Entire villages vanished, survivors ate grass, bark, and in desperation, the dead. Stalin denied the famine existed. Foreign journalists who reported it, like Gareth Jones, were discredited. Walter Duranty of the New York Times, echoing Soviet propaganda, won a Pulitzer for claiming there is no actual starvation. Yet even this was not enough. By the mid-1930s, Stalin ruled unchallenged, but paranoia consumed him. He saw enemies everywhere, in the party, the army, the intelligentsia, even his own inner circle. In 1934, the assassination of Sergei Kirov, his loyal lieutenant, gave him the pretext he needed. Though likely orchestrated by Stalin himself, the murder was blamed on a vast conspiracy of Trotskyist fascist agents. Thus began the Great Purge, a self-cannibalizing terror that devoured the very architects of the revolution. Between 1936 and 1938, show trials in Moscow publicly humiliated former heroes. Zinoviev, Kamenev, Bukharin, once Lenin's closest comrades, confessed to absurd crimes, plotting with Hitler, poisoning workers, conspiring to restore capitalism. Their confessions, extracted through torture, sleep deprivation, and threats against their families, were broadcast nationwide. Millions listened in disbelief as men who had led the October Revolution admitted to being lifelong traitors. Then came the executions. The NKVD, successor to the Cheka, compiled lists. Names were checked off in red pencil. Victims were shot in basement rooms, buried in mass graves at Komunarka and Butovo. Over 700,000 people were executed in 1937-38 alone. Among them, 90% of Red Army generals, including Marshal Tukhachevsky, weakening the military on the eve of World War II. Most of Lenin's original Politburo, countless writers, scientists, engineers, and factory managers, anyone with independent thought or foreign ties. Families disappeared. Children of enemies of the people were sent to orphanages under new names. Wives were exiled to Kazakhstan. Neighbors avoided eye contact. Trust evaporated. A knock on the door at night meant arrest or death. Stalin ruled through absence. He rarely appeared in public. He governed from his dachas outside Moscow, issuing orders through intermediaries. He cultivated an image of paternal wisdom, father of nations, while signing execution lists with calm indifference. His collected works were studied like scripture, portraits hung in every office, school, and home. Dissent was not just illegal, it was unthinkable. Yet beneath the terror lay a twisted logic. Stalin believed that only total control could ensure survival. The world, he argued, was divided into hostile camps. Capitalists wanted to strangle socialism in its cradle. Internal dissent was treason. Unity, enforced unity, was the price of existence. And for a time it worked. By 1940, the USSR was an industrial superpower. Literacy rates soared. Women entered the workforce en masse. The state provided health care, housing, and education, even if quality was poor. Abroad, the Soviet Union was feared and respected. The 1939 Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact with Nazi Germany bought time, allowing Stalin to annex eastern Poland, the Baltics, and parts of Romania. But the pact was a fatal miscalculation. On June 22, 1941, Hitler broke the agreement, launching Operation Barbarossa, the largest invasion in history. 3 million German troops crossed the Soviet border. Stalin, stunned, reportedly retreated to his dacha for days, muttering, "Lenin left us a great legacy, and we've fucked it up." But he recovered. He rallied the nation not with Marxist slogans, but with Russian patriotism. He reopened churches, restored military ranks, and invoked Alexander Nevsky and Kutuzov, Tsarist heroes, as symbols of resistance. Everything for the front, everything for victory, became the new creed. The cost was staggering. 27 million Soviets died in the Great Patriotic War. Cities like Stalingrad and Leningrad became symbols of endurance. Women fought in tanks and planes. Partisans sabotaged railways. The Red Army, rebuilt through sheer manpower and Lend-Lease aid from America, pushed the Nazis back to Berlin. In May 1945, Stalin stood triumphant. The USSR emerged as a global superpower, controlling Eastern Europe through puppet regimes. The Iron Curtain fell. The Cold War began. But inside Russia, the terror never ended. After the war, Stalin launched new purges: the Leningrad Affair, the Doctors' Plot, anti-Semitic campaigns disguised as anti-Zionism. He planned another wave of mass arrests when he died suddenly on March 5, 1953, after suffering a stroke. His inner circle, terrified to enter his room, delayed calling doctors for hours. He left behind a paradox, a nation that had defeated fascism abroad, yet lived in fear at home, an empire that spanned from Berlin to Pyongyang, yet whose people queued for bread, a system that claimed to liberate humanity, yet imprisoned millions in the Gulag archipelago. Stalin was not a czar in robes, but he ruled with the same absolutism and far greater reach. And in doing so, he proved that totalitarianism does not require divine right, only the will to annihilate all alternatives. To understand Stalin as the steel dictator, one must see how he fused Marxist ideology with ancient Russian autocracy. He rejected Lenin's internationalism. For Stalin, socialism was not a global movement. It was a fortress to be defended. His slogan, "Socialism in one country," was both pragmatic and nationalist. It resonated with Russians weary of foreign intervention and civil war. It allowed him to frame every policy, from collectivization to purges, as defense of the motherland. His methods echoed the Tsar's, but with modern tools. Where Ivan the Terrible used the Oprichnina, a private army that terrorized nobles, Stalin used the NKVD. Where Nicholas I relied on the Third Section's spies, Stalin deployed millions of informants, including children in schools encouraged to report anti-Soviet remarks. The scale was unprecedented, but the logic was familiar: control through fear. Yet Stalin added a new dimension: ideological conformity. Under the Tsars, you could be orthodox, loyal, and silent. Under Stalin, you had to believe, or pretend to. Party meetings demanded confessions of ideological errors. Art had to follow socialist realism: heroic workers, radiant futures, Stalin as wise father. Writers like Mikhail Sholokhov praised collectivization. Those who didn't, like Osip Mandelstam, who wrote a poem mocking Stalin's cockroach eyes, were sent to die in camps. His relationship with science revealed his blend of dogma and utility. He promoted Trofim Lysenko, a biologist who rejected Mendelian genetics in favor of Lamarckian theories that aligned with Marxist dialectics. Real geneticists were jailed. Crop yields plummeted. Yet when nuclear weapons became essential, Stalin empowered physicists like Igor Kurchatov, giving them resources and protection, proving that ideology yielded to strategic necessity. His personal life was a study in isolation. He married twice. His first wife, Ekaterina Svanidze, died young. His second, Nadezhda Alliluyeva, shot herself in 1932, possibly over his brutality, possibly depression. He raised their children in cold formality. His son Yakov was captured by Germans in 1941. Stalin refused prisoner exchanges, saying, "I won't trade a marshal for a lieutenant." Yakov later died in captivity. Stalin trusted no one. He rotated bodyguards. He tasted food for poison. He slept in different rooms each night. His closest associates, Molotov, Beria, Kaganovich, lived in constant dread. After meetings, they raced home, fearing arrest before dawn. The Great Purge was not just about eliminating rivals. It was about erasing memory. By killing the old Bolsheviks, Stalin severed the revolution from its origins. Lenin's warnings about him were suppressed. Trotsky was erased from photographs. History textbooks portrayed Stalin as Lenin's sole heir, the genius who completed the revolution. This rewriting extended to geography. Cities were renamed: Stalingrad, Stalino, Stalinabad. Mountains, canals, factories, all bore his name. His image was ubiquitous: statues, posters, stamps. Children sang songs praising his wisdom. "Thank you, Comrade Stalin, for our happy childhood," read a famous poster, ironic in a land where orphans of the purges filled state institutions. Yet his greatest achievement was institutionalizing terror. The Gulag system, over 476 labor camps by 1953, was not just punishment. It was economic engine. Prisoners mined gold in Kolyma, built the White Sea Canal, laid railways in permafrost. An estimated 18 million people passed through the camps, 1.5 to 2 million died. Forced labor built the Soviet state as surely as steel and concrete. When he died in 1953, the nation mourned, not out of love, but relief. Crowds gathered in Red Square, some weeping, others silent. Rumors spread that Beria had poisoned him. Within days, the inner circle moved to dismantle his cult. But the system remained. For Stalin's true legacy was not his policies, but his method, the fusion of ideology, bureaucracy, and terror into a self-perpetuating machine. He proved that a dictator need not be charismatic to be absolute. He need only be ruthless. And in the silence that followed his death, Russia faced a question it had not asked in decades. Could the system survive without the terror? The answer would come from an unlikely source, a bald, jovial man named Nikita Khrushchev, who had once kissed Stalin's hand and signed execution lists. But that story belongs to the thaw. For now, we leave Stalin in his mausoleum beside Lenin, two revolutionaries who built an empire of fear, convinced it was the price of progress. And in the snow-covered fields of Ukraine, where bones still surface after rains, the earth remembers what textbooks forgot. On a cold February morning in 1956, inside the hushed grandeur of the Kremlin's Palace of Congresses, Nikita Khrushchev, bald, stocky, and sweating slightly in his ill-fitting suit, stood before the 20th Congress of the Communist Party and delivered a speech that would shatter the Soviet Union's soul. For 4 hours he spoke not of harvest quotas or industrial output, but of terror, betrayal, and lies. He named names. He quoted execution lists. He described how Stalin had personally ordered the torture and murder of loyal Bolsheviks, how he had paralyzed the military before Hitler's invasion, how he had turned the party into a cult of one man's paranoia. Comrades, Khrushchev concluded, voice trembling with controlled fury, we must abolish the cult of personality once and for all. The room fell silent. Delegates stared at their shoes. Some wept. Others sat frozen, as if expecting NKVD officers to burst through the doors at any moment. When the speech ended, no applause followed, only the rustle of papers and the shuffle of feet. The document, titled On the Cult of Personality and Its Consequences, was classified. But within weeks, copies leaked across the USSR and beyond. In Warsaw, Budapest, and Prague, communists read it with disbelief. In Moscow, students whispered about it in dormitories. In labor camps across Siberia, prisoners pressed their ears to radio static, hoping to catch fragments of truth. This was the Khrushchev thaw, a brief, fragile opening in the ice of totalitarianism. After Stalin's death in 1953, the Soviet leadership had entered a period of collective rule. Malenkov, Molotov, Beria, and Khrushchev jostled for power. Beria, head of the secret police, proposed liberalizing East Germany and even releasing some Gulag prisoners, but his rivals feared his control of the security apparatus. Within months, he was arrested, tried in secret, and shot. Malenkov, advocating peaceful coexistence with the West, was sidelined. By 1955, Khrushchev emerged as primus inter pares, first among equals, and soon the sole leader. Unlike Stalin, Khrushchev was a man of the people. Born to illiterate peasants in Ukraine, he worked as a metal worker, joined the Bolsheviks during the Civil War, and rose through party ranks by sheer tenacity. He lacked Stalin's intellect, but possessed a peasant's cunning and a believer's zeal. He genuinely thought socialism could be humane. "We don't need terror to build communism," he told aides. "We need tractors, bread, and satellites." And for a time it seemed possible. He began with mercy. Between 1954 and 1959, millions of political prisoners were released from the Gulag, entire camps shut down, families reunited after decades. Writers like Alexander Solzhenitsyn, whose novel One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich depicted camp life with stark realism, were published, with Khrushchev's personal approval. Censorship eased, jazz music seeped into youth clubs, foreign films flickered on cinema screens, students debated philosophy without fear of informants. He attacked Stalin's legacy systematically. Statues were toppled, cities renamed, Stalingrad became Volgograd, Stalino became Donetsk. History textbooks were rewritten. The party admitted past errors, though never questioning Lenin or the revolution itself. The message was clear. Stalin perverted socialism. We are restoring its true path. Economically, he pursued bold reforms. He launched the Virgin Lands campaign, sending hundreds of thousands of young volunteers to plow Kazakhstan's steppes, a gamble that initially boosted grain production but later caused ecological disaster. He decentralized industry, giving regional councils more control. He promised to bury capitalism, not through war, but through consumer abundance, refrigerators, televisions, and private apartments for every worker. In foreign policy, he championed peaceful coexistence. At the 1955 Geneva summit, he shook hands with Eisenhower. In 1959, he toured America, visiting Hollywood, Iowa farms, and the UN, where he famously banged his shoe on a desk during a debate. He sought détente, not confrontation. Yet he also escalated the arms race, testing the first intercontinental ballistic missile, ICBM, and launching Sputnik in 1957, the world's first satellite, shocking the West and igniting the space race. But the thaw was never consistent. It was a pendulum swinging between openness and repression, often within the same week. When Hungarian workers rose against Soviet rule in October 1956, demanding democracy and withdrawal of troops, Khrushchev hesitated, then chose force. Over 2,500 Hungarians died as tanks crushed the uprising. Imre Nagy, the reformist prime minister, was executed. The message to Eastern Europe: liberalization stops at the border of empire. Similarly, when Polish workers protested in Poznan that same year, Khrushchev allowed limited reforms under Władysław Gomułka, but only after extracting promises of loyalty to Moscow. The thaw applied to Russia, not its satellites. At home, contradictions multiplied. He denounced Stalin's purges, but refused to rehabilitate all victims, fearing it would undermine the party's legitimacy. He allowed Solzhenitsyn to publish, but banned Boris Pasternak's Dr. Zhivago for its anti-Soviet themes. He promoted corn farming across the USSR, ignoring climate realities, leading to crop failures mocked in jokes nationwide. His greatest failure was agriculture. Despite early gains, food shortages persisted. By 1962, bread lines returned. In Novocherkassk, workers striking over price hikes were fired upon by troops, 26 killed, dozens imprisoned. Khrushchev covered it up. The thaw had limits. By 1964, the party elite had enough. Khrushchev's erratic style, public outbursts, impulsive decisions, constant reorganizations, alienated bureaucrats who craved stability. His failed Cuban Missile Crisis gambit in 1962, withdrawing missiles after U.S. blockade, humiliated the USSR. His agricultural blunders angered rural officials, and his de-Stalinization unnerved hardliners who feared chaos. On October 14, 1964, while Khrushchev vacationed at the Black Sea, the Presidium summoned him to Moscow. There, Leonid Brezhnev, Alexei Kosygin, and Mikhail Suslov accused him of voluntarism and subjectivism. He begged for a public trial. They refused. He was stripped of all posts and exiled to a dacha outside Moscow, where he spent his final years writing memoirs and tending corn. The thaw was over. Brezhnev restored order, not through terror, but through stagnation. Censorship tightened, dissent was marginalized, the economy slowed, the party prioritized stability over innovation. The brief hope of humane socialism froze again. Yet Khrushchev's legacy endured. He proved that the Soviet system could criticize itself, up to a point. He released millions from camps. He exposed Stalin's crimes. He opened windows to the world. And in doing so, he planted seeds that would sprout decades later, in the Samizdat underground, in the Helsinki human rights groups, in the mind of a young Mikhail Gorbachev, who watched the 1956 speech as a law student and never forgot it. The thaw did not melt the ice, but it showed that ice could crack. And once cracked, it could never be whole again. To understand the thaw's fragility, one must see it not as policy, but as personality. Khrushchev was a bundle of contradictions, a true believer who jailed dissidents, a reformer who crushed Hungary, a populist who ruled autocratically. He genuinely wanted to improve lives, but within the unshakable framework of one-party rule. "Socialism is good," he once said. "We just implemented it badly under Stalin." His de-Stalinization was selective. He condemned Stalin's methods, but upheld his industrialization and victory in WTO. He blamed Stalin for the purges, but not the system that enabled them. The party remained infallible. Only its leader had erred. This half-measure created cognitive dissonance. Citizens asked, if Stalin was a monster, how did he rise to power? If the party allowed such terror, how can we trust it now? Intellectuals like Andrei Sakharov, the nuclear physicist turned dissident, began questioning the system itself, not just its leaders. Khrushchev's cultural policies reflected this tension. He allowed thaw literature, novels exploring moral dilemmas, war trauma, and bureaucratic absurdity. Vasily Grossman's Life and Fate, comparing Stalinism to Nazism, was seized by the KGB but circulated in samizdat. Films like The Cranes Are Flying won international acclaim for their emotional honesty. Yet when artists pushed too far, he snapped. At the 1962 Manege affair, he stormed an abstract art exhibit, shouting, "Is this what you call art? A donkey could paint better with its tail." He reinstated socialist realism as the only acceptable style. Creativity was permitted, but only if it served the state. His foreign policy oscillated wildly. He embraced non-aligned nations like Egypt and India, offering aid to counter Western influence. He supported anti-colonial movements in Africa and Asia. Yet he also built the Berlin Wall in 1961 to stop East Germans fleeing to the West, a brutal admission that socialism could not compete with capitalism on quality of life. The Cuban Missile Crisis revealed his gambler's instinct. He placed nuclear missiles in Cuba to redress the U.S. advantage, but miscalculated Kennedy's resolve. When the U.S. imposed a naval blockade, Khrushchev blinked. He withdrew the missiles in exchange for a secret U.S. pledge to remove Jupiter missiles from Turkey. Publicly, he claimed victory. Privately, the Politburo saw weakness. Domestically, his reforms backfired. The Virgin Lands campaign initially increased grain harvests, but monoculture farming exhausted the soil. Dust storms buried villages. By the 1960s, the USSR imported grain from the very capitalist countries it vowed to surpass. His promise of individual apartments improved urban life, but construction was shoddy, leading to the infamous Khrushchevka blocks, cramped, poorly insulated, and soulless. People gained privacy but lost community. His downfall came not from the people, but from the nomenklatura, the party elite who thrived on predictability. Khrushchev's constant reorganizations threatened their careers. His public criticism embarrassed them. His corn obsession made him a laughingstock. Brezhnev offered what they craved, stability through inertia. No more shocks, no more speeches about past crimes, no more experiments, just steady management of a vast, creaking machine. The thaw's end was quiet. No purges, no show trials, just a slow return to silence. Yet something had changed forever. Once citizens knew Stalin's crimes, they could never unknow them. Once writers tasted freedom, they could never fully submit. Once students debated openly, they carried those habits into adulthood. The thaw was brief, but it proved that totalitarianism requires total silence. And once silence is broken, even briefly, the spell is weakened. Khrushchev died in 1971, largely forgotten. But in the 1980s, Gorbachev would revive his spirit, calling his reforms insufficient but necessary. History remembers Khrushchev not as a hero, but as a flawed pioneer, a man who dared to say the unspeakable, even if he couldn't build a new world from the ruins. He opened the door. Others would walk through it. When Leonid Brezhnev assumed power in October 1964, he promised not revolution, not reform, not even renewal, but stability. After the whirlwind of Khrushchev's impulsive corn campaigns, shoe-banging diplomacy, and chaotic reorganizations, the Soviet elite craved calm. Brezhnev, with his slow speech, heavy metals, and aversion to risk, offered exactly that. He would not tear down statues or reopen old wounds. He would not gamble on utopias or shock the world with satellites and missiles. He would manage the empire like a cautious accountant, preserving what existed, avoiding mistakes, and above all, ensuring that no one rocked the boat. What followed was 18 years of Zastoy, the era of stagnation, a time when the Soviet Union stopped moving forward but did not yet collapse backward. On the surface, it was a golden age of predictability. Shelves held the same canned goods year after year. Factories met the same quotas. Party officials kept the same dachas. Citizens knew their place, and the state knew theirs. But beneath the placid exterior, rot spread like mold in a sealed cellar. Innovation died. Corruption flourished. Ideology turned to ritual. And the gap between socialist promise and daily reality widened until it could no longer be ignored. Brezhnev's genius, or tragedy, was that he understood the system's fragility. He knew that after Stalin's terror and Khrushchev's thaw, the party needed consensus, not vision. So he forged a silent pact with the nomenklatura, the vast network of party bureaucrats, factory directors, and military officers who ran the USSR. In exchange for loyalty, he granted them privileges, access to special stores with Western goods, luxury apartments, foreign travel, and immunity from scrutiny. In return, they maintained order, met minimal economic targets, and never questioned the leadership. It was a social contract built not on ideology, but on quiet corruption. The economy, once driven by 5-year plans and heroic labor, became a theater of illusions. Factories reported inflated output to meet quotas, producing 10,000 left shoes but no right ones, or steel so brittle it snapped under pressure. Managers hoarded spare parts, traded favors on the black market, and bribed inspectors to look the other way. The state owned everything, but no one felt responsible for anything. Productivity plummeted. By the 1970s, Soviet industry grew at half the rate of West Germany's and relied increasingly on oil exports to mask its inefficiency. Consumers paid the price. In supermarkets, shelves stood half empty. Lines formed for basics: meat, soap, toilet paper. Citizens spent hours hunting for decent shoes or a functioning washing machine. The joke went, communism is Soviet power plus electrification. We have Soviet power. We have electrification. But we don't have light bulbs. Yet few complained openly. Dissent had been marginalized, not through mass terror, but through social suffocation. Lose your job and you lost your apartment, your child's university spot, your access to health care. Better to conform. Culture reflected the malaise. Censorship returned, not with Stalin's brutality, but with bureaucratic pettiness. Writers like Alexander Solzhenitsyn, whose Gulag archipelago exposed the full horror of the camps, were exiled. Andrei Sakharov, the Nobel Prize-winning physicist, who championed human rights, was banished to Gorky under KGB surveillance. Films, music, and art celebrated safe themes, woo to a heroism, space triumphs, and the eternal wisdom of Lenin, now sanitized of all controversy. Yet underground, a counterculture thrived. In Moscow kitchens, intellectuals gathered for kvartirniki, Apartment concerts where band poets read verses and guitarists sang protest songs. Samizdat, self-published manuscripts, circulated Dr. Zhivago, Orwell's 1984, and Sakharov's essays. Rock bands like Kino and Aquarium fused Western sounds with Russian soul, singing of alienation and hope. The state tolerated it, as long as it stayed private. Public dissent, however, was crushed. In 1968, when Czechoslovakia's Prague Spring dared to imagine socialism with a human face, Brezhnev sent tanks. Over 100 civilians died. The message was clear. Reform ends where Soviet control begins. The Brezhnev Doctrine declared that Moscow had the right to intervene in any socialist country threatened by counter-revolution. Eastern Europe remained a prison of nations, but a quiet one. Foreign policy mirrored domestic stagnation. Brezhnev pursued détente with the U.S., signing arms control treaties, SALT Y, visiting Washington and exchanging peaceful coexistence rhetoric with Nixon and Ford. Yet he also escalated proxy wars, arming North Vietnam, supporting Marxist rebels in Angola and Ethiopia, and invading Afghanistan in 1979 to prop up a failing communist regime. The Afghan War became the USSR's Vietnam, a quagmire that drained morale, lives, and rubles, while exposing the Red Army's weakness. By the late 1970s, the system was hollowing out. Oil wealth masked economic decay, but when global prices crashed in the early 1980s, the illusion shattered. Bread lines returned, factories idled, even the military struggled to modernize. Meanwhile, technology lagged decades behind the West. While America birthed Silicon Valley, Soviet computers were room-sized relics. Photocopiers were restricted as subversive. Citizens tuned into Voice of America and BBC, hearing news their own papers never printed. Brezhnev himself became a symbol of decline. Once vigorous, he aged rapidly, plagued by heart disease, arteriosclerosis, and likely alcoholism. In his final years, he slurred speeches, forgot names, and needed aides to guide him on stage. At international summits, he dozed off. Domestically, he awarded himself endless medals, including the rare Hero of the Soviet Union 4 times, while ordinary citizens queued for soap. The cult of personality returned, not as terror, but as farce. When he died on November 10, 1982, after 18 years in power, the nation felt not grief, but exhaustion. His funeral was lavish. Military parades, eulogies, global dignitaries, but the mood was funereal in truth. The USSR had survived, but it had stopped living. His successors, Yuri Andropov, 1982-84, and Konstantin Chernenko, 1984-85, were older, sicker men who changed nothing. Andropov, former KGB chief, cracked down on absenteeism and corruption, but lacked time to implement reforms. Chernenko, frail and confused, barely functioned. Both died within 2 years. The party was leaderless, the economy was failing, society was cynical, and the world was watching. Into this vacuum stepped a man who seemed too young, too energetic, too idealistic for the gray corridors of the Kremlin, Mikhail Gorbachev. He would try to save the system by changing it. But the rot ran too deep. The era of stagnation had not just slowed the USSR, it had prepared its tomb. To understand the stagnation, one must see it not as failure, but as success on its own terms. Brezhnev achieved exactly what he set out to do: preserve the status quo. No purges, no famines, no invasions of Russia itself. For millions of Soviet citizens, especially those born after Stalin, the Brezhnev years were the most stable of their lives. They had jobs, apartments, healthcare, and education. Their children would inherit the same. In a century scarred by war, revolution, and terror, predictability felt like peace. But peace without progress is decay. The system prioritized quantity over quality, loyalty over competence, appearance over reality. A factory director's goal wasn't to make useful goods, but to fulfill the plan, regardless of whether anyone needed the product. A party secretary's duty wasn't to serve the people, but to please his superiors. Truth became irrelevant. Only reports mattered. This created a parallel reality. Official newspapers hailed record harvests while citizens stood in bread lines. TV broadcasts showed gleaming new metros, while elevators in housing blocks broke down for months. Schoolchildren learned that the USSR led the world in science, yet their parents smuggled in Japanese radios and American jeans. The disconnect bred doublethink, a term Orwell coined, but Soviets lived. People publicly praised the party while privately mocking it. They displayed Lenin busts in offices but told jokes about Brezhnev's senility. They joined the Communist Party for career advancement, not belief. Ideology became performance, not conviction. Even the security apparatus adapted. The KGB under Yuri Andropov shifted from mass repression to targeted harassment. Dissidents weren't shot. They were fired, denied medical care, or confined to psychiatric hospitals where sluggish schizophrenia was diagnosed for anti-Soviet thoughts. It was cleaner, quieter, and just as effective. Economically, the USSR became a petrostate. In the 1970s, oil discoveries in Siberia flooded the treasury with hard currency. Instead of modernizing industry, the state used oil money to import grain, consumer goods, and technology, masking underlying inefficiency. When oil prices collapsed in 1985, the house of cards began to fall. Socially, a generation gap emerged. Youth raised on Western rock, jeans, and samizdat literature saw the system as absurd. They didn't hate socialism, they just didn't believe in it. Their parents, scarred by war and Stalin, valued stability. But the young asked, "Is this all there is?" The state had no answer. Culturally, the thaw's embers glowed underground. Bards like Vladimir Vysotsky sang of truth and courage to packed apartments. Filmmakers like Andrei Tarkovsky smuggled spiritual questions into allegorical masterpieces, Stalker, Mirror. Scientists collaborated secretly with Western peers. The intelligentsia kept alive the idea that another Russia was possible, one not defined by cues and lies. But the party offered no path forward. Brezhnev's foreign adventures revealed the same pattern. Détente with the US brought prestige but no real partnership. The Afghan war drained resources and morale. By 1985, 15,000 Soviet soldiers had died, and the Mujahideen, armed by the CIA, controlled the countryside. The war became a national trauma, fueling disillusionment among conscripts and their families. When Brezhnev died, the system was on autopilot. Andropov tried to inject discipline, raiding stores for lazy clerks, prosecuting corrupt officials, but his KGB mindset couldn't fix structural flaws. Chernenko, a walking ghost, reversed even those efforts. The Politburo was a gerontocracy, men in their 70s ruling a country with a median age of 30. They spoke of Lenin while ignoring his calls for party democracy. They wore medals for victories their grandchildren couldn't imagine. Into this void stepped Gorbachev. Young, 54, educated, and convinced the USSR could reform itself. He inherited an empire that looked strong but was spiritually bankrupt. Factories worked but produced junk. The army marched but feared Afghanistan. The party ruled, but no one believed its slogans. The stagnation had not killed the Soviet Union, but it had starved its soul, and a soulless empire cannot survive. He arrived in Moscow in March 1985, not with tanks or terror, but with a smile, a wife in designer clothes, and two words that would unravel the Soviet Union: glasnost and perestroika. Mikhail Gorbachev, at 54, was the youngest leader the USSR had seen in decades, young enough to remember Khrushchev's thaw, old enough to understand Brezhnev's stagnation. He believed deeply in socialism, but not the hollowed-out version that choked on its own lies. "We cannot go on like this," he told the Politburo. "Either we change or we die." What he did not foresee was that in trying to save the system, he would destroy it. Gorbachev was a true believer, a product of the Komsomol Youth League, a lawyer by training, and a rising star in the Communist Party apparatus. He had traveled to Western Europe, seen supermarkets with overflowing shelves, witnessed parliaments where opposition parties debated openly, and returned convinced that the USSR could modernize without abandoning its socialist core. His vision was audacious: restructure the economy, perestroika, while opening society to honest discussion, glasnost, all under the unchallenged leadership of the Communist Party. But once the lid was lifted, the pressure exploded. Glasnost began as controlled transparency. Gorbachev allowed newspapers to criticize bureaucratic inefficiency, expose corruption, and discuss historical taboos. But journalists, long silenced, went further. They dug up Stalin's purges, the Holodomor famine, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, the Afghan War's true cost. In 1986, after the Chernobyl disaster, state media finally admitted the scale of the catastrophe, something unthinkable under previous regimes. Citizens realized they had been lied to for generations. Then came the floodgates. Writers published banned works. Filmmakers depicted Soviet failures. Historians re-examined Lenin and Stalin not as saints, but as flawed men whose policies caused immense suffering. On television, programs like Vzgliad, View, hosted live debates where ordinary citizens challenged officials. For the first time since 1917, Russians spoke freely and discovered they were not alone in their disillusionment. Perestroika proved even more destabilizing. Gorbachev introduced limited market mechanisms, private cooperatives, profit incentives, foreign joint ventures. But without price reforms, property rights, or a legal framework, chaos ensued. State factories still answered to central planners, while new entrepreneurs hoarded goods, causing shortages. Inflation soared. Queues lengthened. The ruble became nearly worthless. A worker earning 200 rubles a month watched as a loaf of bread jumped from 20 kopecks to 2 rubles overnight. Worse, the reforms alienated everyone. Hardliners saw perestroika as betrayal. Liberals saw it as too little, too late. Workers lost job security. Managers lost control. And the party, once the unquestioned vanguard, found itself irrelevant. Then came the nationalities question. Glasnost gave voice to long-suppressed ethnic grievances. In the Baltics, mass movements demanded independence. In Ukraine, historians reclaimed the Holodomor as genocide. In the Caucasus, ancient rivalries flared. Armenia versus Azerbaijan over Nagorno-Karabakh. Gorbachev, committed to preserving the Union, wavered. He condemned Baltic protests but refused to send tanks. He negotiated with nationalists but offered no real autonomy. The result was paralysis and bloodshed. In January 1st, 1990, Soviet troops stormed Baku, killing over 130 Azerbaijani civilians. In January 1991, they attacked Vilnius TV tower, killing 14 Lithuanians. Each crackdown fueled more secessionist fervor. Republics declared sovereignty. Local communists defected to nationalist causes. The empire was fracturing from within. Amid this chaos rose an unlikely challenger, Boris Yeltsin. A burly, blunt-speaking construction boss from Sverdlovsk, Yeltsin had been Gorbachev's protege, appointed Moscow party chief in one. But he quickly grew impatient with half measures. He walked factory floors, listened to workers' complaints, and publicly denounced party privileges. In 1987, after criticizing Gorbachev's slow pace, he was fired and humiliated. But glasnost saved him. The public saw Yeltsin not as a traitor, but as a truth-teller. In 1989, he won a landslide seat in the new Congress of People's Deputies. In 1990, he resigned from the Communist Party and was elected chairman of the Russian Supreme Soviet, the legislature of the Russian Republic, the USSR's largest constituent part. Now Yeltsin and Gorbachev were locked in a struggle not just for power, but for Russia's soul. Gorbachev wanted a renewed union, a federation of sovereign republics under a central government. Yeltsin wanted Russian sovereignty first, even if it meant the USSR's end. In June 1991, Yeltsin was elected president of Russia in a direct popular vote, defeating Gorbachev's preferred candidate by a wide margin. The message was clear. Russians trusted Yeltsin more than the Soviet president. The final crisis came in August 1991. Hardline communists, KGB chief Vladimir Khrushchev, defense minister Dmitry Yazov, and vice president Gennady Yanayev feared the imminent signing of a new union treaty that would decentralize power. On August 18, they placed Gorbachev under house arrest in Crimea and declared a state committee on the state of emergency, GKCHP. For 3 days, tanks rolled into Moscow. Censorship returned. Phone lines were cut. The world held its breath. But the coup collapsed, not by force, but by defiance. Yeltsin rushed to the White House, Russia's parliament building, climbed atop a tank, and delivered a speech that echoed across the globe. Citizens, the legally elected president is under arrest. We will not surrender. Thousands gathered to defend the building. Soldiers refused to fire on civilians. Key units defected. By August 21st, the plotters fled. Gorbachev returned to Moscow, but his power was gone. Yeltsin, now a national hero, banned the Communist Party on Russian soil. Republic after republic declared independence. On December 8, 1991, Yeltsin met with leaders of Ukraine and Belarus in a forest near Minsk and signed the Belavasia Accords, declaring the USSR dissolved and replacing it with the Commonwealth of Independent States, CIS. Gorbachev, still in the Kremlin, was not consulted. On December 25, 1991, he appeared on television, calm but weary. "I am ceasing my activity as president," he said. Behind him, the red Soviet flag was lowered from the Kremlin for the last time, replaced by the white, blue-red tricolor of Russia. The empire that had spanned 11 time zones, ruled 290 million people, and shaped the 20th century was gone. Gorbachev had tried to reform socialism. Instead, he unleashed forces that buried it. His tragedy was that he understood the disease but misdiagnosed the cure. He believed the system could be humanized. But the system was the disease. And in trying to heal it, he killed it. To grasp Gorbachev's paradox, one must see him not as a revolutionary, but as a loyal son trying to save a dying father. He loved the Soviet Union. He believed in its ideals: equality, anti-imperialism, collective welfare. What he hated was the corruption, lies, and inertia that had strangled those ideals. His reforms were meant to restore Lenin's true socialism, not overthrow it. But history rarely obeys intentions. Glasnost worked too well. Once people learned the truth about Stalin's purges, the Afghan War, and Chernobyl, they stopped believing in the system altogether. Why sacrifice for a lie? Why queue for bread when the state admits it's failing? Perestroika failed because it mixed incompatible systems. You cannot have central planning and markets, state ownership and private profit, party dictatorship and democracy. The result was economic freefall. By 1990, GDP was falling. By 1991, hyperinflation loomed. Shelves emptied. Barter replaced money. Citizens lost faith not just in communism, but in governance itself. His greatest miscalculation was underestimating nationalism. He assumed that shared socialist identity would override ethnic divisions, but 70 years of Soviet rule had not erased national memories. It had suppressed them. Once glasnost allowed expression, centuries-old identities surged back. Lithuanians remembered 1918 independence. Ukrainians recalled the Cossack hetmanate. Georgians celebrated King David the Builder. Gorbachev offered vague promises of autonomy within a renewed union. But after decades of Russification, republics wanted full sovereignty, not another layer of Moscow control. His relationship with Yeltsin revealed his political blindness. He saw Yeltsin as a crude populist, not a strategic threat. He underestimated the appeal of a leader who spoke plainly, drank vodka with workers, and wore his emotions on his sleeve. While Gorbachev debated theory, Yeltsin connected with pain. When food vanished, Yeltsin blamed the system. When tanks rolled, he stood in front of them. The August 1991 coup was the turning point. Gorbachev had warned of hardliners, but did nothing to stop them. He trusted colleagues who betrayed him. Yeltsin, by contrast, acted decisively. His tank speech wasn't just bravery. It was theater that captured the world's imagination. In that moment, he became the symbol of a new Russia, bold, defiant, unafraid. After the coup, Gorbachev clung to illusions. He negotiated the new Union Treaty, hoping to preserve a loose confederation. But Yeltsin, backed by Republican leaders, knew the game was over. The Belavesia Accords were signed in secret, presented as a fait accompli. Gorbachev, isolated in the Kremlin, had no army, no party, no republics left to command. His final speech on December 25th was dignified, but futile. He praised the Soviet people's achievements. He warned against fragmentation. He expressed hope for cooperation. But the red flag was already down. The empire was dust. Historians debate his legacy. In the West, he is hailed as a peacemaker who ended the Cold War without bloodshed. He withdrew from Afghanistan, signed arms treaties, and refused to crush Eastern European revolutions in 1989. Reagan called him a man we can do business with. In Russia, he is often blamed for the 1990s chaos, hyperinflation, oligarchs, loss of superpower status. Polls show many Russians regret the USSR's collapse. But the truth is more complex. Gorbachev did not destroy the USSR. The USSR destroyed itself through stagnation, lies, and imperial overreach. He merely removed the bandage. His greatness was moral. He refused to use violence to preserve power. When the choice came between tanks and freedom, he chose freedom, even at the cost of his own empire. In that sense, he was the last true idealist of the Soviet era. He believed in socialism until the end. But history judged that the idea was beautiful, the practice fatal. And so, the reformer who sought to renew an empire became the man who buried it. With dignity. With sorrow. And with the quiet courage of one who chooses truth over power. The Soviet Union died not with a bang, but with a whimper, a televised resignation, a lowered flag, and a silence so profound it echoed across 11 time zones. On December 25, 1991, as Mikhail Gorbachev handed over the nuclear codes to Boris Yeltsin, Russia entered a new era, uncharted, unregulated, and utterly chaotic. The empire that had ruled 290 million people for 74 years vanished overnight, leaving behind 15 independent republics, a shattered economy, and a population of 150 million Russians suddenly adrift in a world they did not understand. There were no maps for this journey, no rule books, no safety nets, only raw capitalism, political free-for-all, and the desperate scramble for survival that would come to define the wilderness years, the turbulent decade of the 1990s. Yeltsin, the burly former construction boss who had stood atop a tank to defy communist hardliners, now faced a task far more daunting than revolution, building a nation from ruins. He inherited a state with no constitution, no private property laws, no stock market, and a currency so worthless that factory workers were paid in soap, vodka, and canned meat. The Communist Party was banned, the KGB was dismantled, the Red Army was broke, and the people, exhausted by decades of scarcity, demanded not just freedom, but bread. His response was radical: shock therapy. Advised by young economists like Yegor Gaidar and backed by Western institutions like the IMF, Yeltsin unleashed a whirlwind of reforms in January 1992. Price controls were lifted overnight, state subsidies vanished, the ruble was made convertible. Overnight, inflation hit 2,500%. A loaf of bread that cost 1 ruble in December cost 100 rubles by February. Pensions became worthless, savings accounts evaporated, grandmothers watched lifetimes of frugality turn to dust. But the centerpiece was privatization. In a scheme meant to distribute wealth quickly, the government issued every citizen vouchers, certificates worth 10,000 rubles, that could be exchanged for shares in state enterprises. In theory, every Russian would become an owner. In practice, most citizens, confused, desperate, or ignorant of markets, sold their vouchers for cash to street traders or emerging entrepreneurs. Within months, vast swathes of industry, oil, steel, media, banking, fell into the hands of a few well-connected insiders. They became the oligarchs, men like Boris Berezovsky, Vladimir Gusinsky, Mikhail Khodorkovsky, and Roman Abramovich, who built empires on borrowed money, political favors, and rigged auctions. By 1996, just 36 oligarchs controlled half of Russia's economy. They owned newspapers that shaped public opinion, banks that financed elections, and TV stations that turned Yeltsin into a celebrity, or a caricature, depending on the day. Democracy existed in form. Elections were held, parliaments convened, but power flowed through backroom deals, not ballots. And Yeltsin, increasingly erratic, leaned on them. He drank heavily. His health declined, heart attacks, bypass surgery, mood swings. He disappeared for weeks, leaving ministers to guess his intentions. When Parliament, led by conservative nationalists, opposed his reforms, he dissolved it by decree in September 1993. They barricaded themselves in the White House, the same building he had defended in 1991, and called for his impeachment. Yeltsin responded by ordering tanks to shell the parliament. Over 150 people died. The constitution was rewritten to give the president near-dictatorial powers. It was democracy born in violence. The chaos extended beyond economics. Crime exploded. The mafia filled the vacuum left by the state. Contract killings, car thefts, and protection rackets became routine. Police were underpaid and corrupt. In Moscow, businessmen hired armed guards. In provinces, entire towns fell under gang control. Life expectancy for men plummeted to 57 years, lower than Bangladesh's. Ethnic tensions flared. In 1994, Yeltsin launched the First Chechen War, hoping to crush separatists and rally nationalist support. Instead, Chechen rebels, battle-hardened and fiercely independent, ambushed Russian conscripts in Grozny's ruins. The war dragged on for 2 years, killing 100,000 people, mostly civilians. Russian soldiers froze without boots. Chechen fighters used sewers as tunnels. The army, demoralized and underfunded, became a symbol of national humiliation. When Yeltsin signed a ceasefire in 1996, it was a de facto admission of defeat. Through it all, Yeltsin clung to power. In the 1996 presidential election, polls showed him losing badly to communist leader Gennady Zyuganov. The oligarchs panicked. Communists would seize their assets. They formed the Davos Pact, pooling media, money, and strategy to re-elect Yeltsin. TV stations ran non-stop pro-Yeltsin coverage. Campaign ads portrayed Zyuganov as Stalin reborn. Yeltsin, though frail, staged energetic rallies, promising prosperity just around the corner. He won, but the victory was hollow. The people hadn't chosen him. The oligarchs had installed him. His second term was a slow-motion collapse. The 1998 financial crisis, triggered by falling oil prices and unsustainable debt, wiped out the ruble again. Banks collapsed. Salaries went unpaid for months. Teachers, doctors, and soldiers survived on barter. Yet the oligarchs thrived, moving assets offshore. Disillusionment deepened. Nationalists blamed the West. Communists called for restoration. Liberals despaired. Amid this decay, a new figure emerged from the shadows. Vladimir Putin, a former KGB officer from Leningrad, had served as head of the FSB, successor to the KGB, and then as prime minister in August 1999. When apartment bombings in Moscow and Volgodonsk killed over 300 people, Putin blamed Chechen terrorists and launched the Second Chechen War. This time, the army was better prepared. Grozny was leveled, but the campaign was swift. Putin projected strength, discipline, and order, everything Yeltsin lacked. On December 31st, 1999, in a surprise New Year's address, Yeltsin resigned. "I am tired," he said. Russia needs new leaders. He named Putin acting president and granted himself immunity from prosecution. The wilderness years were over, but their legacy endured. An economy controlled by oligarchs, a democracy hollowed out, a society traumatized by chaos, and a deep yearning for stability, even at the cost of freedom. Yeltsin had freed Russia from communism, but in doing so, he left it naked before the wolves. To understand the wilderness years, one must see them not as failure, but as necessary pain, the violent birth pangs of a post-imperial state. Yeltsin faced an impossible task: dismantle a totalitarian system without triggering civil war, build markets without capital, and create democracy without a middle class. Every choice carried catastrophic risk. Shock therapy was brutal, but gradual reform might have allowed communists to regroup. Privatization was corrupt, but keeping state ownership would have preserved inefficiency. Dissolving parliament was authoritarian, but compromise might have led to paralysis or coup. Yet Yeltsin's personal flaws magnified these dilemmas. His impulsiveness led to policy whiplash. One day he'd embrace liberals, the next nationalists. His drinking fueled rumors of instability. His reliance on oligarchs turned reform into plunder. He believed he was saving Russia, but often acted like a warlord, dividing spoils. The human cost was staggering. Pensioners sold family heirlooms to buy medicine. Scientists drove taxis. Engineers swept streets. The intelligentsia, the soul of Russian culture, emigrated en masse. Those who stayed adapted. Teachers took bribes for grades. Doctors demanded payment for care. Professors moonlighted as translators. Yet amid the despair, resilience bloomed. Small businesses opened, kiosks selling cigarettes, jeans, pirated CDs. Orthodox churches, shuttered for decades, reopened. Rock bands played to packed clubs. Writers published uncensored novels. For the first time since 1917, Russians could travel, speak, and worship freely. But freedom felt like abandonment. The state no longer provided, not healthcare, not security, not dignity. Citizens learned to rely on Blatt, connections, and Kreische, protection, informal networks that replaced law. Trust in institutions collapsed. Only family and friends could be counted on. The Chechen wars revealed the military's decay and the state's fragility. In 1994, Yeltsin expected a quick victory. Instead, Chechen fighters, many veterans of the Soviet-Afghan War, used guerrilla tactics to humiliate Russia's conscript army. Soldiers mutinied. Officers sold weapons to rebels. The war became a national trauma, fueling xenophobia and calls for strongman rule. Putin understood this trauma. When he launched the Second Chechen War in 1999, he combined military force with propaganda. State TV showed precision strikes, not urban carnage. He framed it as anti-terrorism, not imperialism. The public, weary of chaos, rallied behind him. Yeltsin's resignation was both cowardly and wise. He knew he could not govern effectively. By stepping down early, he ensured a managed transition and protected himself and his family from prosecution. His farewell speech admitted mistakes but claimed credit for ending communism. "We lived in slavery for 70 years, he said. Now we are free. But freedom, as Russians learned, is not enough. Without law, it becomes anarchy. Without justice, it becomes inequality. Without memory, it becomes amnesia. The wilderness years taught a bitter lesson. You cannot build democracy on rubble. Institutions matter, rules matter, trust matters. Yeltsin destroyed the old system but failed to build a new one. And into that vacuum stepped Putin, with promises of order, pride, and a return to greatness. The 1990s were not just a decade. They were a warning. And Russia, scarred by chaos, chose to forget. On the last day of 1999, as fireworks lit up the Moscow skyline and Russians toasted the new millennium with cheap champagne, a quiet, steely-eyed man stepped onto the national stage and promised an end to chaos. Vladimir Putin, just 47 years old and barely known outside intelligence circles, had been prime minister for only 4 months when President Boris Yeltsin abruptly resigned on live television, naming him acting president. Russia needs new leaders, Yeltsin said, his voice thick with fatigue and regret. Men who are strong, energetic, and intelligent. Then, turning to Putin, he added, "Take care of Russia." The nation, exhausted by a decade of economic freefall, gangster capitalism, and humiliating defeats in Chechnya, heard not just a transfer of power, but a vow. And Putin wasted no time fulfilling it. His first act was symbolic, yet seismic. He declared that Russia would never again be weak. Within weeks, he launched the Second Chechen War with ruthless efficiency. Unlike Yeltsin's bungled invasion, Putin's campaign combined overwhelming force with tight media control. State television showed precision airstrikes, disciplined troops, and grateful villagers, not the urban carnage of Grozny's ruins. When Chechen warlords were cornered, they were eliminated, not negotiated with. By 2000, Chechnya was pacified under the rule of Ramzan Kadyrov, a former rebel turned loyal enforcer. The message was clear: rebellion would be crushed, order would be restored. But Putin's revolution went far beyond the battlefield. He understood that Russia's true weakness lay not in its army, but in its institutions. Hollowed out by oligarchs, paralyzed by corruption, and mocked by the world. His mission was not to build democracy, but to rebuild statehood. And to do that, he needed to break the men who had broken Russia. Enter the oligarchs. In the 1990s, tycoons like Boris Berezovsky, Vladimir Gusinsky, and Mikhail Khodorkovsky had treated the state as their personal fiefdom, buying politicians, controlling media, and moving billions offshore. They assumed Putin, a former KGB officer with no independent wealth, would be their puppet. They were wrong. In 2000, Putin summoned them to a secret meeting at the Kremlin. He laid out a simple deal. You can keep your money, but stay out of politics. Most agreed. But Khodorkovsky, head of the oil giant Yukos, defied him. He funded opposition parties, criticized corruption, and even hinted at running for president. In 2003, he was arrested on charges of tax evasion and fraud. His company was dismantled, its assets sold to state-owned Rosneft. Khodorkovsky spent 10 years in prison before being exiled. The lesson was absorbed instantly. Oligarchs fell into line. Media empires were seized or sold to loyalists. Independent newspapers were shuttered. TV channels became mouthpieces for the Kremlin. By 2004, Russia's once vibrant public sphere had been tamed. Putin then turned to the political system. He abolished direct elections for regional governors, replacing them with presidential appointees. He engineered changes to parliamentary rules that marginalized opposition parties. He created United Russia, a pro-Kremlin party that branded itself the party of power, and use state resources to ensure its dominance. Elections remained, but outcomes were managed. As one official quipped, "We have democracy, but we also have results." Yet Putin's genius lay not in repression alone, but in restoring national pride. He revived Soviet symbols without the ideology. The Red Star returned to military insignia. The Soviet anthem, with new lyrics, replaced Glinka's hymn. Victory Day over Nazi Germany became the centerpiece of patriotic education. He positioned Russia not as a failed superpower, but as a unique civilization, neither Western nor Eastern, but Eurasian, Orthodox, and sovereign. Economically, fortune smiled. Global oil prices soared in the 2000s, filling state coffers. Putin used the windfall to pay pensions, rebuild infrastructure, and create a stabilization fund to cushion future shocks. For ordinary Russians, life improved dramatically. Supermarkets overflowed with goods, wages rose, travel abroad became possible. After the humiliation of the 1990s, stability felt like salvation. But beneath the surface, the system hardened. The security services, the Siloviki, men from the KGB, military, and police, rose to dominance. Putin, a former KGB colonel himself, trusted them over liberals or technocrats. Loyalty mattered more than competence. Corruption didn't vanish, it was centralized. Instead of oligarchs stealing openly, state corporations like Gazprom and Rosneft became vehicles for elite enrichment, with profits flowing to Kremlin insiders. Dissent was not banned, it was marginalized. Critics like journalist Anna Politkovskaya, who exposed Chechen atrocities, or lawyer Sergei Magnitsky, who uncovered a $230 million tax fraud by officials, were harassed, jailed, or killed. Their death sent a chilling message: cross the state, and you disappear. Yet Putin maintained popular support, not through fear, but through performance legitimacy. As long as the economy grew and Russia stood tall in the world, most citizens accepted limited freedoms. Nationalism became the new glue. The West, once seen as a model, was recast as a hostile force seeking to contain Russia. NATO expansion, U.S. interventions in Iraq and Libya, and support for color revolutions in Georgia and Ukraine confirmed this narrative. The turning point came in 2014. When Ukrainians ousted pro-Russian President Viktor Yanukovych after he rejected an EU deal, Putin saw not a democratic uprising, but a Western coup on Russia's doorstep. In response, he annexed Crimea, a move celebrated across Russia as the return of historic territory. State media showed jubilant crowds welcoming Russian troops. Polls showed 90% approval. Sanctions followed, but Putin framed them as proof of Western envy. Then came the war in eastern Ukraine, where Russian-backed separatists fought Kiev's forces. Deniable but undeniable, it signaled a new doctrine. Russia would defend its interests by any means necessary. By 2016, Putin had cemented his image as the indispensable leader, a global statesman who brokered Syria peace deals, hosted World Cups, and stood unflinching against American pressure. Domestically, constitutional changes allowed him to extend his rule beyond 2024. Critics called it autocracy. Supporters called it necessity. For in Putin's Russia, the lesson of history was clear. Chaos is the greatest enemy, and order, even authoritarian order, is the price of survival. To understand Putin's return of order, one must see it as a reaction to historical trauma. The 1990s were not just an economic crisis, they were a civilizational collapse. Russia lost its empire, its ideology, its global standing, and its sense of self. Life expectancy dropped, birth rates plummeted, alcoholism soared. The very idea of Russia seemed to dissolve. Putin offered restoration, not of communism, but of great power status. He blended Tsarist, Soviet, and Orthodox motifs into a new national myth. Icons of St. George slaying the dragon adorned tanks in Crimea. Soviet-era parades marched down Red Square. The church, once persecuted, became a pillar of the state. History textbooks were rewritten to glorify strong rulers, from Ivan the Terrible to Stalin, and downplay purges and famines. His foreign policy reflected this worldview. He rejected the post-Cold War order as unjust, a unipolar world dominated by U.S. hegemony. He championed multipolarity, aligning with China, India, and Iran to counter Western influence. He used energy as a weapon, cutting gas supplies to Europe during disputes, building pipelines like Nord Stream to bypass Ukraine. Domestically, he cultivated a social contract, political apathy in exchange for stability. As long as pensions were paid and shelves stocked, citizens tolerated censorship and rigged elections. The middle class, enriched by oil wealth, preferred shopping malls to protests. But cracks emerged. The 2011-2012 protests, sparked by fraudulent parliamentary elections, revealed discontent among urban liberals. Tens of thousands rallied under the white ribbon, chanting, "Russia without Putin." He responded not with violence, but with co-optation, jailing protest leaders like Alexei Navalny, tightening NGO laws, and branding dissent as foreign-funded. Navalny became the face of opposition, a charismatic anti-corruption activist who used YouTube to expose elite luxury, like Putin's alleged $1.3 billion Black Sea palace. But the state labeled him an extremist. In 2021, after surviving a nerve agent poisoning, he was imprisoned upon returning to Russia. His movement was outlawed. Yet Putin's greatest challenge is time. By 2024, he will have ruled longer than Stalin. A generation has grown up knowing no other leader. But economic stagnation, demographic decline, and over-reliance on oil leave Russia vulnerable. The war in Ukraine, launched in 2022, has triggered unprecedented sanctions, isolating Russia economically and diplomatically. Yet within Russia, the narrative holds. We are under siege, and only Putin can defend us. State media portrays the war as a special military operation to denazify Ukraine and protect Russian speakers. Dissent is treason. Even school children are taught that Ukraine is historically Russian land. This is the paradox of Putin's order. It brings stability at the cost of truth, sovereignty at the cost of isolation, and pride at the cost of freedom. He did not restore the USSR, but he rebuilt an empire of the mind, one where history is weaponized, loyalty is enforced, and the state is eternal. And as long as Russians fear chaos more than tyranny, his order will hold. For in the Russian soul, forged by centuries of invasion, famine, and upheaval, order is not a luxury, it is oxygen. Snow falls on Red Square. It always has. It fell when Ivan the Terrible built St. Basil's Cathedral with blood on his hands. It fell when Peter the Great dragged Russia kicking and screaming into modernity. It fell when Catherine the Fad, once a Livonian peasant sold into servitude, was crowned Empress of all the Russias. It fell when Nicholas II signed his abdication in a railway carriage, ending 304 years of Romanov rule. It fell when Lenin's body was carried through silent streets to lie in glass beneath the Kremlin walls. It fell when Stalin's tanks rolled into Budapest and Prague. It fell when Gorbachev lowered the red flag for the last time, and it falls today as Vladimir Putin stands atop the same fortress, gazing out over a nation still wrestling with the same ancient question: what is Russia? This is not merely a history of rulers, wars, and decrees. It is the story of a civilization caught between two poles: chaos and control. Again and again, across 5 centuries, Russia has swung like a pendulum, from the terror of Ivan the Terrible to the enlightenment of Catherine the Great, from the liberation of Alexander II to the repression of Nicholas I, from the revolution of 1917 to the stagnation of Brezhnev, from the chaos of Yeltsin to the order of Putin. Each era promises salvation, each ends in disillusionment, and each leaves behind echoes that shape the next. The pattern is hauntingly clear. When Russia embraces openness, Peter's westernization, Catherine's enlightenment, Alexander II's emancipation, Gorbachev's glasnost, it flourishes culturally, intellectually, even spiritually. But it also unravels politically. The people, long suppressed, demand more than the system can give. Chaos follows. And then comes the backlash. Paul I's paranoia, Nicholas I's iron fist, Stalin's purges, Putin's Siloviki state. Order returns, but at the cost of freedom. This cycle is not accidental. It is structural. Russia is too vast, too diverse, too scarred by invasion and famine to tolerate prolonged instability. Its geography, endless plains with no natural borders, makes it vulnerable. Its history, centuries of Mongol rule, Swedish wars, Napoleonic invasions, Nazi sieges, has bred a deep-seated belief: only a strong hand can hold this empire together. And so the Russian soul has learned to trade liberty for security, truth for stability, voice for survival. But within that resignation lies a quiet resistance. It lives in the Orthodox priest who blesses both czar and rebel, in the peasant who buried icons beneath his floorboards during Soviet atheism, in the poet who wrote verses on cigarette paper in a gulag barracks, in the mother who taught her child Ukrainian songs in secret, in the journalist who filed one last report before vanishing. This resilience is Russia's true legacy, not the palaces of St. Petersburg or the missiles of Siberia, but the unbroken thread of human dignity that persists even in the darkest winters. Consider Catherine I again, the woman who began life as Marta Skaronska, orphaned, sold, forgotten. She rose not through birth, but through presence. Not through violence, but through loyalty, intelligence, and grace. She ruled for only 2 years, yet her reign proved that a commoner could wear an empire, and wear it well. Her daughter Elizabeth would restore Peter's vision. Her spiritual heir, Catherine the Great, would expand it across continents. All because one woman refused to be erased. Or consider Alexander II, the Tsar liberator, who freed 23 million serfs knowing it might cost him his life. He did not seek glory. He sought justice. And though he died in a bomb blast, his emancipation could never be undone. The chains were broken. The idea of human dignity had taken root. Even in failure, there is legacy. Nicholas II was weak, yes, but his love for his family humanized the monarchy in its final days. His canonization as a passion-bearer reminds Russians that suffering, when born with humility, can be sacred. Lenin dreamed of global liberation but built a prison. Stalin industrialized a nation but starved millions. Khrushchev exposed lies but feared truth. Yeltsin freed Russia but left it naked. Putin restored pride but silenced dissent. Each believed they were saving Russia. Each, in their own way, did. But at what cost? Today, Russia stands at another crossroads. War rages in Ukraine. Sanctions bite deep. A new generation grows up online, fluent in global culture, skeptical of state propaganda. Yet the old fears remain. Will chaos return if we let go of control? Will the West devour us if we show weakness? These are not just political questions. These are existential ones. And the answer may lie not in stronger walls, but in deeper memory. For Russia's greatest strength has never been its armies or its oil. It has been its capacity to endure, to absorb, to transform. From the birch forests of Novgorod to the steppes of Kazakhstan, from the monasteries of Solovetsky to the labs of Skolkovo, Russia has always been more than its rulers. It is a civilization of poets and peasants, saints and scientists, rebels and believers. The echoes of empire are not just in marble and medals. They are in the grandmother who hums folk songs while kneading bread, in the student who reads Dostoevsky under a street lamp, in the soldier who spares a civilian despite orders, in the artist who paints truth in colors the censors cannot name. This is the Russia that survives every collapse. This is the Russia that will outlive every dictator. And this is the Russia we have journeyed through, not as tourists, but as witnesses. From the frozen mud of Livonia to the golden domes of Moscow, from the blood-soaked snow of Senate Square to the silent corridors of the Kremlin, we have walked with empresses and executioners, reformers and reactionaries, dreamers and despots. We have seen how power corrupts, how ideals falter, how revolutions devour their children. But we have also seen courage. The courage of a washerwoman who became an empress. The courage of a czar who freed the unfree. The courage of a writer who spoke truth in a land of lies. The courage of a people who keep hoping, even when hope seems foolish. History does not repeat itself, but it rhymes, and Russia's rhyme is this. After every winter, spring whispers. It may be faint, it may be brief, but it is there. As we close this saga, remember, you are not just watching history, you are part of it. Every time you question authority, you stand with the Decembrists. Every time you choose compassion over fear, you walk with Catherine Y. Every time you speak truth in silence, you join Solzhenitsyn in the Gulag. Every time you believe in a better world, you echo Gorbachev's impossible dream. This story is not over. It never is. And if it moved you, if it made you think, feel, or wonder, then join us in keeping it alive. Subscribe to our channel. Because history isn't just about the past. It's a mirror for our future. And together we can ensure these voices are never silenced again. Thank you for watching. До свидания. And never stop listening to the echoes.